How's it going, everybody?
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see, Flubble Nugget with the 2, that's a beautiful non-physical library you have. Yeah, I figured it was kind of ironic, so... Figured we would open up with the classic Steam library view. Yep, the digital wall of virginity, man. White people win again? We never stop winning, PK. White people winning is just the default state, so... It's just the default state. Creamcast 9/11, yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is the Dark Souls Majula theme.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Let's see. Pineapple with the 16 months. Are you still buying 2 So, for certain ones, I decided it was kind of retarded to have all of them. So, yeah, for certain ones, yes. But not all. Like, for example, Yoshi's, Crafted World or whatever it's called, I highly doubt that game will be worth anything in the future. But something like, you know, a Zelda or Mario or something like that, yes. Or Pokemon. Pokemon will always be worth money in the future. You just have to wait long enough. In similar code, the 279, the physical media bros lost. It's Jover. Yeah, it is kind of ironic because, like, I've seen a bunch of pictures, people going, Sony, I will never buy another one of your consoles, and it's like literally an entire wall of like PS2, PS1, PS3, and that's it. It's like, okay, where are all your PS4 and PS5 games? If you're such a, you know, massive consumer of physical media. And it's like, oh, well, no, you probably bought all of those PS1, 2, and 3 games pre-owned. Why would Sony care? Like, I don't, like, a lot of the retro bros are coping hard as fuck, and in doing so, they're exposing the fact that they don't even care about it, because they don't even have any PS4 or PS5 games. So that is pretty ironic. I mean, now granted, I think it's gay they're getting rid of physical media, personally. You know, someone who enjoys being able to get rid of dog shit games and at least get a little bit of money back. You know, I don't really like it, but it is kind of ironic
Thanks, nigga.
that the ones who are complaining the loudest don't even buy physical games on the current consoles anyway. So it's like, okay, well, you're going to boycott something you're not spending money on already, so congrats. That's like me boycotting Starbucks. It would do nothing. I don't spend money at Starbucks. But, yeah, it is kind of funny. Yeah, they're moving from PlayStation to Steam. It's like, yeah, that makes sense, bro. You know, go from the physical and digital platform to the one that's been digital for, what, 20 years, 30 years? For how long has Steam been around? Like, early 2000s? I think? I don't think it was 90s, right? So, like, 20 plus years? Let's see. Daryl's on with a 10. Alright, gamers, it's time to rise up and burn down the PlayStation headquarters for killing physical media. PlayStation has gone downhill ever since they moved their headquarters to the west. So good riddance. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, you know, it's like 85-15 in terms of game sales on PlayStation, digital versus physical. So I understand from Sony's perspective why they just don't want to bother with it anymore, because when probably 95% of your revenue comes from like digital media, it's kind of like, yeah, why are we even bothering with this shit? Not to mention, if they kill off the pre-owned games market, they'll make a shitload more money over the long term. Same with developers and publishers. Again, the games industry has wanted to get rid of physical media since physical media could be bought and sold. So, this has been a long time coming. They just pulled the Band-Aid off.
I can't afford this shit!
So, Nintendo will be the last bastion of physical media, as I've always thought, because Nintendo understands the importance of physical things. But we shall see. But yeah, I don't think Nintendo's going anywhere with physical anytime soon, personally. I think they'll keep putting it out. Nintendo knows that they're a collectible company as much as they are a gaming company. So I think Nintendo will always appreciate, or at least acknowledge, the value of having a physical, tangible product, even if it is a small portion of their market.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Daikaiju pictures of the 5, so what would your opinion be on Star Fox 2026 in general? I personally think it's great, but the multiplayer needs to be expanded upon. I cannot wrap my head around the controls, personally. The aiming and shooting with the same stick as moving was, like, really fucking with me. I don't know. I wish they had an option to where you could map both functions to, you know, either stick. And I probably would have liked it a lot more, but I don't know. It's one of the reasons why I don't really retro game, because a lot of those like old control schemes, just my brain does not register. I did not grow up playing games like that, so it's like, you know, handing a controller to an old man for the first time and expecting him to play Dark Souls. Let's see, El Rosario Sol with the 2. Now Japan will never come back to PS5. Yeah, the Japanese love their physical media, so this will definitely be another massive negative piece of news for the Japanese market. So, it's kind of odd, because I can't imagine the physical resale market is even remotely large anymore for PlayStation. Because, I mean, if 85% of their market share is all digital already, like, that 15% changing hands cannot really be that much of a net drain on the bottom line. So it is a little bit puzzling, to be honest. I don't really see a specific reason for why they wouldn't offer physical media. Maybe in, like, a limited run fashion where you can pre-order the game and guarantee your physical copy by a certain date. And then they just do one production run and that's it. But I'm not sure. It's kind of odd. Like, they're just blanket cutting physical production altogether. Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 3. Angry Jose is all enraged pig boomer about it. Well, Angry Jose's whole shtick is screaming angrily into the void. I guarantee that motherfucker hasn't bought a physical copy of a game in forever. And Oski Woski with the 2. I'm loving all of this. RIP PS5 physicals. Yeah, I wonder if they're going to stop disk drive production too going forward. So, I don't, it just seems kind of weird, to be honest. Like, very strange decision, because now you don't even have the multimedia function of like using it as a Blu-ray player, which a lot of people bought consoles specifically for that still. To this day, people still buy game systems to play movies. So, I don't know. It is very, very odd, to say the least. And Oski Woski with the 2. Game key cards aren't looking too bad now. Yeah, they're infinitely better than no physical at all. So, I've always understood the reasoning for the game key cards, and it makes sense if you look at it objectively instead of through the Dreamcast guy lens, but yeah, it is what it is. You know, this was a long time coming. So Sony ripped the Band-Aid off, and, you know, if you knew anything about purchasing trends, it was only a matter of time. I mean, the chances that the PlayStation 6 was going to have a disc drive were pretty much slim to none anyway. Let's see, Bill Herb with the 10. Appreciate it, man. I'm gonna miss physical, but I can't talk. I'm on PC as main and been digital mostly for a while. I do like the option of the game key cards Nintendo does. It's cheaper than disc too. Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. Like, again, I'm not really like heartbroken over it because I'm not a physical game collector. I do like being able to buy shit and then getting rid of it if I don't like it. So that is an added benefit. But, yeah, I'm not, like, heartbroken or angry over this entire thing. If anything, it's just going to make me more selective over what I purchase going forward, which, you know, maybe that's a good thing for everybody. You know, more games will flop, hopefully. Because there's no, like, thought in the back of your head, like, oh, I can just get rid of it if I don't like it. But, yeah, I don't know. Personally, I like digital because it's convenient and you don't have to have the wall of virginity if you don't want to. But for things like the Switch, I do like physical games, and I think key cards are a good, happy medium, personally. Daryl Zone with the 2, plus most modern PlayStation games are dog crap anyway. Oh, yeah. I mean, that is another thing. It's like, what are we actually preserving at that point? Preserving a heaping pile of shit on a disc, but yeah, I don't know. It's not ideal, regardless of whether you like physical or digital more. It's, you know, it's just another option that's being taken away, which is kind of lame.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
And let's see, Anabolic Plays with the 9 months. Appreciate it, bro. PK is a third worlder with main character syndrome. Brutal, man. Poor PK. He's just a young man trying to Uber Eats his way to a better life. You know, he came here with the hopes of the American dream. Make his way in the world. Save up enough money. Buy an 800 square foot apartment in the heart of LA. Poor little chud. Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 3. Most people under 30 don't buy physical games. Most people under 30 don't even buy games. But, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is even people over 30, the purchasing trends have been overwhelmingly digital on PlayStation. It's like 85%. So, yeah. Most people do not buy physical media.
All right,
now,
awesome.
should it
Thanks,
go
nigga.
away
All right.
because of that? I don't really think so.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You know, I think having the option's fine, but, you know, I understand why they did it. You know, it saves money on production. They get more of a cut from every game sale. Developers make more money on the sale of their games. It finally gets rid of the secondhand market, which publishers have hated for a very long time. I mean, look back at the 360 generation. Remember online passes? Or if you bought like an EA game, for example. Even Sony did it too with Uncharted 3. You used to get the code in the case to access the online multiplayer, and if you bought it pre-owned, you'd have to spend $10 in order to get a new online pass. So they've been looking for ways to get rid of the secondhand market for a very fucking long time. And then Xbox with the Xbox One tried to do the 24-hour check-in. So yeah, this has been a long time coming. So Sony basically just ripped off the Band-Aid. And again, if you've already been on PC, this isn't really a big deal for you. But, you know, again, I do empathize with people. People do like their physical media. I get it. Because you can sell it and get rid of it if you don't like it. Or get some money back. Let's see. Sosky Wasky with the 5, drinking a little tonight, so cheers to us winning. Very nice, man. But yeah, I'll pull that up in a second. Raging Boar with the 5. I guess I should sell my disk drive for PS5, waste of $80. Oh well. I mean, unless you don't ever plan on using a physical disc on it, then yeah, I would get rid of it. So if you plan on playing physical games, just keep it for now, because all the physical games that are out there will still work on it. But yeah, you could get rid of it right now if you wanted to. Let's see, Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 3, message retracted, and also with the 3. Will Angry Jose's Funko Pops calm his rage? I hope so, man. You know, Freddy Funko does have a spiritual healing effect to those above the age of 35 who lock eyes with soulless black beads. So, I hope so, man. For all of our sakes. Ass-blasted Alejandro's rage permeates across the gaming industry. My order has been updated. What did I order? Oh, that. Oh shit, hold on, let me pull this. This is completely unrelated, but I want to pull it up because reasons. I saw that this shit got, well, let's just say there's a reason why Bleach is goated, bro. You know, Bleach is the goated, like, major anime shonen. Hold on. Oh, is it going to be age restricted? Give me a second. I got to pull this up, probably, and save the images. Hold on. It's completely unrelated, but a fun tangent, to say the least. Yeah, Bleach is actually good. That's the thing. You know, compared to Naruto and, you know, Dragon Ball. It's much better.
I can't afford this shit.
And especially better than fucking One Piece. Fuck that, dude. One Piece is cheeks. So yeah, I saw this going around Twitter, man, and if you know, if you read the manga, like, Yeah, this is a very iconic moment in the show. Or I guess series. Now it's in the show. But yeah, hold on. Where's the other angle? Yeah, here we go. The ass shot. God of Thunder, bro. But yeah, I'm surprised they actually, like, animated this shit, bro. This is like some peak Gooner content back in the day. But yeah, there's another, like, there's a video, too, of her in her lightning bikini, like, running around on all fours and shit, so... So, there's, like, more revealing shots as well, but... Yeah. Just another reason why, you know, Bleach is goated, bro. Worst time to join the stream. Why? You get the highlight, man. But yeah, I've seen a shitload of posts on Twitter about this. I think my dad will like Bleach now. There you go.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Because now he wants to goon? Yeah. There's like another shot, too, of her, like, literally, she basically becomes a lightning cat and gets like a fucking micro bikini made of lightning. Like, you should just look it up on fucking Twitter. You'll find it. But yeah, it's pretty wild, man. I'm surprised they animated it as fan servicey as they did. Like, I'm actually impressed. So, GG's. Doing the series justice. Let's see, hold on. This thing just crashed. Alright, well that's not gonna load. 1 second. Here we go. Tim Marco the 7, I just don't know why Sony isn't just continuing with the optional disc drives and maybe more limited physical releases. Yeah, I think honestly they should have done like a limited run style system where you can pre-order a game like ahead of time and then you can guarantee yourself a physical copy and they just print to demand and then that's it. That would make sense, but I don't know. Maybe it's just not worth the effort. So but yeah, I think it is kind of a puzzling move, personally. Like, it just seems really stupid. Like, yeah, generally speaking, everybody buys digital right now anyway, but optically speaking, it's not a great look, and on top of that, you know, it's gonna piss off the hardcore fan base. And Shaka Gaming with the 8 all-physical games Angry Jose showed in his video were... Oh, wait. About it were all made prior to 2016 except Redfall. That guy Alex in his video just looks so smug. I mean, that's the thing, is most of these guys are LARPing. Like, I guarantee you Jose is buying all of his games digitally on Steam, if given the option to do so. So, again, this is huge news for retro bros, and that's maybe it. Realistically, this is not that big a deal to your average normie consumer. I just saw a bunch of people showing off their walls of virginity, and they're like, I will never support you again, Sony. You have abused my trust for the last time. And it's like, literally PS1, PS2, PS3, and then like Xbox 360, NES, SNES, no PS4 or 5. It's like, motherfucker, you weren't even buying the physical discs in the first place anymore. And all your PlayStation stuff was probably fucking pre-owned anyway. They're not gonna miss you. So there's a lot of performative LARPers out there acting like they genuinely care about this, when in reality, they don't even have PS4 and PS5 games physically. So it's like, okay, what exactly are you mad about? So yeah, there is a lot of LARPing and, you know, skinwalking and that type of shit. Which, I guess that's usual with internet drama. But yeah, as somebody who's been on PC for like 7 years at this point, like, I can't really say I care too much.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I don't know if Sony's ever gonna do actual proper PS3 emulation, to be honest. Let's see. Raymond with the 5, make your own physical PC games by putting them on SD cards, CDs, DVDs, or Blu-rays, whatever. I mean, all you need is just a big-ass hard drive, so... I don't know, like, physical media is not necessarily a requirement, I feel like. You know, if you can actually download and own your games, then it's just as good. So, if you can make an offline copy of them on a hard drive, even that's fine. Because nowadays, with like Microsoft and Bethesda, you know, they're just putting like 3 megabytes on the disc anyway, so it's like, it's not even, you know, a real physical game anymore in a lot of cases. Raging Boar with the 5 feels like a lot of cope to me, but I'm not the market. Yeah, I mean, this has been a market shift anyway.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I mean, that's the thing. The market has been shifting towards this already for over a decade. You know, most people, like my friends growing up,
all right, awesome.
Like when
Thanks, nigga.
PS4 came out, pretty much all of them were all digital by 2016. So 3 years into the generation, they already had moved to all digital. Because, you know, downloading the game
awesome.
was
Thanks,
about
nigga.
the same amount of time as just popping in the disc and waiting for it to install anyway. So, you know, the 360 was great because you put the DVD in, disc plays immediately. Rogue Dio with the 5, don't know if this is true, but did you hear about the wife who divorced her husband and called him an incel? Oh yeah, I did see that, I think it's the opposite way. The guy wanted to divorce her after it happened because of her calling him an incel and spurging out over the busty anime bitches. I think it was the opposite. Like, he saw her true colors and he's like, yeah, fuck this bitch, I'm out. And Mike TUGC with the 5. It's time for more to finally switch to PC. The only reason why I haven't is because I needed to hoard my games for my wall of plastic. End of an era. Yep, that's the thing, man. It's like, you know, now, same difference pretty much everywhere except Nintendo. Nintendo, as I've always thought, will be the last bastion of physical media. So, we'll see how long they last, but I have a feeling Nintendo is going to prioritize it for a very long time to come.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
See, in Shaka Gaming with the 8, is everyone who cares about this news over 35 and diabetic? Also, I'm slowing, starting to go more digital now anyway as I get older. Everybody is getting more digital as they get older, or just in general. So the market shift has been happening for a while. This is not something that was unexpected. It's been the norm on PC for over 2 decades. So, you know, it was only a matter of time. It's just the Band-Aid has been freshly ripped off and people are going to be reactionary. But in 2 years' time, when, you know, this change takes effect, it's probably not even going to matter. You know, everybody spurred the fuck out when Apple removed the headphone jack off the iPhone, if everyone remembers. Now, what does everyone walk around with? Bluetooth earbuds. And nobody cares. So, you know, it's just one of those things where the initial shock will make people reactionary, and then over time, nobody will care. Trent with the 5. If you don't have at least 10 PS4 or PS5 games, you don't have a right to complain, which clearly these YouTubers don't. I get most of my stuff physical. I mean, I have way more than, you know, 10 physical games, and it's like, you know, again, I'm not really a collector or anything like that. And I get why you would want to buy physical, because you can get rid of shit if you don't like it. But you know, the writing for this was kind of on the wall. I mean, how long has it been rumored that the PS6 wouldn't even have a disk drive? So, it's not really too shocking. And Slick Rick with the 5, I just want Killzone, Resistance, and Infamous to be ported to PC. Never gonna happen. Sony is dumb as rocks for not doing this. It can't be that hard. They don't care. You know, Killzone's a dead franchise to them. Same with Resistance, and same with Infamous. Like, they just don't give a shit about them. But they'll probably never come to PC. Your only chance will be emulation on like the PS3 side of things, but yeah, I don't think they care about it. You know, they're not even releasing their new games on PC anymore because of the minimal sales that they saw, so I highly doubt anything else will be coming, especially from the retro catalog. Let's see, Jay plays casual with the 5. People who pay 1K plus for PS6 to stay locked on that platform are dumb, in my opinion. You can get way better deals and use from PC. What would be the point to stay on PlayStation? So there will be 2 groups of people. You'll have your normie casual types who just want a console to play video games and they don't care. And the second group will be people who are heavily invested in the PlayStation ecosystem. All of their digital games are on the platform, all their friends play on the platform, and therefore they're kind of prisoner to the platform. That would be my guess. But those will be the 2 camps of people.
Thanks,
You're
nigga.
like, you know, Norm Groid, Cattle Class, NBA, 2K, GTA, Madden playing Zog bots, and then the hardcore PlayStation guys who are heavily invested in the ecosystem. Let's see. Eli with the 5. Brap poops all over the place. You shouldn't do that, man. You should not do that. Wait, fuck. No, I don't have that one.
Sucks like wet dick in a fucking
Oh,
Olive Garden
well.
parking lot.
Damn it. There's another one I have that would have been good, but it's on my other soundboard. Brutal. Yeah, is we getting EBT and shit, gamers? And let's see, El Rosario sold the 2. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna miss midnight releases. I have not been to a midnight release in I don't know how many years personally, but yeah, I mean, if you do enjoy that, that does kind of suck. They used to be really fun back in the day, like 360 era, you know, even early PS4, you know, midnight releases were pretty fun. So, oh well. All good things must come to an end, right? Quite sad, isn't it? I mean, I guess the one silver lining is what? There's not really many great games coming out anyways anymore that would even be worth going to the midnight release for. Other than maybe some Nintendo stuff and, you know, Square Enix slappa. Well, if Kingdom Hearts comes out on Switch 2, it'll get physical. So, the Japanese still like physical games. So, anything that comes to Switch 2 will still probably get some sort of physical release, but PlayStation, it's up in the air now. Even Star with the 5. Imagine people trading convenience to go digital and lose resale value of physical. Oh, well, at least Final Fantasy VII Part 3 will be physical to complete the set. Exactly. There you go. Got to make sure you get your physical deluxe editions while they last, right? But yeah, it is kind of sad, honestly. I mean, you know, I do empathize, so I understand the appeal of having, you know, physical media, even if I don't really care too much about it personally. I do appreciate the ability of being able to sell shit you don't want. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 3. Dreamcast guy has Type 2 diabetes. That's pretty accurate, honestly. He definitely has an addiction to shopping. And Raymond with the 5, not all on one hard drive. I'm actually talking about making your own physical PC game collection. Physical on console's dead, but physical on PC will live on. What difference would it be making a digital copy of one game on one SD card versus just putting them all on one hard drive? It's not a physical copy at that point, you're just storing a file. But it seems kind of counterintuitive. Just buy one big ass like external SSD, throw everything on it, and you're good. Why would you want to do like one individual one for each game? Jay, just enjoy the 2. Watch. Okay. Am I getting a PS6? I doubt it, honestly. I doubt it. There's not really a reason for me to. I really don't give a fuck about Sony's games anymore. And as long as my PC is working, you know, knock on wood, I plan on pretty much playing everything on here anyway. Yeah, I think people are just kind of, as retarded as this sounds, I think a lot of people are in shock right now, which, you know, I don't really know why, because if you knew anything about, you know, media trends, this is not surprising in the slightest. You know, CDs are dead, Blu-rays are pretty much dead, and video games are going to follow suit pretty quickly when it comes to physical media, so... When you already have an 85 to 90% digital adoption rate, like, yeah. The writing was kind of on the wall. Well, Xbox is already kind of doing it, to be honest. Like, a lot of their Xbox games don't launch with physical copies anymore anyway. Like, Hellblade 2 didn't have a physical copy. Wi-Fi Slush didn't get a physical copy. I'm trying to think, there's another one, too. I mean, Doom the Dark Ages had like 30 megabytes on the disc. So... They were doing key cards before Nintendo. Stopped getting physical games after the 7th gen. Yeah, I would say majority physical mid PS4 generation. Because once I went off to college, it's like, there's no fucking room for me to keep all these games. Like, when I was living in the dorm, like, I had this massive stack of physical games next to my monitor. And it's like, bro, I'm running out of fucking room for this shit. So I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm taking these to GameStop. I traded them in, went to Best Buy, bought like a 4 terabyte hard drive, plugged it into my Xbox One, and I was digital ever since, pretty much. And then when I got my gaming PC, it was like a no-brainer type thing. Like, yeah, I'm on PC, of course I'm going to buy digital. So, the only thing I still buy physical consistently is Nintendo games. So, that's about it. Let's see. Raymond with the 2 because it's fun. I don't know. I like to hold it in my hands. I mean, I guess. Just, you could do a blank DVD then at that point. I don't know. I guess so. And Raging Poor with the 5. I mean, everything's already digital, even our cash. is digital with credit cards and PayPal, for instance, nothing feels real. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why you get a slab max, but that's an entirely different point. But yeah, I mean, only 10% of our money is actually ever printed, so 90% of the money in circulation, air quotes, is literally just digital currency. So yeah, everything is digital
awesome.
these
Thanks,
days.
nigga. All right.
I can't afford this shit!
There's not really any divide whatsoever where physical anything has a majority share of whatever market it finds itself in. Not even cash. Let's see, creator's freedom with the 2, with the message retracted. Brutal. What did it say? Key cards make sense now. Remove the disk drive. You have more room for powerful tech. If they just had a slot that says download this game, the license is okay, and that digital license can be resold. Yeah, I mean, key cards I always thought were a happy medium because it gives you the tradability, resaleability, and the transferability of a physical game, while also, you know, the benefit, I guess, of a digital game, which the read speed is apparently the big deal for the Nintendo Switch too, because there are certain games that if they read off a cartridge versus like the internal storage,
All right, awesome.
you know,
Thanks,
the
nigga.
load
All right.
times are far slower off the cartridge. Like, for example, Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth literally would not work off the cartridge. Square Enix said, like, the read speed on the cartridge was too slow. So you would have to install the game anyway onto the internal storage or onto one of those express SD cards in order to get the game to function properly. So, you know, there's also the technical restrictions now of physical media, because physical media, you didn't actually play it off the disc, because read speeds on Blu-rays are so slow that, you know, you have to install it anyway. So, key cards are a happy medium, if you ask me. That's always been my take, personally. And Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 8, do you think this will cause certain games to skyrocket in price? Maybe towards the end of the production run of PS5 discs, maybe. So games that come out at the end of the generation maybe will have limited prints, but I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Really just depends on how desirable the games are. Also, Dreamcast guy has bonitis because he's over 40. Brutal, man. Poor Dreamy. Oh yeah, Switch 2 will continue to give physical games. So, this is just another death blow to PlayStation in Japan, man. The Japanese market loves physical media, so if anything, this will make them double down on, you know, Nintendo over Sony. Key cards for 90% of third-party games? Yeah. What's wrong with that? It's still a physical thing you can buy and sell. So, you can take your key card and sell it, which is the main appeal of physical media these days. The PS5 gen is trash. I agree. This generation has been pretty shitty. I've destroyed my stomach. I'm in so much pain. Uh-oh. Hopefully you didn't get your guts rearranged. My content's literally brain rot? That's great for you, PK. Is that why you're here? Nah, the PS6 isn't gonna bomb, bro. I think, as usual, people underestimate the normie market. Hey, yo, bro, you gonna get that new PS6? Shit, man. That's gonna be the thought process. Hey, yo, cuz, let me get that PS6, real talk. For real, that Madden be looking crazy, dog. It's like them talking about that God of War game. Hey, yo, bro, look at that movement. Look at that movement in the gameplay, dude. Like, that shit crazy. That movement, bro. You can see the hair follicles and shit. But yeah, that'll be the average market. So again, don't underestimate how fucking retarded the average consumer is. The ball and gun crowd are absolutely fucking rampant on PlayStation. Will PC gamers ever be happy with graphics? Well, dude, most PC gamers are playing at 1080p on like 1060 Ti's, so, or whatever the fuck, 1660 Ti's. Most PC gamers are broke as fuck, so I would say so. Let's see.
I need somebody to touch my damn penis!
With the 5, I don't know why people care about what's on the disc. The transferability is the big loss here. Agreed. Not the fucking megabytes. Feels like I'm taking crazy pill. Agreed, man. That's why I've always thought key cards were fine. You know, the ability to sell your games or transfer them to somebody else is the main appeal of physical media. You're not playing your game off the Blu-ray anyway. So, yeah, I think key cards were a very happy medium, personally. Because it has all the benefits of physical media, while also having, you know, I guess the benefits of digital as well.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
In Raging Boar with the 5, the discs are just activation keys to play games anyway. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, Doom the Dark Ages had 30 megabytes on the disc. All of Ubisoft's game have like 3 megabytes. So most of these games don't even come on the disc in a lot of cases. Or you have something like GTA where they're just putting a code in a case. Like, you know, it is what it is at this point. The market's spoken. Their majority the majority digital far outweighs the physical market. Like 90-10 is the split now. Like, that's not insignificant. But yeah, ideally they wouldn't kill off physical gaming. I don't think anybody is advocating for less options. That kind of seems self-evident. No more physical JRPG slop? I know, dude. This is tragic. How am I supposed to goon to anime girls? Oh wait, the internet. Never mind. Oh, they'll have physical Final Fantasy VII, don't you worry. Don't you worry. Let's see, Oski Woski with a 5, the end of an era. Let's see.
This is
oh, God. The Reddit chunguses are going to be in the comment section of this for sure. Let's see. It's just like watching the wedding video after the divorce. We did it, Reddit. Give me my updates.
This is how you share your games on PS4. Thanks.
PlayStation.
It's always bothered me how he doesn't let go. Like, let go of the fucking game. You're giving it to him, bro. He's like, no, it's mine. Mine. Like, bro, why is he clenching it so hard? Like, let fucking go of the case. If you're giving it to someone, it's so fucking... That's always bothered me with this video. It's always fucking bothered me. It's like, dude, let go of the fucking case.
PlayStation.
Yeah, that's just... That's always bugged me. It's always bothered me about that shit. It's not yours anymore. You gave it to him. Let go. Does anyone else have nostalgia for video stores? Kind of. I don't know. The thing I mainly have nostalgia for is like going to GameStop and Best Buy and finding games that, you know, I had never heard of before and just, you know, going in blind. I miss that aspect of gaming, but I don't necessarily have nostalgia for the store itself. It was more so what the store represented. A fresh and budding industry with lots of promise and potential. It seemed like the only way we could go was up. We were wrong. So very wrong. You were in the closet, but Jim Sterling ripped open the doors and threw you out of it? Brutal, man. And then probably raped you. Wow. The Steam machine's a good option. I don't know about that. I mean, it's, what, double the price of the PS5 and weaker? So, I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. Let's see. He wastes no time. Look at this shit. Xbox goes all digital. Sony kills games. RIP PS6. Everything is dead, bro. Yup, it's Jover, man. He is the goat of Slop Tent, man. Like, honestly, Dreamcast guy is admirable in his Slop Tent output. That's for sure. Yeah, we can go and watch Dreamcast guy, I guess. We'll start with his first one of the day. Sony kills games.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here. Today we're talking about PlayStation because they just made an absolutely insane blog post. Sony has just said they're not making any physical games going forward at all. This is the death of physical gaming for the PlayStation 5 and for the PlayStation 6. All these discs, first party or third party, they're going away. There won't even be disc drives in the future. And I have to admit, I am incredibly shocked. I mean, I was actually just at the gym trying to get like a quick 6 a.m.
I don't really know why you would be shocked, to be completely honest. Like, this has been a long rumored thing. Like, if anything, the PS6 was never going to come with a disc drive. The most surprising thing is that you're not going to have the option to buy an external one.
Workout, and so many people were sending this to me. The first time I opened my phone, I thought it was a joke, to be honest, or I thought it was some sort of like April Fool's prank. I mean, the death of physical games from the biggest console manufacturer, this seems impossible. I have been very against the idea of the all-digital future because I don't like the idea of so many times now games come out and they get shut down. Sorry, you lose ownership. Or even there is an importance in that I own this game. I can lend it to a friend or resell it myself or even letting it sit on my shelf. The death of physical gaming in a lot of ways is a giant detriment, not just to the past of games, but the future of games. They've also announced they're shutting down the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita stores. Let's get into all this. To be honest, they just published some blog posts. I haven't read them yet. I want to live react to them with you guys. Hi, good morning. Hope you're having a great day. If you could, please give this video a like. Let's see if we get this to 2,000 likes or something. I don't know. Subscribe if you haven't already. Now, of course, people are posting. One of the things that made the PlayStation 4 such a success before it ever even came out, and this is like in the gaming history books, is that the Xbox One was going to have all this weird digital licensing stuff. Where if you
So was the PlayStation 4, by the way. PlayStation decided to pull all of that shit right before their announcement because they saw how badly it was received when Xbox announced it. So PlayStation was also going to have Always Online. PlayStation was also going to include the camera in the box and charge $500 for the PS4 as well. So all of that shit was changed at the 11th hour, right before they went on stage. So everything that Microsoft was planning, don't you think for a second that Sony wasn't trying to do that shit as well?
you put an Xbox One disc into your game, it had to talk to the Xbox servers and stuff, and PlayStation made...
This has been a long time coming, man. Platform holders hate physical games because they don't get their 30% cut on pre-owned sales, and publishers hate physical games because they don't get the full price of the game when people buy it used. So for years, GameStop made billions and billions of dollars off of reselling, you know, pre-owned video games. And developers didn't see a penny of that money. So this has been a long-running thing that the industry, from the publisher and platform holder side, have wanted to get rid of. What we're witnessing now is Sony finally just ripping off the Band-Aid. And don't think for a second Microsoft isn't going to do the exact same thing.
Fun of that. The PlayStation 4 said, here's how you trade a game. This actually Killzone Shadowfall. I remember this video well. This is an official video on the PlayStation YouTube page that showed
Let go of the fucking case.
one person
God,
handing
that pisses
somebody
me
a game
off, man.
and said, that's how gaming works. That was it. It was straight up.
Here's how you trade a PS4 game. Doesn't let go of it. The point of you giving the PlayStation 4 game to someone else is that they get to hold it, not you. So let go of the fucking case, bro.
Just how quick and easy and important physical games are. And it's gone. God, important updates. News on physical games. News on PlayStation 3 stores. So these are just a paperweight. What a depressing decision to give customers less options. What are y'all doing? Rockstar pressured this announcement to come out a bit early. I'd say, congrats. There's no longer any reason to have a PlayStation over a PC. I don't think you guys...
Well, I mean, technically, if you care about PlayStation games, which is probably one of the reasons why they pulled them off of PC, but I don't know why you would care about PlayStation games at this point. Like, what, you're gonna go out and buy Wolverine? Like, who the fuck cares?
Understand what you just did. Sad to see the end of an era rip physical games. What are you doing? Then stop selling digital games to the same price as physical games too. Removing the printing of the box, shipping of the games. There should not be a $70 price tag on digital games. This is such a bad decision. God, what the look at all these games, man. You know, I have a giant physical game collection myself, and a lot of
I thought you sold it for your teeth.
these I have, especially all the Final Fantasies in here, but this just seems so bad, man, right? Okay, so let's read it. Let's read this thing. I just opened this for the first time. Physical disc production ending in January 2028 for new games releasing on PlayStation consoles. As consumer preferences and the broader entertainment industry continue to shift away from physical discs to digital, physical game production for all new games releasing on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued in January 2028. Following this date, new games will be available on the PlayStation Store and it retails in digital formats only. This transition has no impact on games already released or will be releasing prior to 2028 in disc format. God, something about that distinction is creepy. The fact that disc format is now a separate thing. This is the natural direction that Sony to adapt to consumer trends and the general preference for general digital media over physical discs. The transition will enable us to align more closely with how most our community prefers to access and play games today. We'll continue to prioritize our references to drive innovation. So there has been numbers about this, and I guess it's unfortunate. Sony themselves said that 92% of all the money they make on PlayStation 5 sales now is on digital games. Now,
well, it's not money. No. The financial split is even larger because it includes microtransactions and shit. No, 92% of copies sold. So if God of Snore Ragnarok sells, 20 million copies, 92% of those copies are sold digitally. So, not even revenue. Revenue, the split's even larger.
I always assumed that it was mostly people buying microtransactions, people buying Fortnite V-Bucks or downloadable content. I didn't think it was literally hey, here's people buying $70 games digitally. But there has been more numbers recently that it may actually be that 90% of people own no physical games. Everybody's entire collection is just a digital download library. And I guess that's why they've been really pushing these bigger and bigger internal storage from 2 terabyte, 3 terabyte. Recently, there was a 5 terabyte internal storage for PlayStation 5 Pro. But this to me is so crazy. Some people are saying that if Xbox has a physical disk drive, they're going to look crazy good compared to this. If they're doing this, usually Xbox and Sony talk a lot behind the scenes, very well known, obviously. I think that Xbox is about to make a very similar announcement. And if they don't, this is a good chance for Xbox to get a giant W, right? Here's the other part that I have to admit. So I bought a PlayStation 3 this year, actually. PlayStation 3, still actually a really interesting thing. I mostly played on my CRT TV. It's actually an easy way to play like old PS1 games on a retro TV. Like, you know, I like the PlayStation 3 a lot. The store is being shut down. Okay. After nearly 2 decades of supporting the PlayStation 3 console, we wanted to let you know we'll be closing the store. Oh my God. And it's this year. PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Store.
He didn't even read it, bro. Oh my God, and it's this year? Maybe read the article or at least breeze through it before you make a video on it. Just a heads up.
Or in select markets starting this year, followed by global closure starting next year. That means no new content purchased will be available once the store on devices. To ease the transitions, players will be able to download previously purchased content after the closing date for the foreseeable future, as the PlayStation continues to evolve to support modern systems, including updated payment processing. PS Vita will no longer support these updates at the level required. As a result, we'll be closing their stores starting in these dates. Wow, God, that's so weird. Right now, the PlayStation
so weird.
3 only kind of works anyways. If you actually want to use the PlayStation 3 right now, you actually have to go to the PlayStationStore.com on your computer and add money to your thing, take off your credit card information, and then log in on your PlayStation 3 to buy games. Now, them shutting down the PlayStation Vita store means the PlayStation TV also dies. So you may not know it, but the PlayStation TV, this thing was basically a PlayStation Vita that worked on your TV, and it played with PlayStation 3 controllers. So it is weird to think that they're just shutting down a huge chunk of PlayStation history. God. Look at this here. I want to refresh on this one more time. You know what I want to do is I want to go to Wario64. I want to look at... God, let me look at Wario64 here. He had to have tweeted this. This is... Oh, my God. All the stores shutting down. Physical disc production being ended. Let me look at these revised. F off. You're never going to get me to applaud this as more options. Let the backlash begin. Yeah, it is crazy. They literally advertised the PlayStation 4, trade in retail games, sell it to another person, into a...
I mean, guys, this was 15 years ago. So, yeah, times were very different a decade and a half ago. So, yeah, sure, we can pull up shit from the early 2010s and be like, oh my God, what changed? Literally everything. But, you know, hey, what do I know, man? What do I know? But, yeah, this has been a long time coming, honestly. We already have heard rumors for the past, like, year or two that the PS6 is not going to have a disc drive. Like, read between the lines, people. This is not surprising if you've seen anything related to the, you know, gaming industry trends. I mean, most people play on PC nowadays. PC is a larger ecosystem than PlayStation and Xbox combined. Most people on PC have never even bought a physical game for their computer. Not even one. So, this has been a long time coming. So, the shelf stuffers like Dreamcast Guy and all the retro gaming channels are the minority by a very large margin. Like, they are not the normal consumer by any stretch. Shelf stuffing is not a thing anymore.
Person, the importance of disc-based games. This won't last long. Huge backlash incoming. Shifting trends is that I'll never spend another dollar on
Dreamcast Guy is a minority. Well, he lives in Texas, so technically.
PlayStation ever again. Buy your retro consoles, buy physical games now. There's going to be a boom like you wouldn't believe. Once gaming is 100% digital, I'm out. That is sort of an interesting point, I do think. I've been a big believer in the fact that I feel like retro gaming is important. Obviously, I keep literally stuff on my desk to play my Game Boy all the time. I don't know, man. I do think that discs matter, that these games, playing stuff physically, is important. The idea of all actual ownership going away forever and just having a PlayStation account and nothing else, this is scary, man. It's actually scary. I don't know, man. Off the cuff, more thoughts.
What? Again, this is the guy who loves his Steam Deck, so where was that fear over having a Steam Deck or buying games on Steam? So it is kind of interesting. Like, on one hand, the people who are super upset over this, you know, they're talking about how they're going to miss physical media, but then in other videos, they're like, I love my Steam Deck. And it's like, okay, well, you kind of contributed to the decline of physical media then because you were buying stuff digitally. So, I don't know, man. Again, I understand why people are upset over this. Being able to buy and sell games is nice. But a lot of people, I think, are LARPing to the degree in which they actually care. Because if you actually look at most people's purchasing habits, they've been digital only for a very long time. Or at least majority digital.
Hi, how are you? I am uncaffeinated and very sweaty, but good morning. Thanks for watching this video. If you could please like it, give it a like, and subscribe if you haven't already. And keep dreaming of physical dick.
Sell your Final Fantasy copies and gift to a hospital? Republican LARPer. Why the fuck would I do that?
Discs.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and...
Why the hell would I sell my Final Fantasy copies and give the money to a hospital? What the hell does the hospital need the money for? No thanks.
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast guy here. Today we're talking about Xbox because
Xbox.
just a couple hours ago, Sony announced they're giving
right,
up
awesome.
on physical
Thanks, nigga.
games.
All right.
They're not going to print them whatsoever. In fact, the PS5 console, the disc drive is now basically gone. And with the PlayStation 6, it is going all digital. Well,
Let's see. So, West with the 2, why are you watching this paid Sega kid? Because Dreamcast guy is the authoritative source on all things gaming. Obviously. And Mr. Kill Jr. with the 5, my old man's words. We won't take anything to the grave, son. Well, I'm gonna be buried with all of my stuff. I don't know about y'all, but you know, my tomb will be lined with all of my treasures from this world so I can take them to the next.
it just got leaked. Xbox is doing the same. Project Helix, if you're excited about the next-gen Xbox with extra good graphics and somehow even less exclusives, next-gen Xbox also will not have any sort of disk drive whatsoever. And I have to admit that this makes me deeply, deeply annoyed because the whole point, the purpose, the incredibly cool thing about consoles is exclusives and ease of use. Here's games that only we have. You know, here's our walled garden approach. Here's our cool stuff that only we have. And also, man, it's great that we have our controllers that auto-update, our games that play so well, right? They're removing the entire point of consoles themselves. I'm actually mad. I want to try and talk about this, but I have to admit that I am just so deeply annoyed that this really does, in a lot of ways, this does feel like the death of gaming. I mean, at this point, there will only be PC gaming, which is still fine as well, but man, as a guy who grew up loving consoles, it's weird to watch such a pathetic end to all of it. Let's get into this. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, let's just start with this. There's so much to get to this with, honestly. Gosh, like just the idea of a non-disk drive console. Everybody is instantly still reacting to this because the problem with no physical, especially when it comes to Xbox, is
20 Aerith figurines and Pokemon cards, brutal. And all of my silver and soon-to-be gold, but yeah, I'll be like a modern-day pharaoh, dude, entombed with all of my worldly possessions.
something that made the Xbox Series X different and in a lot of ways better than the PlayStation 5 was that every Xbox game going back multiple generations worked on the Xbox Series X. You could literally put in a disc you bought in 2001 into your current console and work at 4K. Usually it would literally have boosted frame rate, no load times. It was cool that, hey, here's the thing that makes the Xbox actually measurably different. Wow, what a concept. Something to make my console feel different than the competition. They're literally abandoning their one perk for literally no reason. But also, if you don't have this, anytime anybody wants to reduce prices or increase prices, yeah, Sony can just make anything cost anything. Same with Xbox. Xbox could charge you anything forever, right? Enjoy your digital-only games that never go on sale, $80 to $100 for every single game on every platform forever. Zero markdowns ever.
Yeah, dude, because PlayStation is infamous for never discounting anything on their store. Like, yeah, if this was Nintendo, maybe you'd have a point, but PlayStation puts their shit on deep discounts all the time.
Saw this from Tom Henderson, obviously the famous leaker who runs Insider Gaming. I've always been excited about next-gen consoles, but this time it feels incredibly numb to all of it. Constant layoffs, price increases, and now...
Who the fuck cares about the layoffs?
No physical...
That's such a LARP, man. Are you, like, just heartbroken every time you go to fucking McDonald's because, you know, Jamal lost his job for, you know, putting his hand in his pants and then touching people's food? Like, of course not.
Games, I have zero desire to even learn about what's next, let alone part way with yet more money. Now, the talk is that next-gen Xbox is probably going to be about $1,500. Sounds like the next...
That was an actual thing that happened, by the way. There was, like, some guy working at McDonald's, and he kept putting his hand in his pants and, like, touching his balls and shit. And then he was, like, touching people's food before he put it in the bag. And somebody filmed the entire thing, so, yeah. Another reason to avoid fast food restaurants.
PlayStation is probably going to be around $1,000 or $1,100, but even then, just beyond the price tag, beyond like the scope of it, I feel like it's weird to think about the fact that every console going digital, it's just to be greedy. It's not some added benefit. Wow, quick delivery. Wow, we'll have even more ability to pop trophies or explore. No, they're doing this because they're trying to literally figure out how much can we absolutely rip money out of your wallet before you stop gaming. This is literally just supposed to be a predatory practice.
Dreamcast guy discovers the purpose behind video game companies.
And let's just think about this, right? We keep talking about the PlayStation aspect of it because PlayStation is way out ahead. PlayStation is doing this because they know they can get away with it, and Xbox now knows that they can copy them because if they're getting away with it, everybody can get away with it, right? Doesn't matter if you're removing stuff from stores or shutting down studios, just stop all disc production. Now, additionally, everything these days is printed on Blu-ray discs. Sony actually owns Blu-ray discs, so there has been a lot of talk that essentially Xbox doesn't like the idea of the physical, like data disc aspect of it, because every time a disc gets printed, Sony gets a cut. Every time you buy any game on Xbox...
West with the 5... You don't own your gaming stuff, Griff, since you live in Virginia, which is a socialist state. The government owns all your games, not Sony, not Nintendo. Hey, as long as the government doesn't take my Aerith cards, I don't really care. But, brutal, man. They're coming for our video games, boys. I wonder when Blu-ray is going to end. I don't know. I mean... It's probably only a matter of time, honestly.
Technically, to some degree, even the Xboxes that are being made, they have to pay that patent fee to PlayStation to even put that Blu-ray driver in there. And it's funny to think about Asher Sharma talking about how unaffordable gaming is. Oh, you know, everything's getting so expensive. Oh, there's so many subscriptions. Oh, there's just so much. Well, you know what, Asher Sharma? Making a digital-only system, this is going to make things even more pricey because now you don't even have that second-hand market to eventually drag prices down. I mean, sky-high costs forever. God. You know, I keep thinking about this. There was this...
He was vindicated, man.
The interview that killed the Xbox One was this moment here.
They'll never make me hate you, Don Matrick. You tried your best, bro.
Gentleman's name was Don Matrick. The guy in charge...
You tried.
Of the Xbox 360, and this screenshot right here, this one frame is the frame that killed the Xbox One. In case you weren't gaming 13 years ago, back when I started this YouTube channel, this gentleman here went on camera and said, oh, yeah, Xbox One, we're thinking about being all digital. If you don't like their all digital future, you can buy an Xbox 360. And that was it. We have a product for people that want physical games. It's called the PlayStation 5. People are making fun of it because Don Matrick right here said Xbox One is for the future. It's for the digital future. The old Xbox, that's for the past. And everybody went, okay, I think I like the past. Everybody bought a PlayStation 4 because of this quote. Everybody was like, well, I'd rather have physical discs and a physical collection to play my physical console. And it just tanked it. New report states Xbox's next generation Project Helix will not have a disk drive. Why am I not surprised? Bad news just keeps going and going and going. Need more folks in California to sue the heck out of them. California actually has a lot of different really in-depth consumer rights laws where a lot of times you actually can sue.
I have a right to my physical disc. Yeah, that's not how consumer rights laws work.
Even as an individual, you can usually sue big companies. That's a lot of times where in other countries and stuff, you see them suing for like the ability to have swappable batteries and devices and all sorts of stuff like that, right? Dang, looks like I'm not buying any of the 10th generation consoles. Guess I'm just sticking with my PS5. Oh my God, that just keeps spreading. Oh God, look at that.
Wait,
what
what does it
PS5?
say?
Oh.
Oh my God, this fat fuck keeps spreading shit that's not even official yet. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Cristo.
Oh my God, that just keeps spreading. Oh God, look at that. Long story short, it's over. I can't believe it's over. Everybody, right? They could have gone the other way for PlayStation, but no. Look at this. Here's Jez Gordon really talking about the end of the era. Look at that. Don't expect Project Helix to have a disk drive either, by the way. And he wrote an article basically talking about the fact that it's just the fact that Project Helix is a PC. They said, look, Xbox is working on a disk-to-digital system. There is talks that somehow there's going to be some sort of thing where you can like put a console, like mail in your disc, and they'll send you a download code, which I don't really want. Or additionally, there is talks that maybe there'll be like a thing where you put in a disc one time and it scans it into your account. Again, I just don't like the idea of giving up ownership. Now, some people are trying to defend this. Stephen Totillo is not. I'm being clear before I say that. Stephen Totillo has pointed out the fact that there's been this massive shift towards more and more digital only. Rise of digitally purchased PlayStation games going from PS4 to PS5. And you can see that basically everything is becoming a digital game. But I just don't like them removing the option of it. Now, this guy here is one of the major group over at Remedy Games, and he says, physical sales in major markets are less than 10%. Lots of complaints, but the majority of consumer behavior is driving this. And I think it's that, like this person here puts it out great, not complaining about handling the monopoly of pricing of Sony and publishers when the secondhand market is erased. The cattle is what they deserve. Everybody is basically saying that. The problem is that it's just less options.
That's right, dude. We're totally not the cattle because we love to spend money on video games. Holy fuck, man. This is like those retards that try and use the "you will own nothing and be happy" tagline to talk about physical fucking media. No, Goyim. The whole point of "you will own nothing and be happy" is that you will waste all of your money on stupid shit like video games, physical or digital. When they say you'll own nothing and be happy, they mean you're not going to own a house, you're not going to own a business, you're not going to own a car, you're not going to have financial assets, you're going to spend all of your money on consumption spending, on your video games and movies and OnlyFans and Uber Eats deliveries. That's the entire fucking point. It's like insane. You'll own nothing and be happy, man. They're taking away our rights to buy video games. No, Goyim. That's exactly what they want you to spend your money on. Holy fuck. That shit's crazy. Like, it's insane how, like, fucking stupid people really are. That shit's like, it drives me insane. It drives me fucking insane. That's not what they're talking about when they say you will own nothing and be happy. They're talking about real valuable shit. Land, property, businesses, stocks. That type of shit is the stuff they're talking about when they say you'll own nothing and be happy. You will literally exist to consume. You'll have your Funky Pops, you'll have your fucking video games, you'll have your big TV, you'll have your new iPhone every year, and you'll have all your subscription services. That's exactly what they want you spending your money on. That's just so wild to me, man. It drives me insane. Goyim fatigue.
It just sucks about the idea that I don't even have the choice to play my physical games. What about my big physical game collection? What about the games I've enjoyed or cherished, or the specific coolness of, hey, popping at a disc, going to midnight launches? It is a bit crazy to think about the fact that how much of like gaming history is being erased for like a 2% profit margin.
How are they erasing it? They're not burning all the discs. All the discs are still going to exist. They're just not going to make new ones, so I don't know how they're getting rid of history, but whatever.
Increase. These companies hate you. I feel like for a long time they enjoyed games. They enjoyed like basically making money off gamers and making cool games for everybody. But at this point, all these companies, from the bottom of my heart, I think these companies like actually hate people. I think these companies
You mean Sony's not my heckin' wholesome corporate friend-arino? No way, man.
almost hate gamers. And it seems so bizarre that we've gotten here. These have been some off-the-cuff thoughts. How do you feel about the future of Xbox and the future of PlayStation? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like. Subscribe if you haven't already. And please, keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you wanna...
Holy, man. All right, we got one more. Another banger, I'm sure. Another banger.
Hey there gamers, Dreamcast Guy here. Today we're talking about PlayStation, and I have to admit, this video is going to be very, very angry.
Uh-oh. He's pissed.
I'm super frustrated that Sony continues to basically just kill the gaming lead they've
Rip that t-shirt that you bought.
gained. It feels like the PlayStation 4 generation, maybe some of my favorite PlayStation memories ever. So many big crazy exclusives and remasters and remakes and big stuff and sequels and giant expansive worlds. But the PlayStation 5, it sucked. Let's just object about this, right? PlayStation 5 as a console, the tech itself, I think is fantastic. My PS5 Pro games look great, especially all the third-party games that are really trying out that new tech. But the PlayStation 6 is very obviously going to be an entire laundry list of crappy features. $1,500 price tag.
Why the fuck is it the Switch?
No
Oh my God,
exclusives at all. Every game
The PS Switch 6?
coming to PlayStation 5 will go to PlayStation
Hell
6,
yeah,
but
dude.
not vice versa. And also, we
That's
now know that
actually
every
kinda
game
cursed.
coming to the PlayStation 6 is going to be digital only. So I want to break this down because currently the entire internet is really just saying F PlayStation, F PlayStation, F PlayStation, and I really want to explore this anger. I literally found even the biggest PlayStation YouTubers, tech people, Digital Foundry, everybody is saying that if PlayStation doesn't want to make PlayStation games, maybe it is time to save up and get a PC. Well, let's get into it. Hi.
That's right, guys. You know, the platform I play on is no longer making physical media. Now I'm going to move to another platform that also doesn't have physical media. Logic 100.
Hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. So, we're going to go through so much here, but there is a very palpable sense of anger. A lot of people are genuinely just super annoyed that, like, PlayStation, the more confident they get, the more secure they get in their position, the better PlayStation does financially, the more they just love to screw you over. You almost feel punished that buying PlayStation games makes PlayStation a worse company. Sony has announced they're done with physical games starting in 2028. That's a pretty good show. There's a pretty good chance I will not be getting a PlayStation 6 at
Palpatine? Yeah, somehow Palpatine has returned.
this point. They completely disregard and disrespect the fans who care deeply about physical PlayStation games. It might be the biggest slap in the face I've ever seen from this company. Absolute joke. Now, this is literally a PlayStation YouTuber. This isn't just some random guy. This is literally a big PlayStation YouTuber. And I have to admit, the death of physical games to me is wild. I have so many incredibly happy memories about physical gaming. To me, it's not just about the midnight launches. It's not just the cool comfort of putting something on the shelf. There's so much stuff that honestly feels special about having a real physical game, lending it to my friends, or even that awesomeness of buying games for my friends.
All right,
I
awesome.
mentioned this,
Thanks,
but I
Doug.
really
All right.
like to give all my friends, like, whatever games they want. I usually buy at least 2 games for all my friends every single holiday. I feel there's something cool about handing my friend a game and saying, hey, here's that game you want this year. Or even stuff like this, right? This was honestly a very crappy Final Fantasy Type 0 HD, very bad game, but this came with a demo for Final Fantasy 15. One of my favorite memories ever was getting this and playing Final Fantasy 15's demo. The end of physical is the end of a lot of stuff downstream that is connected to it. The all-digital future is basically less games, more stuff being taken away from you. Digital libraries are not the same as physical libraries. They're going to try and act like, oh, it's all kind of
Really?
the same thing. This is a sign that PlayStation is literally trying to screw you out of every single penny. No price drops, never discounts. In every ways, it's basically
Never discounts. Again, maybe if you were talking about Nintendo, you would have a case for that, because Nintendo, at best, will put their games like $20 off. Okay, maybe that's a fair point. But bro, PlayStation puts their shit on sale all the time. PlayStation games are like $5 after a few years. So it's not like Sony is out here scalping for digital copies. You know, they typically have pretty good discounts on PlayStation. Now, if that changes, you know, that's another thing. But for now, I don't really understand the fear-mongering of zero discounts. That's just not realistic. Because if that were the case, then Steam would never have discounts either. And they have sales all the fucking time.
$80 games, and you're not even getting like cheaper games. It's going to be $80, $90, $100, and what are you going to do? You have to buy it full price forever because there is no physical price down market. Been a loyal customer since 1995, so let me say from the bottom of my heart, if you PlayStation, guess I'll only be playing old games after 2028. Now, this is the thing, right, is that the idea of the future is always that tech advances. Hard drives get faster, storage gets better, power efficiency gets better, but there's also been that fun thing that graphics get better. That a lot of times the consoles, as the next one's being developed, technology gets cheaper. Games get cheaper and cheaper to make. The graphics get better throughout a console generation. And also the fact that a lot of times the previous console, the PlayStation 4, in the case of the PlayStation 5, last gen tech gets cheaper. Whereas this generation, prices of everything just keep going up. Controllers get more expensive. The hardware is now, if you want a PlayStation 5 Pro with a disc drive, it's like $1,000 right now. The talk is that PlayStation 6 will not have a disc drive. $80 games, $1,500 console. You know what's crazy? This is not some outlandish prediction. There is real actual numbers that it could be about $1,200 to $1,500 for the PlayStation 6. No Xbox competition to make them actually better. Digital games controlled. Discounts will be a no-no because there is no secondhand market. And the PS6...
Again, if that was the case, then why does Steam have sales? This is just utter nonsense. Again, if PlayStation had a history of never discounting their games, fine. But there's literally years and years of precedent of them dramatically discounting their own games. PlayStation is one of the only companies that still does that PlayStation Hits shit, where you can buy a physical copy of their old PS4 games for $10.
Prices are probably going to go up even more.
And same with digital. They discount it to $20 and then it goes on sale for $5.
The AI bubble doesn't pop soon enough. I'm so hyped for the great PlayStation 6 generation. Now, I did see this interesting tweet by Radek, and he said, it's finally happening. The PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Vita stores are being shut down. This was also part of the announcement today, but he goes, it is inevitable, but I'm super sad because a lot of digital-only games and DLC that haven't been brought forward are going to be gone forever. There's a lot of stuff that right now only exists on the PlayStation 3, and I can't help but kind of think about that for the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. How many games? How many demos?
Dude, he's even buying the Steam machine day one. This motherfucker is shelling out $1,500 for the 2 terabyte Steam machine. He is such a consumer. It is literally impossible for him to not consume. It doesn't matter what it fucking is, man. It doesn't matter how anti-consumer, what a scam it is, what a ripoff it is. You know, he will buy it day one. It doesn't matter. He spent months ripping on the PS5 Pro only to buy it day one and then love it. He spent months shitting on the Switch 2, and then the game system comes out, he buys it day one, shits on it initially, and then inevitably comes back and says he was wrong about it, and talks about it all the fucking time after famously saying after his review he never has to talk about it again. You know, he shit on the Steam machine for being overpriced and a ripoff, and now he's gonna buy one day one. It's the same shit every single fucking time with this dude. He, you know, moral fanooks and virtue signals and, you know, pro-consumer LARPs about whatever the Reddit energy of the day is. And then he goes out and does the complete opposite of what he advises everyone else to do. It's just insanely fucking hypocritical. So, I don't know. I really don't understand this entire genre of, you know, faux consumer outrage type of content. Because all these motherfuckers don't put their money where their mouth is. They literally support the very things they bitch about. This dude said that Nintendo was killing physical games because of the key cards. That, you know, no game is worth $80. And I guarantee you this motherfucker's already pre-ordered the $100 version of GTA 6. A digital-only game. That's $80, by the way. What happened to no game is worth $80? So, as usual, Dreamcast guy and many of his contemporaries cannot
keep that same energy. How many experiences that we love are just about to be gone forever? How many old demos and stuff are just going to be erased because they're not needed? Or even stuff like, think about, I don't know, it is crazy.
How many old demos are going to be erased? Who fucking cares?
See that this right here, he highlights as Infamous 3 had a lot of
Thanks,
cool
nigga.
DLC and stuff. All of that's gone. What happens when now there isn't a physical PlayStation 4 disc drive on a PlayStation 6? That means all these previous console generations going away means that exclusive content is gone as well. It's weird to think about the fact that even if you want a PlayStation 6, if you have a PlayStation 5 collection, you now can't sell your PS5. If you have a PS4 collection, you can't sell these last-gen tech and upgrade. For the first time ever, the end of backward...
Yeah, but you couldn't do that with the PS3. You know, even within the PS3 generation, you couldn't sell your PS2 if you didn't buy one of the first models of the PS3. And then with the PS3, you couldn't sell that if you bought a PS4. So this is kind of an anomaly where, you know, we have true and complete backwards compatibility nowadays. That didn't always used to be the case.
Compatibility, there's just not really a reason to trade up. At this point, it's like, all right, maybe get a PlayStation 6 at some point, but you have to keep your last-gen tech forever if you want access to those games, which is so crappy. You know what? Part of it, I think, comes down to the fact that a lot of people, the excitement with previous generations was that advancement in graphics and in world size, right? Oh, wow, now we're able to create this amount of detail, this amount of storytelling, look at these individual scars and stuff. That's cool, but at the same time, I almost feel like we sort of started to plateau a long time ago. Like, PlayStation 4 still looks so fantastic. PlayStation 3 doesn't even really look that bad. Can we just be brutally honest, right? This kind of stuff here, I don't know, man. I'm kind of in that frame of mind where I will take good games at any price point as long as they're interesting. I would rather have cheaper tech that's more accessible and go back to $60 games that look like this than $100 games that will never get a discount ever, right? I feel like a lot of people are getting burned about the idea of like, okay.
Yeah, GTA 6 will never get a discount ever. Yeah, those will be famous last words.
What can this really advance past? If this is a PlayStation 5 game, do we really need a PlayStation 6 on a graphical grounds? I saw this tweet by Pio. Pio, another huge PlayStation fan.
First of all, GTA 6 is not going to look anywhere near as good as the fucking trailers. You know, the game will be downgraded like every other game. You know, the marketing material is the best the game will ever be. As usual. Second, the game's going to run like absolute shit. You'll be lucky to get 30 FPS. So, I don't know. Rockstar only does one thing good, and that's graphics. Aside from that, their games are incredibly shallow from a mechanics standpoint, from a mission design standpoint, and yeah, all they care about is graphics. That's it. It's like the Marvel of video games. All fucking style, no substance. You know, all that matters is you have something flashy for people to look at. Let's see. Daryl's on the 2. Yeah, I can pull it up after this. Funnily enough, with the 5, God moving over the face of the waters. Raymond is that like a song or something? I can look it up. Raymond with the 2. No secondhand market. Newsflash, CD keys exist? Yeah, but CD keys are one-time uses, so I don't know. That's not really the best example. CD keys, like if you buy a code for Steam, you can only use it once, so you can't resell digital copies yet. I think Steam was talking about doing that at one point, but I think they scrapped that. That would actually be a good use of the blockchain. And Raging Boar with the 5 found some vodka my grandma was hiding for who knows how long. We gonna have some fun this weekend? Oh yeah. Granny's stashed vodka. And Genesect King revived with the 2, currently stocking up on physical 360 and PS3 games. Yeah, I have a bunch of physical not PS3, 360 games that are non-back compat, so I don't know. Those are like 360 stuff is fun to go back to because, you know, that was really the last hoorah of the gaming industry. There's so many hidden gems from that, you know, generation that by 360 standards are pretty mediocre, but going back to them now, they're a hell of a lot better by modern standards than they were back in the day. And let's see, West with the 5, I hope he realizes that PS3 screenshot is from the PS4 port. It's okay, dude. It's Dreamcast guy. He's not the brightest bulb in the box, so we'll give him a little bit of a leeway on that one.
Account, super great. Obviously, I actually have taught this guy. Hilarious dude, super cool. But look, PlayStation I loved is long gone.
Griffin is all for digital gaming. I mean, dude, I've been on PC for over 7 years, so obviously I don't have any issue with digital gaming. So I'd be the biggest hypocrite on planet Earth if I was out here going, an all-digital future is a future I can't be a part of. Like, bruh. I'm part of the problem. So, yeah, I've been buying digital games since, like, 2016. And pretty much almost entirely since I switched over to PC, because there's zero option for physical games on PC. The only physical games I buy nowadays are for the Switch. That's it.
$1,000 consoles, subscription prices going up, game prices going up, less games first party than ever, still a big focus on games as a service. The future of gaming has never looked so dark. And I'll be honest, when I first pulled up this tweet, I didn't see this. That's actually a great point. Used to, with every console generation, there was always this interesting, like, question mark about how things could get better. You know, obviously I've been a big fan of gaming magazines since I could read, and back in the PlayStation 2 era, when the first rumblings of the PlayStation 3 happened, they were actually right after the PS2 came out. There was talks that as soon as the PlayStation 2 came out, everybody's making tons of exclusives and big experiences and groundbreaking RPGs, but immediately, Sony behind the scenes working on how big and crazy the PlayStation 3 could be. And it was cool to think about the fact that, okay, how much greater will those experiences be? How big games, right? There was that interesting excitement of, okay, as perfect as, like, this RPG is or whatever, you're already thinking, oh man, what is the next boundary-pushing game we're going to see? Whereas now, things can't really get better, right? It does feel like in a lot of ways that right now, we're only losing stuff. We're losing access to physical games. We're not really getting anything that feels like this giant advancement. Because in a lot of ways, I guess now everything can already be done, right? We're not going to suddenly get 8K games, and even if they could, they're not going to look that much better than 4K games. And I'll be honest, a lot of 4K games don't look that much better than like a game that's running at a rock solid 2K, right? I don't know. So
that's because resolution is not Whoa, buddy. Yeah, no shit, Dreamcast guy. If you take a PS3 game and up-res it to 4K, it's going to look a lot worse than a PS5 game at 1080p. You know, resolution, once again, is not graphics. I don't understand how we're still in that mental state.
Does Sony realize that if they drop a $1,500 PlayStation 6 with no physical disc to collect, everybody's going to go PC? Because at least Steam is a superior digital option. They really can't be this stupid. You know, this is an interesting point, right? Because this tweet is from 1 hour ago, already has almost 8,000 likes. That is the thing. Steam games go on sale constantly. Steam is...
So do PlayStation games.
If we're just talking about PlayStation as a storefront, taking a 30% cut, if my 30% cut goes to PlayStation and a lot of PlayStation stockholders or Valve, I'm more and more thinking, you know, at least Valve tries their best to make the platform good. Valve does, as a private company, trying to make cool, interesting hardware, even if that's overpriced.
What? Holy fuck, man. That's his cope. That's his fucking cope. I'm gonna buy from Valve instead of PlayStation because they make lay heckin' cool hardware. Holy... So does fucking Sony, dipshit. What do you think the PlayStation 5 is? Oh my god, man. This is like so retarded.
As well, there just isn't an advantage if you're not going to make a PlayStation with PlayStation exclusives. Why care about the PlayStation 6?
Does Valve make fucking Valve exclusives? I mean, maybe like once every 10 years.
Honestly, if we're being really rude, why care about the
Like,
PS?
yeah, this is such a cope, bro. This is such a cope. You know, I'm gonna leave the one platform that's going digital only to the other platform that's already been digital only for 20 years. Like, come on, man. Like, this is a massive cope. This is why I don't understand the moral fanooking. Like, you know, just come out and say, like, yeah, it sucks. I don't like that they're getting rid of digital games. Or, like, then to act like one digital platform is the morally superior one compared to the other. It's just, it's retarded.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
I don't think we need a PlayStation 6 until at least 2030 or a new Xbox because there's so many incredible games that run at 60 FPS. Their current consoles are as powerful, just already the developers need to learn how to optimize their games. And I have to admit that...
Well, developers don't actually develop their own games anymore is the problem.
Right? Resident Evil Requiem looked absolutely insane. Death Stranding 2...
I love this screenshot from Final Fantasy Rebirth. That's like probably one of the best scenes in the game.
Still some of the best graphics we've ever seen. Fully optimized. Crazy gorgeous. And I guess my frame of mind is, okay, do these games feel held back? Do these games feel lacking? Do these games feel incomplete? Of course not, right?
There's very few pre-rendered cutscenes in Rebirth, but when they do show up, they look so good, man. You know, it does in some sense make me yearn for maybe, possibly, a redo of Advent Children. Like if they completely redid the movie with like modern visuals and CGI, that shit would probably look really nice.
Genuinely the worst generation by far. I remember this generation being marketed as 4K 60 FPS, and now, of course, we're getting a lot of talks about games not coming anywhere near it. Valve apparently, after they released the Steam Machine, now they're having to change it. So, oh, actually, it's not really 4K 60 FPS, or even a lot of stuff of like now. There's a lot of talks that, unfortunately, GTA 6 very likely going to run at 30 FPS. But here's the other part of it, right? Physical disc production ending in January 2028. Now, a lot of people are also taking this as a sign that this is the release date for the PlayStation 6, that they're going to end the physical development of games while they're basically rolling out a new console that doesn't have a disc drive. And with that, physical backwards compatibility, the pathway on PlayStation has come to an end. Your physical PS4 and PS5 library serves no role on the PlayStation 6. The all-digital future was expected, but not many expected it this soon. The $1,000 price tag for the PlayStation 6 is...
Let's see, Raymond with the 2, GOG exists, and every game on GOG has no DRM. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. The only problem with GOG is they don't have very many games on there, but yeah, it is a nice feature of it. And Doom Studios with the 249. Dreamy scared saying RIP PlayStation in his thumbnail. I know, dude. Why doesn't he come on screen with his PlayStation shirt and rip that bitch in half, you know?
Keep that same energy.
Now that's what we want to see. You know, put those newly gained muscles to good work there, Dreamy. And West with the 10, even when the PC version of GTA 6, you'd have to be lucky to even run it at 60 or 30 FPS without your PC bursting into flames. Like you said, Rockstar is all about graphics and not performance. Exactly. It'll be a shock if that game runs at a stable 30 FPS on console. Like, I would genuinely be surprised. So, I mean, they still haven't, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they still haven't even put out a next generation patch for Red Dead Redemption 2 yet. And it's 6 years into the generation. So, yeah. Rockstar has zero interest in actually optimizing their games. It's all about how good it looks and nothing else. I sort of get the PC argument since there are more options, free online mods, and the ability to play. Yeah, I mean, it's a point, but if your main gripe is the non-existence of physical media, then it's kind of retarded to say, well, if I can't buy physical media, then I'm gonna go to a digital-only platform. Haha, take that. It's just, it's kind of, you know, counterintuitive, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I definitely think PC is a better place to have a digital library compared to PlayStation, so agreed.
It's now less appealing than it already was. You know, a question I kind of have is, like, what happens if the PlayStation 6 is like $1,200 and doesn't even come with, like, power cables, or it doesn't even come with a controller, right? There is a chance. Let's be honest. At this point, I am super underestimating how bad this is going to be, right? I'm aiming at the floor, and it's still going to ricochet and be worse than I could ever imagine. PlayStation 6 will not have a disc drive. It'll be entirely a digital console, and I imagine that Xbox will follow suit. Game ownership will soon be a thing of the past. I'd say vote with your wallet, but the reality is that it won't matter. It's a tragedy. And this is an interesting point, right? Is that really it's being forced upon us. It's that, okay, people are spending a lot of money digitally, but now it's not like you have an option.
I mean, you don't have to buy new games. Just buy old games. Go and buy the tens of thousands of physical games that have released over the past 40 years across various retro systems. Like, nobody's making you go out and buy new games. You know, there's no obligation that exists to go out and purchase every new game that releases. Go out and buy, you know, old physical games for the systems you already own.
Like, it's just taken from you. Everything is just going to be digital, and now all sales are digital. I mean, 100% of the market is digital when there is no other option. God, look at that. I won't be buying the PlayStation 6 if it doesn't support physical games. Future digital library is up in the air. Closed garden digital means no incentive to push deals. Preservation of titles becomes questionable, and the games will not get cheaper with this move. There's literally no benefit to the consumer in removing the physical, and that's right. There's no benefit to the consumer. It's all the money going back to Sony headquarters. Now, closed garden, or what a lot of people call the walled garden approach, is something that Sony really got famous for during the PlayStation 4 era. During this, basically PlayStation started to really crank out games, right? Tons and tons of stuff. Here's Uncharted 4, here's this, here's that. Here's Shadow of the Colossus remake. Now we're working with Bluepoint for this. That was a huge, huge, huge deal. Their whole idea was that we're going to be this separate ecosystem. If you want to play our games, you have to have our system, you have to come to our place, you have to pay our price tag. But they also did something that this closed ecosystem was actually very beneficial. They basically said, all right, we're going to make everything as cheap as possible, as accessible as possible, and as fun as possible, so you're excited to come play with us, right? We're going to make it where it feels great to come to PlayStation. But as this really skyrocketed, I mean, it absolutely worked as an experiment. PlayStation got worse and worse about it. Less sales, less games, less DLC. Just basically, all right, the higher those walls got, now you're trapped. Even if you don't like it, well, too bad. You're on the platform. I own like 1,300 games, I think, on my PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. Maybe it's a little bit under that. Maybe like 12.
Digitally or physically?
100, but my point is the fact that that whole...
How do you own those games, Dreamcast guy? Are those digital games or are those physical games? I'm curious.
Digital library, I'm going to keep playing on PlayStation. I don't really...
Oh, it is a digital... So there we go, man. And there we have it. Yikes. Self-admittedly spent money on 1,200 digital PlayStation games. Why is physical media going away, guys? Maybe because you and everybody else are buying their games digitally now? It's just, again, I understand people who want to say, like, it's bullshit. Like, you know, they should offer you the option. Sure. But to act like you're going to boycott or, you know, act like this is a step too far, like this is inexcusable, and all this other shit, when you actively participated in the decline of gaming, it's like, okay, well, there you go. You're part of the problem, too. It'd be like if I was out here saying, an all-digital future is unacceptable. Anyone who supports this should be immediately ostracized from the gaming community. And then I flash my fucking 600 digital games on Steam. Like, it'd be hypocritical as shit. Because I'm part of the problem. I buy most of my stuff digital, too. Like, yeah, the writing's been on the wall for a while. Yeah, it's shitty. Again, the option should exist. But, again, the blame lies with us at the end of the day because we're the ones who all bought digital shit, so... Yeah, he's pretending like he's not going to buy the PS6 when he'll be in line day one to pick that shit up.
We have a choice, right? If I want to access those libraries, I mean, but I'll admit that this is the kind of stuff where it's hard not to start side-eyeing my gaming PC. I already have a really good, like, gaming PC. Maybe I should just start gaming on it more. The fun of, like, console gaming is how accessible it is, how popular it is, how big it is. It's cool that it has this separate group. Whereas now, at this point, you may as well go PC, right?
What? None of what he just described has anything to do with physical media, by the way. None of those benefits of console gaming or appeals of console gaming that he just mentioned have a single thing to do with physical media. Just wanting to point that out.
No physical games, $80 looming, 5 to 7 year development cycle, deeply uninspired lineup for the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 6 isn't even revealed yet, and it already feels like it is completely effed. Oh my gosh, look at this. This tweet has 10,000 likes. Let me refresh this. It got 10,000 likes in the time it took me to set up my camera. My gosh. I'm so happy I built in my bloated gaming backlog, trying to save up for a PC instead. Everybody, like, they offered exactly 0 reasons to buy one over a PC. All this to appease shareholders, the very ones that said, leave it to the line that drops. Look at that. Genuinely hope the game industry crashes. We need a reset. Look at that. Man, I am super blown away because it does feel like PlayStation's offer originally was, hey, the best place to play. Hey, come check out all of our cool exclusives. But if they're not making games, the PC experience is objectively better. You can pick your controller of choice. You can customize it. You can mod it. You can make offline private servers, or if you're doing modded Minecraft and stuff, there's a lot of abilities of customization and graphical options and a lot of extra depth. And now the games are also gonna be cheaper. I don't know. It's that thing where it's weird to think about the fact that as a guy that has always thought gaming on PC was cool, I always liked gaming on console because it's just so automatic and easy, you know?
That doesn't change with digital games, though. Like, literally nothing changes. How you get... This is what I mean. Like, all of the perks he's talking about of console gaming don't even change as a result of this. The, like, user experience is only being changed in the sense that you no longer have to get up and switch a disc. That's it. The same ease of use is there, and arguably even more so, with a digital-only console.
And I'll have to do driver updates and stuff, but at this point, it might be worth that, like, 2% more work to get an experience that's 50% better. This is much sooner than...
Are you sure it's not 45%?
I expected, and a blow for those of us who prefer the physical. Entitlement, not ownership, is here to stay. Now, this is, again, obviously MVG, this guy, the king of YouTube. This dude does all sorts of interesting stuff about modding and emulators and all sorts of stuff, right? Also, he is a game developer himself. And this is a great type, right? Entitlement, not ownership. Basically saying that from now on, you only have access to their digital content. You're allowed to have this digital library as long as they decree it. Recently, there was this big article that there were 500 movies taken off the PlayStation Store, and you didn't get a refund. And this included some really big stuff like Terminator 2, one of these stupid acquisitions and mergers on the industry side. Basically, there was like a company that's like, oh, we own all these movies now. We're going to take them off PlayStation. And everybody that had that, who had bought that, it's just gone. 500 big AAA movies gone. Sorry, you just don't get to have access to it anymore. So, let's sum things up recently with PlayStation. Increases the price of the PlayStation 5, removed 500 movies and
that sounds like Sony's video game lineup, AAA movies.
TV shows. Still want to focus on live service games, the whole generation, even as they fail over and over again. Close Bluepoint Games, stop disc production. What a joke. 20,000 likes. Oh my gosh. It's just how to ruin your reputation speedrun. It's just... so many back-to-back appallingly bad decisions just doesn't even make sense to me, if I'm being honest, right? I just don't understand what the gain is. This is the final nail in the coffin to be done.
No, discs do not stay, like, okay, now. Discs do not save storage. Because Blu-ray discs, the read speed is too slow in order to run media natively off the disc. Even if only half the game is on the disc, and then you have to download the other half, the full file size will be transferred to your console and or hard drive. So if you have 100 gigs on a disc, that 100 gigs gets put onto the console. Because it has to run off of the internal storage, because disc read speed is way too slow on Blu-rays in order to actually play it natively off the disc. So it doesn't save any storage at all. It's the exact same file size, regardless if you play it on disc or if you download it from the PlayStation Store.
With PlayStation 6 is now directly confirmed to be an all-digital console, and no PSX games will come on a disc anyway. I love displaying my cases, but if it's no different than PC, I'll be moving from here. Now, this is the last tweet I saw. This is actually from John Lineman, obviously Digital Foundry. This guy, honestly, huge respect. Love John Lineman. This really feels like the end of traditional gaming. Consoles are less affordable, layoffs galore, and now physical media on PlayStation is dead. Really hard to feel any excitement for no consoles. Given this, I'm sure plenty don't care, but it matters a lot to me. And I guess that's the issue, right? It's that there is a finality to this generation, unfortunately. It does feel like PlayStation 6, in a lot of ways, feels like the end of PlayStation. It feels like the end of graphical advancement. It feels like the end of technology. Not that games will stop coming out. Not that games will stop even being good when they come out. It's more about the fact that at this point, there's nowhere left to go except down. I don't think anybody should get the PlayStation 6, and it feels weird to talk about it in such a bleak manner, to hate a console we haven't seen yet. But at this point, it's difficult to even imagine the PlayStation 6 being more than just a flat-out cash grab scam. Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below.
Yeah, a scam that you'll be there day one to buy like you're always there for. You know, Switch 2, scam, bought it day one. PS5 Pro, scam, bought it day one. Steam machine, scam, is going to buy it day one. Forgive me if I don't assign much value to your assessment.
If you could please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. God, what a disappointing ass day.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something...
Alright, we'll go ahead and pull this up real quick. The infamous scene. See, if Dreamcast guy was gonna
Keep that same energy.
he would have pulled out the PlayStation shirt and we would have gotten another epic moment like this.
Real women are having their
Real women, yeah, not the ones with penises.
lives ruined by crappy managers who aren't even... I'm so mad right now. I'm so mad because I feel like in some way I tacitly... My money went to this. This stupid...
Just a reminder, almost immediately after making this video, he got a Diablo tattoo. He really stuck it to Activision Blizzard, guys.
t-shirt that I bought is fucking part of this... Excuse my cussing. This t-shirt also goes... This money also goes to a company that just doesn't care about women. And now people are talking about...
They don't care about women. Dude, I wish more game companies didn't care about women, to be honest.
Doing a boycott of coverage.
Oh, how wonderful the industry would be.
Gaming outlets are now talking about basically just not talking about. Prima Games is saying that they're going to put a hard pause on it. Game Explain has said they're not going to be talking about Activision games or Blizzard.
Yeah, well, that was a lie. All these companies that virtue signaled over that fake lawsuit completely walked that shit back immediately. Dreamcast guy tattooed himself quite literally with the mark of the beast, getting a Diablo 4 tattoo on his forearm, and all these media outlets went immediately back to covering Activision Blizzard games. So, you know, once again,
Keep that same energy.
it's impossible for him, man. Truly. Let's see. Jesus Christ with the 2. Crucifixion was a success. They totally nailed it. And 10 more code, the 279 GTA 6 scam. We'll play it day one. I know what happened to no game is worth $80. Digital only gaming is the death of the industry.
Unless it's GTA 6, dude.
Then it's A-OK. Let's see. Here it is. We'll see what MBG has to
Guys,
say.
we need to send a message to Sony PlayStation.
Is that really how it started?
Guys, we need to send a message.
Guys, we need to send a message to Sony PlayStation.
To Sony PlayStation right now. Literally right now. The window is rapidly closing. We cannot let them get away with this.
We gotta rise up, gamers.
No, I'm being a little bit dramatic right now, but the reason for that is because
You can really hear the emotion in my voice.
Sony came out today and announced that starting January 2028, which is basically around the time when next gen is launching with the PlayStation 6, they will be ending physical discs. There will be no more physical PlayStation games produced. Do you understand why
Yeah, we need to start burning crosses out front of PlayStation HQ.
I'm saying we need to push back
Grab your bed sheets, boys.
against this right now? Because if we
We've got a gaming PlayStation platform to save.
don't, if Sony is able to get away with this, it is over. I understand that so many people buy their games digitally now. I understand that if you're somebody who only buys games digitally on PlayStation, you're probably thinking, well, this
How Griffin sounds to Foids? Bro, I don't talk to women. What the fuck are you talking about? Women don't hear me.
doesn't affect me. This isn't bad for me, but please understand this. When physical goes away, and I mean truly goes away, that's what you need to understand about this. Sony is letting you know the PlayStation 5 generation is the last generation you will be able to buy physical media for your video games on this platform. We already
it's over.
know Microsoft is doing it, and Nintendo, they're going down the same path. We are
Not really.
at this point where if Sony gets away with
Nintendo provided the absolute perfect middle ground with game key cards. So I would argue the complete opposite. Nintendo actually made a move that prevented all digital from becoming a thing on their platform. Because if third parties don't want to put their shit on a cartridge because of how much it costs to produce that cartridge, they would have just released the games as digital-only titles anyway. So if anything, key cards are quite literally saving the last semblance of physical gaming on the Switch 2.
this, from that point forward, it's over. Like, physical, you know how today you can still buy physical media for music, for TV, for movies,
Not really.
even, books.
You can buy some of it, but not much.
Video games, they're removing it, guys. They're cutting that out. They're snuffing that out. They're making it so that you won't be able to have access to this stuff in a physical format anymore. Okay? New games beyond January 2028. We need to raise hell. We need to let Sony know we're not buying the PlayStation 6 because of this. We're not going to support the direction you're going in because we know what you're trying to do, removing options, making it so you will never own content. I want you guys to understand that this was just announced literally the day after we heard that Sony's literally deleting 551 movies. So if you bought these movies digitally, you don't actually own them. They're gone. Literally, they're gone. You no longer have access to them. They're removed from your library because of a licensing agreement with the company that owns the rights to all these films. That's the future you're looking at. That's the future.
Yeah, but that's a different licensing structure than video games, so yes and no. I mean, it's not a one-to-one comparison, but sure, that is, I guess, somewhat concerning. PlayStation is not the only one that's run into this particular problem with movies in the past. Amazon's also had this problem. Apple's also had this problem. So the movie and TV industry is a lot older than gaming, so there's a lot of weird loopholes with licensing that exist. That is not the case for gaming, generally speaking.
Sure. And I understand that so many people are not going to care about this because, truthfully, there are a lot of people who don't care about the idea of ownership.
Either subscribe,
They're
donate,
okay with the
or get
idea of
fuck
paying
out.
$70, $80, $90, $100 for a game digitally and, you know, accepting, yeah, I don't own that. I'm just paying to have the license temporarily. And if this company decides they want to strip that for me for whatever reason, you know, you have to sign these EULAs. You have to agree to them every time you want to, you know, partake in the PlayStation ecosystem or any of these ecosystems. One of the things you're agreeing to is if they decide they want to take that from you, they're allowed to, and you can do nothing about it. Because you're giving them permission. You're saying that's okay. I'm not trying to be overly dramatic here, but the blatant disregard, the blatant disrespect that Sony is showing their core fans who have cared deeply about physical games for over 30 years is despicable. I genuinely am shocked to read this because I was like,
I don't know why people are shocked, bro. Sony hasn't given a fuck about you for the past, probably, what, 10 years now? Ever since the Xbox One flopped as hard as it did. Sony's been on a fuck you tour ever since. You just haven't been awake to see it.
Surely they're going to allow you the privilege to be able to buy a disc drive separately like they did with the PS5 Pro for the PS6. Surely at the very least, AAA games, most AAA games will continue to get physical releases, right? Surely there will be, even if Sony doesn't want to do it and most publishers don't want to do it, there will be the opportunity for the middleman to come in, you know, these other companies and say, hey, we'll do it. But they're removing that by doing this. This is what we need to understand. They're killing it. They're literally killing it. And if we just let it happen, that's it.
It will happen, though. That's the thing. They're not going to reverse this. So Sony, at this point, has probably done like 100 focus group studies, you know, tons of market research, etc. Like, you don't make an announcement this big and then just walk it the fuck back. Like, this was highly coordinated and planned ahead of time. They're probably not going to back down from this. The facts are probably on their side to the point where even if everyone who bought physical media stopped, the amount of money they would make by only having digital sales moving forward would far surpass any potential lost revenue from these people dropping off. So that's the reality of the situation. They probably did scenario analysis of, like, you know, okay, here's what it looks like if everyone who buys physical no longer buys any games from us moving forward, and here's what it looks like if the only option is digital games. And I guarantee you the digital only far outweighed the split, I guess, distribution model revenue-wise.
Years and years will go by, decades will go by, and we'll look back and it's going to be like, yeah, remember when there was a thing called physical games between the PlayStation 1 and the PlayStation 5? Remember that? Man, that sucks. Haven't had that for a long time, and it's never coming back. I can't believe it, man. Like, I know there's always been this idea that, oh, gaming's gonna go digital only, and I've always tried to tell people you don't want that. Digital only? Having the option, even that being the dominant preferred option, fine. But only a digital only future? Do you understand what that means? Do you actually understand what that means?
Yes.
Again,
it's just like using Steam.
Said it earlier, I'm going to say it again. You can buy physical CDs, vinyl. You can buy your music physically and own it if you want to. Same with movies, same with TV shows.
Not in every instance, though. That's not entirely true. There's plenty of TV shows and movies you can't buy physically.
In the future, if Sony is allowed to go through with this, You already know Microsoft's there, Nintendo's going to follow. You won't have that. That no one will. Literally no one. It's being stripped from you. We cannot let Sony just force this through, man. This is the worst decision I've ever seen them make, and I've been witnessing them make some questionable and just straight up dumb decisions. This is by far and away the most egregious. This is the biggest slap to the face to the PlayStation community that I've ever seen. And even if you are a digital buyer, you better believe Sony is slapping you right now. They are slapping you.
Whoa, mama.
Don't fall in line with this, man. I'm telling you, you're going to regret it. It's going to be bad for everyone. Everyone. Don't fall in line and just let Sony say, hey, you know what?
Yeah, dude, Sony's taking out their big, meaty, girthy 10-incher and just slapping it across your face right now, dude. Just whacking it against each side of your cheek.
We're taking this option from you because we can. There's nothing you or anybody else can do about it. This is Sony letting you know just how arrogant they are. Just how above everyone and everything else they are. And don't get me wrong, they've done this in other areas, but this is, again, by far the most egregious. You let Sony go through with this, it's over. So
what do you mean what? Is he like Fed posting that someone should show up at PlayStation HQ and make them change their mind? Like, what does he mean if we let them? That's gonna happen, bro. 90+% of people already buy digital anyway. This is like a non-issue for the vast majority of the gaming crowd. PC has been digital for 2 decades. Like, yeah, it sucks. I agree. Removing the option is gay. I don't think anybody would argue differently, but this is not some we did it Reddit moment. We're going to change the gaming industry forever because, you know, we're going to convince Sony that, you know, digital's not the future. Like, I'm sorry, that's not realistic, so it's too far gone at this point. Let's see. Doom Studios with the 249. I doubt Sony will be bullied out of this decision. No, there's no way. They've already done way too much analysis. And, you know, probably focus groups and all sorts of shit. And in any case, whether people move to digital or not, they're probably going to make more money overall. And Snuggler Uxman with the 2. I'm definitely getting the PS6 on launch day. Fuck everyone. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, for the majority of PlayStation users, nobody actually cares about this. Vendetta with the 9 months. Hey, Griff, using a VPN will fix YouTube crashes. Like on the studio side or just in general? I don't have issues with YouTube crashing. I just have issues with the YouTube studio crashing because of the memory leak with the chat. And let's see.
I need somebody to touch my damn penis!
With the 5. People think it's some gotcha when they say, oh, shut up, you complain, but you're going to buy it anyway. Yes, and it's like nobody should complain. Nah, it's more so like this. If we let Sony get away with this, like, you know, they're basically calling for a boycott, but they have no intention of boycotting anything themselves. That's the issue. It's not the point of saying, hey, this is fucked up, you know, this shouldn't be the case. The issue is the moral finooking where they act like they're gonna take a stand because they're so principled and, you know, morally superior to everyone else, blah, 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 and then they end up buying it anyway. Even though they told everyone else it's a scam, don't pay money for it, you know, don't support Sony, blah, 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 and then they go out and buy it. So it's like, okay, so you just basically expelled a bunch of hot air for nothing. You're not putting your money where your mouth is. So that's more of the issue. And a lot of these guys complaining about this directly contributed to the problem. So again, I don't have an issue with people saying like they would prefer if Sony kept physical media. I would prefer if they kept it too. I don't think the option's a bad thing. But I would be hypocrite number one if I was out here saying an all-digital future is the end of gaming and that type of shit. Because it's like I've been buying digital games for years now. So I'm part of the problem. That's more so of what, you know, my issue is. I don't have an issue with people complaining about it. I think it's a valid point of critique.
I'm going to say right now is, as it stands, I don't think I'm buying the PlayStation 6. Sony, you can shove it. Your digital handheld, I'm good, bro. Like, you can't even respect your fans enough to say, you know what, we know that there's a percentage of people, it may not be a massive percentage, may not be a massive percentage, but there's an enthusiast group that have spent their, you know, decades supporting what we do, supporting physical media. I mean, like, backwards compatibility, now there's questions to that. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Why would there be questions to backwards compatibility? Backwards compatibility has no reliance on whether or not it's digital or physical, so that's a completely moot point. But anyway,
they say here on their blog, we'll continue to prioritize our resources to drive innovation and how players can access games and provide choices as to where players prefer to purchase new games, whether that's at retailers or PlayStation Store. What? You're literally telling us you're removing one of the biggest options from PlayStation starting January 2028, but you're going to end your blog post with that? Sony, you can take this and you can shove it up your ass. This is bullshit.
Sell your PS5 then.
This is absolute bullshit. So, I think I'm...
Again, it's like, you know, if this is where you want to draw the battle lines, stop buying anything on PlayStation. Cancel your subscriptions. Sell your console. Go buy your shit on Xbox or the Switch or on PC. Stop giving Sony money. But they're not going to. And that's the problem. This is all just hot air. We need to boycott Sony. We need to send a message. Okay, but are you actually going to?
I'm done, dude. Like, if this really is how Sony's going to play this going forward, where they're like...
It's like these motherfuckers that talk about how evil Disney is and, you know, how they need to go bankrupt and how it's Marxist propaganda, blah, blah, blah. And then they're first in line at the theater to go see the new fucking Marvel slop film so that they can make their hate watch review on YouTube. It's like, stop giving these fuckers money, you pieces of shit. Hate watching is just as profitable to Disney as you going to see it out of genuine interest. You dumb fuck. Like, stop financially supporting things that you claim are morally, you know, it's just, I don't know. I don't like moral fanooking, bro. If you're actually going to draw a fucking line in the sand, then you better fucking stay on that side of it. That's all I'm going to say. Otherwise, you just sound like a massive hypocrite.
Because again, I've sat here and it's like, okay, you're making mistakes with live service, you're raising your prices, you're selling the disc drive separately, all this stuff, you know? And oh, GTA 6 is now digital only. We're putting a code in a box. Is that what it's going to be? Is that what it's going to be? It's just going to be codes in a box now? No. I'm telling you guys, this is your only window of opportunity. This is it. This is the last chance you're going to have. I better see a bigger uproar than what we saw with Helldivers 2. People wanted to lose their minds and cause such a stink with that, which they should. But the point is, it proves Sony, if there's enough pressure applied, they will listen. They have no choice. Remember, we have the power. We are the consumer.
No, this is not requiring a PlayStation account on Helldivers 2, dude. This has, like, actual multi-billion-dollar ramifications. Like, they are probably shutting down their supply chain for physical disc production. They are now closing the printing facilities for PlayStation discs. This is not like some, oh yeah, dude, we're just gonna uncheck a box on the back-end code and revert that decision. Like, no. No. This has far more industry-wide, you know, ramifications than just changing the login requirements on an online game.
We have the power. They are nothing without us giving our money over to them. And I just really want to encourage people, let Sony know. We ain't giving you shit now.
Okay, then get rid of your PlayStation, cancel your subscription, and buy your games elsewhere.
Taking away one of the only things that gives us options, you know, that the secondhand market, people going out there and trying to find, you know, better deals on games and stuff, having actual ownership. They're letting you know they're taking that January 2028, the start of next gen. Well, I'm letting you know, Sony, I'm not giving you a dime. I'm good. I'll just stick.
Hold on, wait. Let's
stick with the PS5, my PS5 Pro.
I'm not giving you a dime. I'll just keep playing on my PS5 Pro and paying for online and buying games that come out on your platform so you get a 30% cut. That'll show you.
And you know what? I'll say this last thing too. Sony's already had so much pressure. We've been talking about, it's like, good luck, Sony, with next gen. Good luck with the PS6. You got to nail everything just right if you're going to convince people to buy these expensive-ass consoles that are coming out. Probably ridiculous price points that we've never seen before. Good luck. You're going to have to nail everything. And there's like a little bit of excitement where I'm like, surely Sony understands that, like, you're going to have to be on point and speaking to the core fans. And this is the first thing they announce. Like, hey, people who like to buy physical games and all of those fans of ours throughout the decades who've been collecting physical games, fuck you. That's the first thing we have to say going into next gen. Okay, well.
Yeah, but the people who collect physical games, especially for modern consoles, are such a minute portion of the overall market that you probably don't even register on Sony's radar. Like the dude who goes to 50 garage sales a week to buy a bunch of $3 PS4 physical copies, pre-owned, is not significant to Sony. In fact, they're a detriment to the brand, ironically enough. Because if you're only going out and buying pre-owned physical copies of games, Sony doesn't like you as a customer. Like, you're the exact problem that PlayStation would have with physical media. So, again, the industry's been trying to get rid of this shit for years. You know, PS3, they tried to get rid of physical media with the online pass system. You know, a lot of Sony's games towards the end of the PS3 generation had online passes that required you to spend an extra $10 in order to, like, access the online of a pre-owned game you bought from, like, GameStop. You know, PlayStation had the exact same DRM shit that Xbox had. They just got rid of it before they presented the PS4 because they saw how badly it went for Xbox when they announced it. So all of this DRM shit, always online, end of physical media stuff has been in the pipeline for a very, very long time. This has always been a thorn in the side of the industry. Platform holders hate it because pre-owned games don't give them a 30% cut of the game sale. And publishers hate it because they don't make any money from pre-owned games. So now 90% of people are buying their games digitally. Every single part of the industry, aside from a very small, you know, unimportant, frankly put, group of people who collect physical media, are the only ones who are resistant to this. Like, the brutal truth is you just don't matter. Like, that's the brutal, black-pilling truth in all of this. The people with their walls of virginity and massive physical game collection that they found thrifting and going to Goodwill and picking up at garage sales, like, those are not the customers that Sony wants because they don't make any money off of you. So, if anything, their opinion is the least important to Sony, ironically enough. Simply playing on the console is not enough for them. They don't care. So, that's the brutal truth in all this. And again, no one wants less options. You know, if it was up to me, I would still have the disk drive there because, you know, options are not a bad thing. But at the end of the day, man, the only people to blame for this trend taking place are gamers themselves. So if people didn't buy digital, we wouldn't be facing this problem. But, you know, this is supply and demand 101. And the demand just is not there for physical games for it to be a concern for Sony moving forward. So, I don't know, man. You know, it does suck, but if you're going to continue to give Sony money while drawing this line in the sand, you're not doing anything. You're just, you know, screaming into the void. So if you really want to incite some sort of change, then get rid of your PlayStation, stop playing games on PlayStation, stop paying for your monthly membership, and go buy your games elsewhere. Otherwise, you're just proving them right. That people will, you know, sit down, shut up, and keep giving them money. Doom Studios of the 249. Suffa PlayStation fanboys. Suffa, bish. That's right. You know, my precious Sony, my heckin' wholesome corpo frienderino. How could you betray me like this? I thought we had something special.
That's it. I'm going to be sticking with my PS5 Pro. And you know what? My only hope at this point is that there's enough pushback that Sony reverses course on this.
There won't be.
Last thing I'll say.
Because you're sticking with your PS5 Pro. Do you not see the problem with that? Yeah, dude, we're gonna totally stick it to Sony by continuing to buy and play on our PlayStations.
Do keep in mind, Sony tried to shut down the PlayStation 3 storefront at the beginning of the PS5 generation, starting 2020, 2021. Everybody lost their minds. And they were like, you know what? We're not doing that. And guess what? The PS3 store's still up. Now, they did announce, I think they're going to be shutting it down spring of 2027. But the point I'm trying to get at here is that that outcry, that pushback, made Sony go, you know what? We're not going to do that. If we can see that happen for things like the PS3 store going into the PS5 generation, for things like...
Again, the PS3 store is a much smaller ask than physical game production, though. Because you're not talking about, again, this is code versus, like, literal real estate. Sony literally has entire facilities and supply chains and employees who are dedicated to nothing other than making discs for the PlayStation 5. That is way harder to start up and shut down than turning off a digital storefront. Those are not even remotely comparable, you know, scenarios at all in terms of lift.
Helldivers 2 on PC with them requiring you to sign in to, you know, or create an account and stuff like that. Please tell me we can see that happen here with physical games. Please tell me. Or are we that far gone? I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah, the brutal truth is nothing's going to change in this regard. Yeah, look at this. Angry Joe's holding up a bunch of old-ass games, bro. PS3 games, Destiny 1, Battlefront 1. Like, this motherfucker hasn't bought a physical game in, like, over a decade. And he's like, oh my god, the end of physical media. Because you didn't even buy any, bruh. No shit. You're holding up a bunch of retro shit. You have nothing from the current generations. Of course they're getting rid of it. Look at what you have. Again, the very same people who complain about this shit are the problem themselves. If everybody kept buying physical games and not digital, then this wouldn't even be a conversation. But the fact of the matter is, people have shifted to digital distribution. It's been this way on PC for over 20 years. It was only a matter of time before console caught up. So yeah, it sucks. Ideally, it wouldn't be the case, but it is. And people like Angry Alejandro here are exactly the problem they claim to hate. You didn't feel the need to buy physical, but then surprise Pikachu face when it disappears. Wowie zowie, who could have foreseen? But yeah, we can watch it. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. Because I need to get ready to watch this dog shit. So give me 1 minute, I'll be back.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
All right, I'm back. Let's see, Griffin hot with the 2. What are we doing today? Just got here. Gay station news. And Dude Man with the 5. You're telling me the God of War Laundry Deluxe PS6 re-release will be digital only? There's nothing worth buying anyways. I agree. It's very easy to just skip the PS6 entirely. You didn't even wash your hands? I took a piss. Why would I wash my hands? Do you pee all over your hands when you go? Because I don't. I don't know, different cultures and shit. Blue Senshi with the 5. Just got back from Six Flags. It was fun. Spent the whole day there. Very nice, man. Glad to hear you had a nice time. And Raymond with the 5, just because Steam is more popular than GOG does not mean Steam is better. Since every GOG game is DRM free, you can make your own wall of virginity. I mean, I guess, but Steam is objectively better if we're just talking about software selection, so I don't know. I'd rather just buy everything from Steam, to be honest, because at least it's just a unified storage of all your games. I don't really like having a bunch of different launchers, personally, but... I should get a piss bottle? Well, you know, with this digital future, man, I don't think I can afford such luxuries. So, unfortunately, I think that's out of the question now. Alright, let's see. 1 second. Close out of this and that. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and watch Ass Blasted Alejandro.
You done fucked it up!
Again, all retro games he's holding up. Let's see some of those recent pickups, Joe.
You done
I had to think about what his real name was for a second.
fucked it up, Sony! Xbox, you know they're next! Guys!
Literally holding up 360 and original Xbox games and PS4 games from the beginning of the generation. Like, let's see some of those recent releases that you couldn't wait to pick up a physical copy of.
Worst fucking news ever!
Bruh, he had to pull out Drive Club. That's how fucking deep he had to dig to find a physical copy of a game. Fucking Drive Club and Metal Gear Survive. Holy fuck, man.
Worst fucking news ever. All this shit, I just grabbed random ones from my collection. I don't know if these are good or not. This is over with! It's over with!
No, not Redfall.
Redfall! It's in here somewhere. This is a classic, Joe. You remember that?
Yeah.
Redfall!
I have that one.
Guys, moment of silence for physical disc media. Sony fired the first shot publicly. Physical disc production ending in January 2028. for new games releasing on PlayStation
All
consoles.
right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Griffin High with a 5. I never bought this, and now they're no longer making it. How dare they? That is what these people are doing right now in this video. Exactly. You know for a fact, you know, Joe, again, I have to think of his actual name. All these PCs back here, man. Do you think he's buying physical copies for those machines? I don't think so.
No!
Pay full
No!
price.
Look, poorly aged things. Look at this. This wasn't that long ago!
This wasn't that long ago? Bro, it was fucking 13 years! What are we doing? That wasn't even that long ago, dude! It was only a decade and 3 years! That's it! Only 13 years ago, guys! Holy fuck! Really? Oh my god, man. Yeah, 3 presidential terms ago, and then some. Yeah, Obama was president when that shit was released.
This wasn't that long ago!
That's a coat, bro. He's like, I'm still young, guys. It wasn't that long ago. 13 years, that's nothing.
You own nothing! And you will like it!
This is exactly the definition of the goyim that I was talking about. These fucking retards conflate you will own nothing and be happy with consumer spending. Again, for the retards in the back, when Klaus Schwab says you will own nothing and be happy, it means houses, property, cars, businesses, financial assets, etc. Things of actual value, a means of production and wealth generation. What they want you to spend money on when they say you will own nothing and be happy is dog shit like video games, movies, Netflix, OnlyFans, Uber Eats, and Funko Pops. So when you say you'll own nothing and be happy, dude, they're taking our video games away. That is literally the exact opposite of what that term is supposed to fucking mean. You will own nothing and be happy literally refers to people like ass-blasted Alejandro here dumping all their money into consumer slop like fucking video games that have zero intrinsic value whatsoever. That is the definition of you will own nothing and be happy.
Pay full price.
And pay full price! Oh, does this mean our games are going down in price? We can negative $10, negative $20. You ain't got to deal with it. You got to make it in Mexico.
In the case of Nintendo, it did. Ironically enough.
Can't go. It doesn't have to go across state lines and tariffs and all this. Is it going to be cheaper now? No! It's going to be exactly the same fucking price. In fact, it's going to be more. Because they're going to sell you the bullshit skins. What a sad fucking day.
Yeah, Joe, let's see your extensive physical game collection. Let's see what a sad day it is for, you know, gamers like you and me. How many physical games will you not be able to purchase moving forward that you were totally going to buy anyway? You know, let's see this extensive collection, walls and walls of PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X titles that moving forward will no longer be available in a physical form factor.
Well, Joe, you can get the physical copy with the digital code inside. So you can get the case.
Ah! Gentlemen, it has been an honor. It has been an honor with you all. If you're old fucks and old farts like we are, this is it for us.
Griffin High with the 2. This is what being a redditor does to people. It's just artificial outrage, man.
Generation is over and done with. Everybody else from here on, these kids growing up, they will own nothing. They will license all their software, and then at a moment's notice, it will be taken from you. We literally just covered a story. Alex brought it up. The motherfucking on PlayStation Store. If you bought Terminator 2 and you bought all these movies, they're gone. You bought them, they're gone because the licensing expired. That is where we're fucking headed. That is where we're headed. You remember this shit? You remember this shit? They come with a little book. I remember the books. Alex, do you remember the book? We would flip through the instruction books and the manuals. And then we was like, wait, what happened to the instruction books? I just got a disc.
Dude, this shit is just so painfully unfunny. It really is. I have never understood the appeal of, you know, Angry Jose here, but this is just painfully unfunny. Ragnar with the 2. The YouTuber fake outrage is just annoying. Exactly. I guarantee you Joe buys every single fucking game on PC. Again, he had to go back to like the early PS4 days and original Xbox to find physical games that he actually owned. This motherfucker pulled out Drive Club and Battlefront 1 for the PS4 as examples of his physical media. So, this dude has probably not bought a physical game in close to a decade.
What's happening? Back when people cared, they wanted people to buy the video games. Video games were just starting out. They packed the thing with all these goodies and extras. And now you get nothing.
Where's my game?
A game redemption key. Joe, see if this
Where's
key
my
works.
game?
Where my games at? Where my games?
Yeah, Joe, where are your games at? Can we see this collection?
Here's the official, and this isn't just Sony, because I guarantee you Xbox is doing the very same thing. In fact, Project Helix is fully expected to be fully digital, not even including a disc drive. So, but it's just, you know, PlayStation that's kind of ushering this in. A terrible, terrible fucking series of news stories in the gaming industry.
No, PlayStation's not the one who ushered this in. Steam did over 20 years ago. Like, that's the thing, man. Digital only has been a thing on PC for decades at this point. Decades. Console has just been playing catch-up.
It's going to vastly change. GameStop must be freaking the fuck out right now.
Well, just buy eBay or do more meme stock shit. It'll be fine, dude.
Here's the official statement on Sony's website. In response to shifting trends in consumers' preference, new games will be released on the PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. Consumer preferences in the broader entertainment industry continue to shift away from physical discs to digital. We are old. We're dying out. Get rid of these old dinosaurs who put up resistance to, you know, all of these things that we do in the video game industry.
That's right, Joe. Put up that resistance. Let's see that massive PS5 collection, bud. You know, let's see how much of a resistance you've put up to the all-digital future. You know, put your money where your mouth is, bud. Let's see that massive physical gaming wall of all the PS5 games you own on disc instead of digitally. These guys are such fucking LARPers, bro. They really fucking are. I guarantee you Joe hasn't bought a physical fucking game on his PS5 outside of maybe a couple. Maybe a couple. We can grant him that. But do you really think Angry Joe is going out to fucking Walmart and picking up a physical copy of the new release? Of course fucking not. He's getting that shit on PC first, and if it's not on PC, he's going to download the digital copy on his PlayStation or Xbox. It's such a LARP.
And you're going to be left with people who are used to the clickers, used to the microtransactions, used to the you will own nothing, used to it's already, you know, there and you're paying for extra. Oh, physical disc production for all new games releasing on PlayStation consoles will continue to be will be discontinued starting January 28th. Following this date, new games will be available and in digital format only. This transition has no impacts on the games that are already released or releasing prior to January 2028 in disc format. We get one more fucking year. One more year. And not even that, because Grand Theft Auto has no physical edition, right? So a few games you don't even get to be like, okay, this is the last one, right?
Beyond Good and Evil 2
and maybe they'll put one out at last or afterwards or something.
2 copies.
This is a natural direction for Sony Interactive Entertainment to retain control of everything, to adapt to consumer trends as the general preference for digital media. It's all your fault. This is all y'all's fault. They're pushing the blame to y'all. This transition will enable us to align more closely with how most of our community prefers to access and play games today. Guys, I love my library. I need my library. If you live out in the boonies, you're fucked. If
he needs his library. What, your library on Steam?
If the internet goes down, which, you know, Steam regularly goes down for maintenance, you get...
Steam regularly goes down for maintenance? When? How regularly are we talking about?
DDoSed on PSN or Xbox Live. You're not fucking playing shit. And I always had the physical...
Oh, yeah, dude, and if a fucking asteroid strikes the face of the Earth and wipes out all humankind, you're not going to be playing video games either. You know, if we want to talk in hypothetical scenarios that rarely ever fucking occur, you know. Again, Joe, let's see this massive collection of physical media you've accumulated over the years. Like, I would love to see all the physical PS5 games you have. It'd be really intriguing to see what a YouTuber of your caliber has accumulated in terms of this physical library you care so deeply about.
This to fall back on. That is not going to be the future. The future is grim and shitty. We'll continue to prioritize our resources to drive innovation in how players can access games. Subscription models from now on for all games. Live services for everyone. And provide choices as to where players...
Dude, this guy in the back, like, I don't know, maybe he does agree with Joe, but he just looks like he's so over it all, man.
Prefer to purchase new games, whether
he's like, I'm fucking 40, bro. What am I doing here?
It's at retailers or on the PlayStation Store. You know they want it on the PlayStation Store only, so that they can control all the profits. We remain committed to delivering world-class gaming.
He just looks so done, bro.
Experience to our fans, and we thank you for your continued support.
Oh my God, man.
Guys, this is really, really disappointing news. Now, it's not like none of us saw this coming. We all saw it coming.
Okay, then why are you so perturbed there, Pedro? Like, why are you so shocked, then? Why is this such an outrageous turn of events? If we all knew it was coming, I don't know.
I read this morning, and everyone's like, oh, this is big news. It's like, this has been happening for a decade now. Half the time you buy one of these...
It's been happening for over a decade, if you've been paying attention.
Things, and it does have a disc in it, you put the disc in, and you immediately start downloading anyway. These discs have mostly been useless for a long time. And I don't agree with it. The thing I own the most of is books, so I love having the physical copies of things. I don't want a Kindle. I don't want any of that shit. And I like these. And so it's sad, but I've been sad about this for a decade
Look
now.
how much I use that disc. That shit was fucking scratched off. Did I get this from GameStop? Probably got this from GameStop.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's...
And my booklet! Look at that booklet, Joe!
Oh my God, dude!
Back in the day.
It saves them money, and they don't want you. They don't want you doing the thing where, like, the classic video that he showed the thumbnail for is, you want to know how you share games on PS4? And then he hands they don't want you doing that anymore.
Well, you know now, I'm just gonna be like, arr.
Yo
Yo,
Joe.
I was like, oh man, it'd be a great moment for Xbox to come and be like, hey, make this meme, Xbox. Announce a disk drive.
I never would have been one to assume that he would be prone to theft.
For the original, so that we can last one more generation. They're not going to do it.
No one buys Xboxes.
They're not going to
anyway.
do it. Right, exactly.
If
you want something...
It's going to be $1,200.
If you want something that, you know, unique for your thing, then there. Xbox is working on disc-to-digital feature that will allow players to get digital copies of their physical games. So it's like big trade-in policy, I guess, in the future. I love this. I love it.
Again, I want to see this massive library that, you know, Alejandro here has amassed for his PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. I think it'd be fascinating to see the physical archives of such a prestigious YouTuber. Surely it must be, you know, unrivaled. And not only its curative quality, but also the quantity, man. Like, come on. This is like one of the best curators of gaming takes on the internet, so obviously he's got to have a collection to match, right? Let's see, Vendetta with the 2. I haven't tried with Studio, but VPN fixes crashes. Yeah, I don't have any issues with crashes like using YouTube, so I don't know. It's specifically a memory leak issue, so I don't know if a VPN would have anything to do with that. Darylzone with the 5. People who can't live without video games are pathetic losers. No, dude. Video games are heckin' based. They're the only reason I'm alive.
PlayStation's new slogan. Play at limits. I will miss you. This is mainly a celebration.
Oh, you're not
of
getting that
game
back, by
discs.
the way. I have OJ's Bloodborne disc. He's never getting it back. That is at my house.
Awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And Vendetta with the 5, no harm trying. I figured out it crashes while watching YouTube live chat would be the first to crash, and live playback would constantly buffer. Hope it helps. Appreciate it, man.
You know, it just sucks that you own a disc, you own it forever. Nope. And you know, obviously, and if you keep your old consoles, you keep the connectors, you can play that shit till the end of time. That age is over with, and we're dying out with it. I'm happy that I lived that age though, and not this age, because again, you know, games will probably live lives for 2 years, 3 years, or less, get shut down, never be available online again. Licensing deals will create the subgenre of games that will show up and disappear. It's just crazy, man. Renting a fucking license until the servers shut down, and it's the end of an era.
Joe, why don't you show off your physical game collection? If it's such a massive concern to you, why don't we see your physical game collection from this generation? You know, I would love to see someone who is so heavily invested in preserving physical media show off their just immense physical game collection, because obviously it's of such importance to you to have game preservation that surely you have purchased everything physically. But yeah, this is another trend that I noticed, man. Look, PS2, PS3, no PS4, no PS5. So, yeah. Why would Sony care? Like, this person doesn't even buy current gen games physically. So what exactly are they complaining about? Again, there's a lot of that going on, which is kind of funny. It's like a self-admission of like, oh yeah, I don't even care about this thing, but I'm going to pretend I do.
You won't have this anymore. You won't have that anymore.
I need to buy a USB CD-ROM drive so bad. I've got all my old CD-ROMs from the 90s, from the 1900s.
This is literally what's happening right now in gaming. It's sad. Again, we're not saying that, you know, this is something that, you know, was unexpected, because everybody... I don't want a digital download code.
I hope everyone has seen
careful.
that movie. That is a good movie.
Yes. It's a really good movie. It's called Falling Down. You need to see it, and, you know,
As
every
you get
employee
older,
at McDonald's knows about
Some
that.
of those resonate.
The end of an era, guys. I just wanted to cover the news with you and basically scream, cry, embrace each other, bros, old farts, because it truly is. But as Alex said, this has been something that's happening for a long time, but just to hear the companies talk about it now makes it real, makes it official, and it's coming. So it's not just Sony, Nintendo, fucking Xbox is following suit, and the Rest in Peace Physical Games 2028. Damn, 1995, that's CDs, I guess, but no, because you put physical shit on floppies. We got floppies.
There were a lot of physical games before 1995. I don't know what little kid made that, but you're a fucking child. Because
that's when he was born.
Yeah,
Alex,
it's
okay?
it's like I've had physical copies of games for like
Wait a
way
minute.
before that, 10 years before that. Stop
Oh
it.
my god.
They're gonna be selling empty boxes in stores.
No,
now.
it's gonna be a little piece of paper. Like you go to
Griffin High with the 2, the Super Nintendo 64 had all the games on digitally. What is the Super Nintendo 64? I haven't heard of that. Is that like some Nintendo re-release or something? And Tim Marco, the 279, everyone in that room looks tired of YouTube. Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't imagine, like, LARPing to care about shit like that, to be completely honest. Like, you know for a fact these motherfuckers don't buy physical games. Like, we're supposed to believe that Angry Joe has this massive fucking, like, gaming machine behind him, PC-wise. And he's crying over not being able to put a heckin' disc in a console. Like, yeah, bullshit.
GameStop and you're like, hey, what Nintendo Switch 2 games do you have? And they're little pieces of paper. You don't even get the box.
You don't get the sticker.
Oh my god, dude, it's a somewhat recent game.
Get anything.
Like I said, there's maybe a few that he did buy.
You won't get
But
this.
again, I want to see this massive collection.
This is what you'll get.
I think that's like 3 or 4 years old.
And then put in your code.
So at least
And
it's
then
newer than Destiny 1
you throw this away.
or Drive Club.
That's how you do it. That's how it is in these days. It sucks.
You know, it's smart for them to release this bad. We've had an ultimate week of bad news. There's probably more bad news coming in gaming this week, and so they're just trying to get everything out all at once.
Yeah.
That game came out in 2020. Okay, so it's 6 years old. Sorry, my bad.
What does this allow them to do, Alex? It allows them to no longer will be that used market. You can't vote with your wallet, refuse to support a company. You can't go to the secondhand used store, grab a fucking disc from there. Disc sharing. Joe comes over, man, that game's badass. Joe, you need to check this game out. You know, take it home.
I'll have to wait for it to sell.
Those days are over with.
So when they come for the books, then we riot. Or then I riot. Me and all the other
Books?
old people. Well, because they keep trying to, you know, some of these publishers are talking about wanting to do digital-only releases for some of these. It's like,
Is that how you get the Warhammer smut?
oh, yeah. Oh, there's a new Warhammer smut one I have to send you.
Bet.
It's
Yeah,
sad.
yeah.
But, I mean, honestly,
CDs and books.
we've been outvoted by the youngins for 10, 15 years. The youngins want
It's not even the youngins, bro. I guarantee you Joe buys more digital games. This is the irony of this entire situation. Is the same people who, you know, preach the loudest about preserving physical media probably are the ones who buy the most digital anyway.
The youngins want clickers.
Yes.
They want unfinished games that you have to day one patch that have made CDs and DVDs and whatever comes in the box.
I'd argue it's the only thing they grew up with.
Well,
they don't know any better. They don't know how it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know stuff when you're young, but you typically learn from other people, and they just...
The Zoomers don't even buy games, PK. The Zoomers are on fucking Fortnite and Roblox. They're not even out there buying these new release games. So no, it's the old farts like me and older who are the ones that are buying everything digital because we have money and we just don't care. Like a $70 price for a video game is not an investment for someone who has a job. So when you get to a certain point, you're just like, dude, I just want to play this game. I'm going to buy it digitally. So... if anything, it's the older gamers that are driving the digital shift because, you know, they're the only ones who are buying games in the first place. Zoomers and Gen Alpha play the same live service shit or free-to-play crap, and they don't actually go out and spend $70 on games.
This was coming. I was hoping that it would be one more generation. Give me one more generation. But the thing is, with all of the high console prices, I saw a news story that says Sony will not sell the PlayStation 6 at a loss. They're aware of rising costs. So I'm actually thinking Sony's put the brakes on a PlayStation 6 for right now. I think the news story was it would take like $956 for the components right there to build a PlayStation 6 as they want to now. And that's not with any markup. That's like at cost. They're not fucking doing it right now. I think the next generation has been delayed.
Well,
or will be.
They can't get rid of the drive either, right? Because they make all of the Blu-ray money. Like, they own Blu-ray, and that's...
Yeah, wait a minute. They're shooting themselves.
So it's like
Well,
they
that's
can't...
what the picture was doing.
They can't do
Right.
digital-only play... I mean, a lot of people bought a PlayStation just, you know, as a Blu-ray player.
This announced after deleting hundreds of movies over.
If anything, if you not a LARPer, Griff, don't buy any digital? What? I've been buying digital for the better part of like 10 years now. I'm not one of these people that's resistant to an all-digital future, personally. So, I've pretty much only bought digital ever since I got my PC. Actually, ever since I went off to college, because I didn't have room for a bunch of physical games.
500 purchased movies.
Yeah, I'm a fan of digital, personally. Like, could you imagine having to keep up with 700 fucking individual discs? Like, that sounds like hell, bro. I don't want a physical copy of every single one of these games. I have nowhere to put them. Digital is so much more convenient. Like, I'd have to dedicate an entire fucking room in my future house to house all of these fucking games if every single one of them was digital. Like, that's just fucking insane. Like, no, digital is extremely convenient. I like digital. I'm not a digital bad type of guy. I think it has its merits, just like, you know, physical has its merits. Ideally, both would be an option. But I am not one of these people that's like, oh, digital gaming is terrible. Like, I couldn't imagine having to deal with all these fucking games physically. So, yeah, I'm not one of those types at all. I like digital gaming.
Terminator 2, Rambo, Apocalypse Now, Hot Fuzz, Moonlight. After licensing deal, and you don't think that's gonna happen to games? Eventually, that shit is gonna happen to games. It already happens to games. There's already games that get delisted from Steam all the time. So, cope with this. Reviews are gonna be even more important now for games.
Fuck
So
yeah, they
hopefully, you know, you guys check out reviews online before spending your hard-earned money, because each game.
Make
is
sure
a
to watch my
goddamn
channel,
fucking,
guys.
You know, they're so expensive. You used to be able to buy multiple games in a week. Hell no, you've got to fucking figure.
You used to be able to buy multiple games in a week? Joe, video games used to be more expensive than they are right now. You know, a $50 game in 2000 is about the equivalent of $100 today. So, if anything, you can buy more games in a week than you could back in the day.
Out which one is truly worth your money. I do love the rise of indies and reasonably priced games in the indie realm. We've seen $6 games, we've seen all these really fun things that's happening. So we just need to spread the word of all that and get that going. But yeah, bummer.
How soon before Xbox is the same thing?
Don't
6
assume
months?
don't assume that, you know, that discs are going to continue some otherwhere or some other, you know, oh, I'm going to Xbox now or I'm going to Nintendo. Like, cartridges, the digital shit, remember, is the same thing. It's going to be the same thing everywhere. No more gaming offline, just checking nanny state. I was able, remember when we went to Xbox and I was like, hey, can't you just flip the switch?
I remember.
Major Nelson flipped the switch. They were wanting to do it way back then. They were wanting to do it way back then, and now Sony is the one, and then they were clowning on Xbox for it. And now they're the ones that are ushering it in. You will own nothing, and you will fucking like it.
That's right, dude. They were totally talking about video games when they said that, and not property and businesses.
That era is over. May we all remember it fondly.
90 IQ on full display.
Thank you, guys. Tell me, what is your most valued disc? What disc do you use that has tons and tons of scratches? You know what's so fucking cool is there's games like this that you can't fucking get. Like if it, you know, you know this and I used to get games in Japanese and then go online and then figure out and learn a little bit of Japanese so that I can play some really fucking cool games and shit and then get converters and things. That era's over with, because if it ain't available in your region, then you're locked off from that code. I guess VPNs and all that is going to be way more relevant. And then there's going to be this war between, you know, VPNs and you know, where you're at and region locks and pricing and shit. Might be time for the old yo ho ho ho. If you know what I mean, matey, with some of these pieces of shit. Because, yeah, prices have gone up, quality has gone down, at least in the AAA realm. Now, there are exceptions here and there, but I just had to let out, you know, a wave of emotion over this. I'm a gamer. I'm always going to be a gamer. I'm going to continue playing. Everything is on Steam. We have hundreds of games on Steam. So
There we have it, guys. I was waiting for that. Oh, man, the death of physical gaming. I have hundreds of games on Steam. Yeah, we know. We know, Joe. You don't play physical games.
we're a part of this, you know. We've been engaging in this, but it's not, you know, us old farts. You know, this is the way the industry has been marching, and you know, we can pay with our money, we can get these physical copies, we can do all this, but not anymore. It's over. Pay for everything, own nothing is here. It's the enshittification of everything, and I thought it would take a little longer.
So Ubisoft said gamers need to get used to not owning their games. And it's just like
they were right, man.
Unfortunately.
Damn, man, this era is just gonna continue in pictures alone. Fuck. All right, guys. Sad day. Reminisce with us. Tell us about your memories and all the fun games and all the things that you've done with your collections. And what was your first video game? What was the first game you bought with your own money? Grabbing one of those discs, going home, running in, sticking in the disc.
Roblox.
They're just so happy times. Those are the good old days. You get home, get
Friday,
excited. Remember my brutal.
You'll rent a game and you'll check out what's new hotness was.
I love putting discs in games. It's just so nostalgic. I ain't done it in years. Well, actually, no. We put some. Yeah, there's still some games that we have over here.
I saw one of the comments. He's like, "I'm a digital guy. I'm okay with this."
I get it. A lot of people will be.
He said, "It was a hassle switching between games. Like it takes like a couple seconds. Like, what are you talking about? It wasn't that bad."
Oh yeah.
Well, some people don't have the ability to see something be a problem unless it personally affects them. There's lots of them.
Well, I'll just leave you with one of the times I put in my discs and I was super happy to get a game. I'm going to leave you with this, a parody from long, long ago, in the days of old.
A parody from long, long ago. Yeah, because it's not relevant to you today. You have to dig back years and years and years ago for any form of physical media to be relevant to you. But, you know, oh man, he's so upset about this.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Rest in peace, physical media, starting January 2028. And I'm sure all the other companies will be following suit. Now we have to vote with our wallets more than ever, okay? While it'll always be digital, now you just can't go willy-nilly. There's going to be needing to be good return policies. Steam has one, but it's only 2 hours.
Sony's gonna have a good return policy.
Yeah, they have almost never do refunds.
Yeah. So, and then, you know, vote with your wallets on games that deserve it. And that's pretty much all we can do. Salute, guys. Thank you all so much for watching. And we'll see you on the next Angry Joe Show. Bye, guys.
So, what? We're back in 2008, guys. He had to find some shit from 2008 in order to find anything related to him talking about physical media. Just keep that in mind. God, man, this was so funny back in the day, I'm sure. I feel so vindicated on never watching any of these dipshits. Dude, I never fucking watched Angry Joe back in the day. I didn't watch any of this shit. Alright, I'm gonna go grab something else to drink. I'm out of both of my cups of water, so I'm gonna go refill my drink real quick. Give me like a minute or two. I'll be back. Alrighty. Shit's giving me a headache, man. Sitting here just pounding water, trying to get it to go away, but... Alright. Griffin Hot with the 2 I mixed up with Nintendo Classic. Oh, okay. Yeah, the NES Classic and stuff. Yeah. And Cosmic Reflection with the 2. Watch Moistman. Oh, God.
Alright guys, cock penis fart balls here. No more physical copies, so yeah. Yeah, that really is stinky fart balls, cum socks, and, you know, fucking dildo collection. Yeah, I'll see you guys next time, peace. Everyone should hate this, guys.
I wasn't around to witness the extinction of the dinosaurs, nor was I there to see the death of the final saber-toothed tiger. But boy howdy, I am lucky enough to be here to witness the extinction of physical games. I swear, Sony treats physical media the same way the Men in Black treated people that witnessed alien activity. Get the neuralizer out, look here. No such thing as discs, there's only digital. They have now just
movie
driven
reference,
the final
dude.
stake in the vampire's heart, the evil menace known as physical media. They have announced that they are ending physical production in January 2028 for new games releasing on PlayStation consoles. For those that don't know, this means there will never be a physical disc for a PlayStation
No way, man.
game, even if it's not a first-party title, because in order to even have a physical game on Sony's platform, it has to go through Sony. Thus, there will no longer be that green light, that thumbs up that lets you make a disc for their platforms. It is only digital going forward. There is only Zool. It's unhinged insanity because this comes only days after Sony just pulled over 500 movies from customers' accounts that they paid for while offering no refunds for it. So customers had 500 movie titles that have now just fizzled into the ether, into the fucking back rooms, and Sony says, suck our dick. You don't even get your money back. So you paid for limited access to these films. You rented them fundamentally, even though you were under the impression that you were buying them and owning them. But because of this digital landscape, you don't own anything. You are paying for a ticket that gives you access for a set amount of time.
Yeah, dude, you should buy some goof juice instead.
Depending on the companies or depending on the licensing. The movies are getting pulled because of a licensing issue with Studio Canal, but it's Sony's platform, and now all the customers that wasted their clams on it have nothing to show for it. It's just a void. It's blank now. You will own nothing and be happy, and so...
Oh god, here we go. Another retard Goyim maxing, completely misunderstanding the intention of that term. Wowie zowie, dude. You'll own nothing and be happy, guys. You know, it's definitely not referring to, you know, money-generating assets like property, businesses, cars, stocks, bonds, etc. No, no, no. Klaus Schwab specifically does not want you to own your video games. That's what he really meant.
Sony shamelessly makes this announcement in light of that, while also announcing that they are shutting down the PSN store for PlayStation 3 and PS Vita, meaning hundreds, if not thousands, of digital games that existed on those platforms are now gone forever and not preserved because there wasn't physical copies of them. They were just digital titles there. So they are genuinely right in your face, hitting fucking Fortnite emotes on that ass, laughing and goatsing in front of you, showing like, yeah, you will own nothing and be happy. Look, we just took down this store, revoking your access to these games that you paid for. They're gone.
That's not what's happening at all. You can still download the games that you paid for. But, you know. Why should we expect Moist Shitticle to have any sort of basic fundamental understanding of what he's talking about?
Buster, and there's nothing you can do about it, Slime. Not even the Dragon Balls could wish these back into existence. Shinron is powerless against PlayStation. But let's not get too rambunctious off rip. Maybe they've got a really good reason for it. In response to shifting trends in consumer preference, new games will be released on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. Oh, shifting trends. You mean like how when GTA just announced with no physical edition, people were rightfully fuming, pointing out how awful that is in light of everything that's happened in this industry, where you can just have your access to the things you purchased revoked at any point in time. So if you don't have something physical, you literally own nothing. You own the idea of something. It's imagination. SpongeBob and Patrick in the Box imagining that they own their games right now when it's digital only. So if
oh, dude, a SpongeBob reference? Whoa, that totally makes sense to me now, man. This is a really big issue.
Anything, the shifting trend in consumer preference is swinging back the other way to preferring physical media because of how bad this whole...
Yeah, dude, there's a huge shift towards physical media. You're right, bro. I read on Reddit that that's a thing. You know, that's totally the way the industry's going. Absolutely. You know, I got 30 updates on my comments saying that we should all buy physical games. So obviously that must be what everyone's thinking, right?
All digital-only shit has been. As consumer preferences and the broader entertainment industry continue to shift away from physical disc to digital, physical game disc production for all new games releasing on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued in January of 2028. Also, again, a load of barnacles, this is horseradish, people are wanting more physical now. Like, for me personally, I've been a big advocate of physical media.
People are wanting more physical now. That's just objectively false. That is objectively false by all metrics. Physical media market share has done nothing but nosedive over the past years, consistently. There is zero indication that market trends are even remotely close to changing on that front. That is pure headcanon.
For at least like the last year and a half, if not 2 years, because of this trend that we've been seeing of just losing access to what you've spent money on. You're buying nothing. You are not buying anything. And they're just dangling their dicks right in front of our faces. Ubisoft unapologetically
Yeah, dude, I love when they dangle their cock in front of my face, bro.
said consumers need to get more comfortable not owning their games. Like, how can you possibly be supportive of this? And people aren't. Like I said, I think the preference is shifting away from digital in light of wanting more physical.
It's not. That's not, again, maybe on Reddit, dude, but not in reality.
Following this date, new games will be available on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. This transition
Dude, this is like literally the vibe shift. If you guys remember back in 2024 when Camel Toe, you know, replaced Joe Biden as the Democrat candidate, they're like, the vibe shift is in full effect, guys. She's not only gonna win, but she's gonna completely curb stomp Donald Trump. Like, this is literally the same shit, bro. But instead of the vibe shift towards Camel Toe, it's the vibe shift towards physical media that doesn't fucking exist.
There's no impact on games that already released or will be releasing prior to January 2028 in disc format. Also, something worth noting, this doesn't, like, they're saving a lot of money on not making physical games anymore, but it's not going to reflect in the pricing. The games are still going to be $70, $80 games. So, like, you're still getting slapped around with the pricing. It's not like this is going to bring down the cost of a now spiraling out of control industry.
Well, in the case of Nintendo, it did, so maybe Sony will do that. Maybe. Probably not, but Nintendo at least did. You know, their digital games are $10 cheaper than physical now.
This is a natural direction for Sony Interactive Entertainment to adapt to consumer trends as the general preference for digital media significantly outpaces physical discs. This transition will enable us to align more closely with how most of our community prefers to access and play games today. We'll continue to prioritize our resources to drive innovation on how players can access games and provide choices as to where players prefer to purchase new games. Whether that's at retailers or the PlayStation Store, we remain committed to delivering a world-class gaming experience to our fans, and we thank you for your continued support. Hey pal, you just blew in from Stupid Town? If you are a digital-only platform, why the fuck would anyone choose you over Steam? Like, genuinely. You have a worse store, you shut down your stores too, you literally just shut down the PS3 store and PS Vita one, so people wouldn't even feel comfortable buying from your store, considering at any point in time they'd have to be like living in fear that you're gonna swoop in like the boogeyman and take away the things they bought.
They literally didn't take away the things they bought, but, you know, again, if, you know, YouTubers had, you know, maybe an ounce of foresight to actually research the topics they're going to talk about before turning the camera on and recording the video, then maybe you would actually know that? I don't know, but yeah, if you've already bought shit on PS3 and PS Vita, you can still download it even after they close down the store. You just won't be able to buy anything else moving forward, so they're not taking anything away from you on that front.
have a much weaker store in terms of titles than Steam. So
yeah, even the Wii lets you download your old purchases.
Why would they choose you? Like, yes, it is more expensive to build a PC that can handle, like, you know, more high-end gaming, but there are solid entry-level PCs out there, and yes, while PS5 is cheaper than that right now, I imagine the PS5 prices are going to go up as well, reflective of Xbox price increase. I think that's the writing's on the wall. There's going to be a price increase pretty soon. So eventually the gap's not going to be that big in terms of like price discrepancy between PS5 and PC, and
there's still a pretty big price discrepancy. I mean, unless you just get an absolute slam dunk deal, then, you know, maybe, but yeah, PC is still pretty expensive.
Again, PC has a much more robust catalog of games to choose from in the digital-only format with Steam. So why the fuck would anyone ever even consider shopping exclusively on the Sony PlayStation Store after you keep going scorched earth on physical media and taking away people's products that they bought, thinking that they owned them? Like, the way they're treating this shit, I wouldn't be surprised if they start going door to door, treating people that own physical PlayStation discs like terrorists, like, excuse me.
That's right, dude, just like the Nazis!
We need to sweep the premises here. We need to check your house. Do you have physical discs here? We got a tip. And they just start, like, taking it physically out of your hands to make you shop at the store. A store which, by the way, is more expensive shopping digital only on older titles. So if you bought...
No, it is not.
The physical copies for some of the games here, like this...
Dude, this is such a cherry pick. Oh, look, dude, it's on sale. Oh, it's not on sale digital, but I guarantee you it goes on sale digital at some points. This is retarded as fuck.
This tweet illustrates you saved money getting the physical edition on like God of War, Ragnarok, Gran Turismo, those kind of things. But now that that's off the table going forward, these games presumably are never going to get cheaper on the PlayStation Store because they're still charging...
That's right, they never put PlayStation games on sale. Never. It never happens, guys. Not even once.
Full price for these older games on their store. So they're looking to even make more money off of going digital only when getting physical down the line has been cheaper. Now they fully got it by the titties here. They fully control it directly. So they never have to bring the price down because there's only digital options to choose from now. You can't get a physical edition now for these upcoming games. Thus, the price doesn't ever have to go down if Sony doesn't want it to, and it looks like they really don't want it to. Still paying full price for some of these older titles to this day. Now let's take a peek at the bright future of digital only with Sony's immaculate track record of having stores that they shut down and take away the shit that you spend your money on. This is their announcement about shutting down the PS3 and Vita store. After nearly 2 decades of
taking away the stuff you spent your money on. Let's see if he corrects that statement after reading this for the first time.
Supporting the PS3 console generation, we wanted to let you know we'll be closing the PlayStation Store on PS3 as well as Vita. PlayStation Store on PS3 will close in select markets starting this year, followed by global pressures for PS3
and... Wait. Okay, no, maybe he didn't.
Vita next year.
Right.
That means new content purchases will no longer be possible once the PlayStation Store closes on these devices. To ease the transition, players will still be able to download previously purchased content after the closing date for the foreseeable future. As the PlayStation Store continues to evolve to support modern commerce systems, including updated payment processing standards, PS3 and Vita are no longer able to support these updates at the level required. As a result, we will need to close PlayStation Store on these devices in the time frames as followed. They then list out the time frame where eventually life support will be pulled on July 2027. That's doomsday. We know this news may be disappointing to PS3 and Vita players who hold a special place in their hearts for this generation of gaming. They represent an important era in PlayStation history. It wasn't an easy decision. As they continue to expand the PlayStation experience on newer devices most of our users are playing on today, we need to focus more resources on delivering the best gaming experience on these platforms as we look towards the future. To our amazing players, we want to give our heartfelt thanks for your ongoing passion and support, which they love to keep wiping their ass with, by the way. Thanks for all the passion and support, Sony fans. We're going to keep taking away your games, by the way, and no physical media, by the way.
Taking away their games. What games have they taken away?
Thank you again. Big thumbs up. Come give us a fist bump. Which has helped inspire us to shape PlayStation into what it is today. What? A pile of dog shit? Like, it's insulting. We're excited for the future ahead as we continue to push the boundaries of play. We look forward to having you on this journey with us as we explore new game worlds and new adventures that have yet to come. What a heartfelt message to the community and to gamers worldwide. Hey, you should shop with us digitally. And yes, we might just shut it all down at some point, so everything you spent hundreds if not thousands of dollars on will vanish, and you have no recourse. That's just something you're going to have to live with. Why aren't you getting your wallet out? Why are you guys not shopping on PlayStation Store right now? This is exciting. This is coming from a place of passion. We're pushing boundaries here for a generational experience for our community. We're doing everything. We're bending over backwards for you bitches. You're so selfish. What? You want to own your games? Are you crazy? You want to own your games? No. You think you want to own your games, but you don't want to own anything. You want us to control it. You want us to take it away at some point. You want it digitally. Please, come on. Get in here. It's stupid, man. It's so stupid. They're so out of touch, it's painful. Naturally, everyone's pointing...
I don't really think they're out of touch when 90+% of people buy digital. It might just be the case that the Redditors and hardcore gamers are the ones who are a little out of touch in this particular regard.
To this with the PS4 where they showcased, here's how you share your games on PS4, and then they hand each other the physical copy and say thanks. This was a massive dunk at the time, pushing back against a lot of shit we were seeing the industry starting to do at that point already with how they were handling like sharing games and such. And this was Sony lat spreading here and making disc-based games a large part of the PS4's identity, which became a big selling point at the time that really propelled it above the competitors.
Yes, 13 years ago, at a time where only 20% of games were purchased digitally. Yeah. Times have changed in over a decade.
And they made it clear with PS4 that physical was something they valued greatly, and like the importance of being able to share a game back and forth, physically passing it to one another. This was a huge successful campaign that they ran about that. So a core part of PlayStation's identity, not even that long ago, was these...
Not even that long... Dude, what world is this dude in Angry Jose living in? 13 years. That's like half of my fucking life. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Not that long ago? Dude, 13 fucking years ago is an eternity in terms of technology and, you know, general, you know, consumer electronics. Like, that is a fucking massive amount of time in the technology industry. What the fuck are we talking about? Dude, it wasn't that long ago. It was literally only over a decade.
Physical discs and being able to share the physical discs like that. Look at us now. Look at how quickly shit's changed. And changed for the worse. Significantly worse. There are no benefits to this change. There is no one that should be excited about this, because why would you as a consumer even want to have the chance that what you bought disappears? You spent your money on it. You should own it. But you don't. And they're not even being honest with you about what you're doing. You're not even buying to own, you are renting from them. They're not even calling it what it is, which is renting. You are getting admission to this product, a license to this product for however long they deem necessary, or however long their deals with the licensor, like in the case of the movies, lasts. But you as a consumer could very well end up with nothing, like they just take it away from you. That shouldn't be something you're okay with. Like, it shouldn't. If you are okay with it, you're wrong for being okay with it. I'm just going to tell you right to your face. That is dumb.
Okay, then I hope you've never bought a physical or a digital game in your entire life. So, again, how large do you think his Steam library is?
You should own what you are spending your money on here in this industry. And they're not even advertising it as anything other than you owning it. They're trying to mislead you with what's actually happening in this digital-only process. And it's just out of control. It is truly out of control. I can't... Like, I had a hunch that Sony was going to go this direction, especially after the...
Again, I find it interesting that all these guys talk about how detrimental this is to the, you know, gaming industry and everything like that. But they never actually show their own physical game collection. I wonder why that is. I mean, I could literally walk over and show you guys most of my Switch games. Like, I've got close to 100 physical Switch games. I've got probably about 20 or 30 Switch 2 games. I've got probably like 70-ish PS4 and PS5 games. Do they?
GTA 6 announcement. I had a feeling, I think most people kind of had a feeling in their gut, but I didn't think it would be this quick. This is a week later that they're just boldly, brazenly making this announcement that they're wiping their ass with physical media. Disc-based games, they're going to be gone soon. I thought it'd take still a couple more years before they felt confident enough to just pull the rug there and just say, like, all right, it's gone. But yeah, they did it, and it really sucks. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Alright guys, see ya. Cockballs, penis fart cum. Sony fucking you in the ass.
Alright, there we go. Woohoo, what a super informative video, man. What a super informative video. I don't know what I would have done without that amazing critical analysis. Tim Marco, the 279. You will not own those pesky video games. That's right. Because Klaus Schwab really just doesn't want you to own video games, guys. You know, he totally wasn't talking about property and houses and cars and all of that type of shit that actually is important in life. No, no, no. He doesn't want you to own Funko Pops and video games, dude. That's it's just, how can you be that fucking stupid? Like, yeah, you're literally advocating for people to own the very thing that you will own nothing and be happy wants people to own. Like, you have it completely backwards. Klaus Schwab wants you to waste all of your money on consumer spending. You know, you going out and buying a bunch of video games instead of saving up for a house is literally what gets old Klaus Schwab erect. So, that is his dream scenario. Let's see, you generation with the 65 months.
Gaming.
At this point, I sound leftist. That's right, man. I'm the most left-leaning guy, you know. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Respect trans kids. Affirm trans rights. Stand with Ukraine. Black Lives Matter. Trans visibility is valid.
Absolutely. I affirm all of those statements. Should we... Alright, this might be one of the few people who has a leg to stand on, because MrShattyPlays actually does have a large physical game collection. So here, let's see. We'll find out.
To be real transparent, to open this one up, this is literally dystopian to me.
See, he's the only one who actually has, like, any semblance of physical games present in the video. Which is the ironic part.
I know for a lot of people, they'll hear that and think it's dramatic, but this makes me really sad, man. Like, really, really sad. I think of the midnight releases. I think of even nowadays just driving down the road to my Best Buy. And how much I have always cherished that. How much I have never taken that for granted, and how the days of those times are literally numbered now. That is really tough to process, and I don't know if I can put into words really how I truly feel until I process that over a long period of time. That said, there's also a level of, within me, why even bother? I've been saying the same thing for years, trying to fight against this for years, and we're here now. And I know a lot of people will see this as hyperbole. I don't care. The reality is this. This is not about me loving the old way of doing things. Sure, I do enjoy going out to stores and buying my games physically, but it's not that. It's about funneling storefront options and that being bad for all of us. Yes, even you watching the video who has a fully digital collection and is pointing and laughing at the screen. You are affected by this, even if you think for some reason you're not. Your perceived digital convenience will come around to bite you in the ass, because
I don't really think so, to be honest, because you know what, I might have to pay $20 instead of $10 for a game. Like, oh no.
Now,
I mean, I guess that's big news for the unemployed, but yeah, I don't really care.
With limited storefront options, you are giving all of the price control options over to big corporations like PlayStation and other game publishers who have shown us throughout multiple generations they do not care about you. Not only at times with creative decisions that executives are making and forcing upon development teams, but also when it comes to pricing products out, when it comes to handing you codes in a box but charging you the standard retail price when we know it shouldn't be at that price tag. They are taking advantage of you every step of the way. And so with less storefronts involved, whether it be secondhand or major retailers like a Best Buy, what does this mean for you? Less price changes. You ever wonder why PlayStation's going back to exclusivity? Guess what is going to be the only storefront you can get the next God of War on, the next Last of Us or Uncharted game.
They can keep them, man. If you're trying to make a case for why I shouldn't buy the PlayStation 6, then you're succeeding, because I don't want any of those games.
And the list goes on. It's only going to be on a PlayStation digital storefront, and that sucks on its own right, but just knowing that video games, which I've been there for most of its lifetime, has now evolved into just software. Like, it's just software, is really, really saddening. And so let's talk about it. We're going to go through all the news today and why this is absolute abysmal dog shit. So get cozy. Let's talk. This news comes from the PlayStation blog titled Physical Disc Production Ending January 2028 for New Games Releasing on PlayStation Consoles. They say, in response to shifting trends in consumer preference, new games will be released on PlayStation Store and at retailers.
All right, holy fuck, man. Everybody has to read this.
Retailers or PlayStation Store. We remain committed to PlayStation's reasoning. There is some truth to digital outpacing physical. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's start off with why I think this is certifiably insane, even for digital-only players. Looking at prices first, I think that's what speaks to all of us. The universal thing that unites us, money. Let's talk about it. Here's Astrobot.
Give me monies!
Oh my god, dude. The same cherry-picked screenshot. Again.
On Amazon versus the PlayStation storefront, a $20 difference.
Because it's never been on sale digitally, ever, right? Oops. What happened?
To be real transparent.
There. I think I bumped my mouse. It's never been on sale, ever.
Talk about it. Here's Astrobot.
Not once.
On Amazon versus the PlayStation storefront, a $20 difference. Here's God of War Ragnarok, $70 on PSN versus $32 on Amazon. Here's Gran Turismo 5, $70 on PSN versus just below $40 on Amazon. The Last of Us Part 1 Remake, $70 on the PlayStation storefront and almost $35 on Amazon. You see what I'm getting at here? This is what you're lined up for. This is totally what you're lined up for. It's
okay, yeah, so take a picture of the full price of a retail game and then compare it to when it's on sale. All right, did anyone look and see what the last discounted price was on all of those other games on PSN when they're having a sale?
All about getting more money out of you. We'll hear endlessly how, oh, this is about the handheld because they have a disc option for PS6, but what are people going to do with their handheld? We're going to hear that excuse rolled out endlessly. We're going to hear about consumer trends rolled out endlessly. Let's make it abundantly clear. This is about cutting out the middleman, creating the walled garden, and making sure the only way you can purchase, for example, first-party PlayStation games is from their storefront, which they use proprietary engines to make these games so that there is literally no middleman, no Unreal Engine, no other storefronts. They get 100% of that cut, and they are planning to take all of your money. And not only that, for those who say, hey, the market dictates, bro. Okay, let's take a look at Nintendo. When was the last time you saw any of their major releases on deep sales? Remind me. It doesn't happen. Exactly. I do not see...
Yeah, but it doesn't happen on physical either. So that's not really a great case that physical media encourages sales. Like, Nintendo's games never go on sale physically or digitally more than like $20. So if anything, you're disproving your own point using Nintendo as an example. Nintendo Switch games from the start of the generation in 2017 are still $60 new. At most, you will be able to get them for $20 off. $40 after almost a decade. So you're not really making a point with that one.
A world where PlayStation is incentivized to do deep discounts, or eventually as a product gets really old, they decide, hey, this is actually $5 to $10 now. Again, this move is entirely to get money out of you more than ever, which we all agree is a bad thing. And so yes, even if you are fully digital, this sucks for you, and I want to really emphasize that. Secondly, PlayStation Network is not ready for this.
All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. I think I found what I was looking for. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah. So, hold on, this might... no, never mind. Shit. It's just hardware. I was trying to find, like, the sale from the state or days of play or whatever, the summer sale that PlayStation usually does every year. I was trying to see if I could find a list of the deals to bring it up, but yeah, I'll keep looking.
It's not. This is one of the most unstable digital networks in gaming, if not the most unstable digital network. Like, at least Nintendo's just out in the Stone Age, but we don't hear about security exploits like my friend Colin Moriarty recently went through, where his entire digital collection of games, trophies, and so on was at complete risk. And if he did not weaponize his platform to get PlayStation's attention, he never would have got any help whatsoever. If my future is digital-only games...
All right, here we go. Disproving the fucking retards one by one. So this is the Days of Play 2026 sale. So this took place when? May 27th? So what was Astrobot? 35% off? Well, if we scroll down right here, look. The last discount was 34% off for $40. So literally the exact same price as the physical copy. The exact same price. Yeah, dude, physical games really driving down those sale prices, man. It's literally the exact same. Okay, well, this is exactly what I was looking for because, you know, if you know anything about PlayStation, they do have good sales.
Almost not even about ownership at a certain point. It's that someone can hop into...
For a week versus always? No, Amazon is having, like, a big sale right now, so...
my account and take my entire library like that. And it almost happened to Colin. And it's happened to other people before who did not have the same privilege that he's talked about before that he had to be able to get his account back. While it was just a jump scare, we also had the DRM issues for PSN crop up. We saw right then and there how quickly these games can go from you own it to not anymore. And yes, it was a jump scare. It's not actually reality, but you saw how fast it could change. And I would hope that would wake a lot of people up. Just those security concerns, those ownership concerns. But let's also go a little bit deeper on just a feature set side of things. You can't even gift games on PlayStation Network. If I want to say, hey, friend, I really like God of War Ragnarok. Sure, why not? I want to buy this for you. I'd have to go out, buy PSN gift cards, hand it to my friend, or send them the code online, watch them redeem the code, add the money to their wallet, go to the storefront, and then buy the game that I was intending for them.
Or you could just game share with your friend. That's also a possibility.
To play. There is no gift option. At least Xbox has that for all their faults. The other option, and more on this, of course, later in the video, no back compat. If you're going to be tearing down storefronts, sure, I don't think PS3 store or Vita store needs to be up forevermore. I would love that. But okay, give me the option to play the games that are available there. It's the same thing I said about Nintendo DS. It's like, okay, you want to take it down? Sure, make it available. Just like the Virtual Console, where I could buy and own these things, make it available. But you didn't. And these are the things that really frustrate me about these platform holders like Xbox or like PlayStation, is that sometimes these rakes they step on are negotiable, at the least, if they were out here saying, hey, we're getting rid of discs, but they offset those concerns with actual proactive measures that try to address true, legitimate concerns about the future of their ecosystem. Hey, we're updating our security. Hey, PS3 back compat's on the way. Vita games too. Things like that, where they understand the concerns and they've taken measures out to ensure that you as a purchaser are not losing out on their changes. Yes, it would take more effort on PlayStation's end, but that is their job as the platform holder. We are the customers. We are the priority. This move is part of a broader move by Sony. We just saw only a couple of days ago that they erased digital content from libraries, according to...
Yeah, again, video game licenses and movie licenses are completely different things. So this is, yeah, obviously shitty, but not really a one-to-one situation. There hasn't been a single instance where a video game has been forcefully removed from people's PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, or Steam account. That doesn't happen. Movies and TV shows are, you know, licensed on much older legal precedents, where video games are not. They're a much newer invention, so...
To Ars Technica, they wrote...
This isn't really a concern for video games, in the same way that it is for movies.
Sony recently informed its PlayStation customers in the United Kingdom that they will no longer be able to watch previously purchased movies and shows from production and distribution company Studio Canal. As of September 1st, affected customers will no longer be able to stream 551 titles from the PlayStation Store. In a legal notice first spotted by gaming news outlet PlayStation Lifestyle, Sony said that affected customers will lose the ability to stream titles including Outrage, Way of the Yakuza, Paddington, Paddington 2, Pan's Labyrinth, Rambo 3, Terminator 2, go to movie by the way, and Boy in the Striped Pajamas due to our content licensing agreements. As of September, Sony will remove any affected titles that UK users bought from their PlayStation library per the notice. Still, affected customers shouldn't keep their hopes high. Sony has already pulled 314 Studio Canal titles from libraries in Germany and Austria in 2022. More recently, Sony deleted People's Funimation digital libraries after it decided to merge the anime streaming service with Crunchyroll. Sony has also been scaling down its digital store and stopped selling movie and show rentals and purchases in August 2021. Even if Studio Canal were willing to make a deal with Sony, it's feasible that Sony has less interest in retaining digital titles than before. And some people may see that and go, oh, well, it's movies, Maddie, whatever. I mean, we saw a pretty good example of this with Konami and how it can be used to extract more money out of you. They cited how the historical movies had licensing deals that had expired for the Metal Gear Solid collection. So they took the HD collection down. What did they do afterwards? They repacked the games again and sold them to you again. And they're breaking them up into more volumes than ever before. We're on to our second volume this August with MGS4 and Peace Walker.
Yeah, but delisting a game's not the same thing as taking it from your library. So it's one thing to no longer sell a game versus strip it away from your library. Those are two very different things.
And while it's well and good getting something like MGS4 off the platform, there was a lot of conversation around MGS Volume 1 and that Master Collection not being fully up to snuff. Since then, Konami has updated it, but like way long after the fact. And when things are digital only, this is the type of stuff that can happen. Oh, this deal that you as a player have never heard of is up. This game's gone. See ya. We're taking that away. Or you bought it, you own it, but according to our licensing deal, it's expired. We're going to take that out of your library. It's terrible, but this is part.
What game has that happened with?
Of a broader move at Sony across movies and now games. Is there any offsetting this? Well, Sony has been testing what people have referred to as dynamic pricing for the PlayStation Store, but really what it is targeted discounts. We can see here some of the experimental price differences, with prices in the United States going up to a discount of almost 30% in the case of Helldivers 2, which would bring it down to...
Yeah, I don't know of a single case where people have bought a game, not gotten a refund, and just had it stripped out of their account. I mean, the only thing maybe you could point to is, like, maybe some of the live service flops, like, what's that fucking game? Concord. But they refunded everybody for that, so that's not what he's describing. You know, there's no point in having a live service game in your library that's shut down anyway, so... You know, they literally gave everybody a refund on that shit.
$28.89. Now, Insider Gaming was covering this, and
it's like it never even happened. That shit was brutal, man. Couldn't have happened to a better game, though.
Showed that you can see the official Stellar Blade discount and what an Insider Gaming writer was actually offered. The writer was offered a 70% discount compared to the 43% discount that many of you were presented with. And you can see here that in one case, Stellar Blade was $40, and in another case, Stellar Blade was...
I literally have a picture of the notification of Steam removing Concord from my library, and I never got a refund. Well, I saw a unicorn today when I was walking down the street, bro. So, congratulations. You and only you are the only one who didn't get a refund, bro. Seems likely.
$21. No one has really determined what exactly shifts these prices. It's predicted that it's based on trends like playing habits, types of games you're interested in, account activity and age, and other defined factors. So I've seen people use this as a point of defense for PlayStation and the network and sort of what they're trying to do here, but it doesn't really sound like a great option to me if I see, for example, a co-op game and I go, yo boys, it's on sale, half off, and then they show up and it's like 25% off. So it not being flat and more being targeted, again, gives them all the control. We're at their mercy, and I just don't think that sounds great. So if it's insane, why do you bother doing any of this? Well, let's start off by looking at some stats. These were gathered by Derek Strickland of Tweaktown. He shows here the unit sales, physical versus digital, across fiscal years going back from 2017 all the way to 2025. And he writes, volume-wise, physical media is still going strong at PlayStation with 70 million physical games shipped in fiscal year 25. But percentage-wise, it's a different story as it makes up only 22% of total games sold during the year.
And how many of those games are like NBA 2K and Madden and that type of shit that, you know, the customer base is not even, you know, sensitive to it being digital versus physical? Because a lot of those ball and gun games are literally purchased by parents for Christmas. And that's what really inflates a lot of the sales for digital versus physical in favor of physical. Is like, you know, soccer mom number 14 goes to Walmart and buys the new Madden, FIFA, and NBA 2K for their kid for Christmas. Do you really think those people are not going to buy those games if all of a sudden they're not available physically? It's more so just kind of like a legacy purchasing habit.
Here. Call me an idiot, but I don't think kind of going like this to a quarter of your game purchases is a great idea. But this is why I think a lot of the decision making is surrounding margins, like at any cost, like knocking down PS3 and Vita storefronts all the way to making sure the only place that you can get PlayStation first party games is a digital storefront where it is literally made by their own technology, so there's no middleman. 100% of the money goes to them. Does this make up the 22% of game sales? Maybe. Does that 22% transition easier than others? Also, maybe, I imagine with many of us who love gaming, such as myself, you're kind of left without a choice, which is why I said earlier, it's a little bit hard to just turn on the mic and be like, okay, let's talk about this. Let's see what we can do here. It's like, okay, I'm just venting for myself at this point. So to me, it's kind of hard to look at 22% of your game sales in fiscal year 25 and really understand why you're doing this now. My assumption is they're looking at a trend and saying it'll be cut by this percent come next year. And then when we actually make the full transition to fully digital, then that percentage of game sales is going to be like 5%. This is to kind of push people over the line. This is all a move to just maximize gains. They're moving back to exclusivity. As I mentioned, it's not about the raw console war. That much is clear. This is about maximizing the amount of dollars earned per console war. That much is clear. This is about maximizing the amount.
Hell yeah, dude. Now that's what we love to see, man. That's what we love to see.
Of dollars earned per video game sale. That's also why they don't want to spend money on keeping the PS3 and Vita storefronts up. Let's take a read, because talk about a double whammy for people like me. This part really sucked. This also came from the PlayStation blog, and it was titled An Update on the PlayStation Store for PS3 and Vita. And I'm getting deja vu because we've done this once before. After nearly 2 decades of supporting the PlayStation 3 console generation, we wanted to let you know we will be closing the PlayStation Store on PS3 as well as on PS Vita. PlayStation Store on PS3 will close in select markets starting this year, followed by global closures for PS3 and Vita next year. That means new content purchases will no longer be possible once the PlayStation Store closes on these devices.
Yawn, we get it.
All is that in the same one fell swoop of them announcing that they are going all digital, they shut down a digital storefront. And yeah, it's kind of a nothing burger for a lot of people. I don't think a lot of folks are out there grinding the PlayStation 3 storefront. Don't get it twisted. But I'm looking at this thinking, oh, a sign of things to come. That one day this can all just go away. Except back then, because of the discs, we had options. If they really did understand what these libraries meant to people, they would work harder to get more of these games off.
Yeah, but it's not an issue of them not wanting to sell old games. It's the fact that the PS3 and Vita infrastructure, from like a fundamental level, are not compatible with modern payment processors. Like, it's not a problem moving forward because, you know, all PS4, PS5, PS6, and so forth will all be backwards compatible with each other because they'll all be built on similar architecture. So it's not really an issue moving forward. It's an issue of the PS3 being a snapshot at that specific moment in time where, you know, digital infrastructure and payment processing and storefronts were in their infancy. So they kind of just threw something together, and it wasn't a really future-proofed method of selling and distributing stuff moving forward. So it's kind of one of those unfortunate casualties of the march of technology, basically.
Of PS3 that are stuck there, I think of more obscure titles like Folklore. I think of games like Infamous 1 and 2, which have been in the rumor mill before, of getting some type of remake or remaster. Getting those games to move forward would be great. I could let go of my PS3 and Vita a lot easier if I knew these games were available on my future hardware. Or, hey, how it used to be where, remember when you had your PS2 and you could throw PS1 discs in there? Remember when that was a big point of consideration? I get we were like early internet days, but remember that? Like, good times, man. Felt like we really thought this thing out. I totally expect that PlayStation is going to do what Nintendo did, because Nintendo paved the way for monetizing back compat, whether it be reselling ports of games to you that you weren't interested in on one console and are more interested in now on this new console. I'm looking at you, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, or monetizing back compat through, of course, Switch Online, just gradually adding to that service. We've seen PlayStation gradually add to their retro lineup each month one game, and they continue to pick the most batshit insane games because they're running out of options, because they don't have the PS3 library to pick from, which they're probably doing what Nintendo did with the GameCube and holding PS3 for the next console generation. But again, I just think announcing this whole storefront closure without a plan for a second time, you know, you have data, you saw the response years ago, announcing a store closure without a plan for a second time for all these games is ridiculous. I do think that's the least they could have done to offset this outrage, is to just sit there and say, hey, we found a way to get these games onto current gen consoles. That's why we're making this move. I get it because PS3 and Vita storefronts are security concerns that are just waiting to happen for PlayStation, who again has a very flimsy network for online gaming. But you got,
especially with the PS3. Holy fuck, man.
to offset it. I just think that is the best that you can do. That is the least that you could do for your customers who have been with you for a long while. And there are plenty of people who are missing out on great games on PS3. Just like, again, Nintendo did this with the Wii U library, bringing it over to the Switch. Same thing can happen here. Tons of people missed great games on the PS3. Let's bring those forward. There's plenty of other problems that remain beyond an old library that I care a lot about. How about your PS5 physical library? I'm sure that crossed our minds. I'm looking at my PS5 collection over there and I'm thinking to myself, okay, what's happening with all of those games? Because the PS6 is practically guaranteed to launch without a disc drive. So what are we to do with those? Is the plan that as someone who's going to want to purchase the PlayStation 6 day one because I care about video games and I want to continue to play them, the new ones especially, okay, so I'm going to buy my PS6 and then you're going to charge me more for a disc drive so that I can access the rest of that library? Are you going to
Probably not. They're probably just going to make you keep your PS5.
allow the license to transfer over from disc to digital? I really doubt that, because then I could hand any of my friends a physical copy of, say, Ghost of Gyyatt, and now they have that on their PlayStation 6. How do you limit that? Are you going to make them available as part of PlayStation Plus if I've played these games before? Or are you going to make me buy them again? See, again, no real plan in place here. Okay, what happens to that physical library, and what does this tell me as a customer? I don't want to buy physical games here either, dude. Like, it's like that. This is why I've been gravitating to the Switch too. At least they somewhat support my purchasing habits. I'm not buying game key cards, but at least they somewhat support, hey, full game on cart. Shout out to Bethesda. Just confirmed that Oblivion Remaster is full game on the cart for the Switch 2. Yeah, it looks like it runs like turd. Whatever. Full game on the cart. I'm there for that because my purchasing habits are being supported. Until I know what's going to happen to the games I own, I'm not shopping on PlayStation. That even goes doubly so because I stopped buying PlayStation games when I saw what happened to Colin. I was like, all right, dude, if people can just take my account like that, I don't want to build up my library more so. I also review games. Like, I don't want to have a game that I'm reviewing on my PlayStation get hacked and then all of a sudden someone else has that game now and they can just leak a ton of shit. Of course, I got to talk about the secondhand gaming market. This not only puts some companies completely out of business, like GameStop, but also we see things like Limited Run and wonder what the plan is.
Hell yeah, dude. Dead or alive.
Is for that. I
that.
have no idea what they do in response to this. They do have a lot of issues as a company, but I do feel like a lot of their physical stuff is really awesome. So what happens to them? What happens to 8-Bit? What happens to all these other smaller publishers who like to support physical games? What happens to East Asia Soft? What happens to all of them? I think this puts them in a really uncomfortable spot and basically out of business. And then retro game prices. I mean, I didn't even talk about this yet. That's going to get so much worse because now the limitation is no longer artificial. I talked about this a lot with vibe pricing on eBay and how some people feel like, this is just like a cool game, so it's $80. And even though it should be a $40 game. But now that we know, PlayStation's just done with physical stuff, I think your PS5 games are going to go up really quickly. Your PS4 games are going to go up, and PS3 and Vita, God help you, those are going up for sure. So now this whole country club gaming thing becomes even more real because now it's not even like, I'm going to go play my backlog. It's like, that probably won't get dramatically increased in price unless we're talking about inaccessible games on specific hardware, like your PS3, like your Vita. I'm sure PS4 and 5 will increase to some extent over time, but they're also digitally available, so I think that can be offset a little bit more. That said, again, now we're trusting PSN storefront prices, but now this can just cascade into even retro gaming being more expensive. My last takeaway is I guess we know when the PS6 and its handheld counterpart are launching, which is around 2028. Given where AI
2027, because if it takes effect in January, then that would imply that the PS6 is already out at that point.
Lies and pricing supposedly not getting better. I really don't understand how PlayStation plans to move units here. The console is guaranteed to be more unaffordable than ever. Its games are more expensive than ever because they cost a lot to make. It's almost like this entire issue that I've been talking about for
Aerith, my beloved. There we go. Once again, gracing the screens. You love to see it, man, truly.
For years now, is centered around game budgets, and we should target that, not continuing to run this same shitty operation over and over and expecting different results, and then changing the entire fabric of gaming as a medium because of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I know what I'm talking about. Who knows? But yeah, I guess you can look forward to that in 2028, but just know those games that are on there, you don't own. Thanks for listening. Make your voice heard down below. It's the least we can do to hopefully incite some kind of change or consideration here to what's happening. That's all I've got for you. Thanks for tuning in. Stay sexy, stay active. I do love you all. Peace.
He loves me? That's right, dude.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. So Vendetta with the 2. Hey, Griff, you see my super chats? Just got... Yeah, I did. I got them. About the VPN. But yeah, appreciate them. And Constructs Workshop with the 2. Yo, Batman and Doom guy are right wing, just like me. That's right, dude. For real, for real. Yeah, it is the same content, pretty much. It's the same video over and over and over again. I don't know if I have the patience to watch an Nintendine video, to be completely honest. That might be a little bit too big of an ask. That guy is just insufferably boring at times, too. It's just the same video over and over and over again. Yeah, it's every single video, man. Just 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, that's different. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Holy fuck, man. I don't know, bro. It's like, Jesus. How many people need to make the exact same fucking video? Let's see. So Juan with the 2. What is this? Oh, RTU. Oh, yeah, I guess we can watch it. And let's see. Constructs Workshop with the 2. Everyone needs to join me. Become a pirate/emulator. I mean, you can. Nothing's stopping you.
You can bleed out, you will bleed. Like, it was, I don't know, that was, to me, was awesome. It's like man versus God. Like, I thought it was awesome.
Martha.
Listen, it makes sense though, bro. It's good, bro. It makes sense.
Let's see what's up. So this is RTU. One of the 3 people who enjoys the RTU segment. Blue sent you with the 5. I didn't even know this shit was happening today. Yeah, I didn't know until much later.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
This is so stupid. They're dumb. Wait. This is so stupid. Their dump video isn't going to change Sony's mind. It's useless. I agree. Sony's already done the market research on this, and you don't make this type of announcement if you plan on walking it back. Like, this is a pretty dramatic shift, because not only is it just, you know, a colossal decision, but it has, like, many different stages of impact. Like, the actual facilities that create the discs, you know, the printing process, the employees, the supply chain, the shipping. Like, there's so many different facets of this that would be impacted that it's not just a, you know, fly-by-night decision that's made.
Okay, folks, the show goes on.
It's time for the review.
We're gonna lose all our fucking viewers,
USA. Listen, it's fucking 4:30 in the morning. We're doing review tech, guys. So review tech, for whatever reason, so review tech has lost weight, but somehow he kind of looks the same. What's crazy is this guy is so broke, he didn't buy new clothes. So he's still wearing like a 5XL. It's so fucking baggy on him. Like, it's like he's wearing a goddamn tent. You know?
Merc with the 39 months. Incoming pirating Fed posts from Redditors and YouTube. Yeah, exactly. You know, that stupid tagline. If buying a game isn't ownership, then pirating isn't stealing. Yeah. Guys, we're totally gonna own the corpos with that one. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. The we did it Reddit mentality is just so obnoxious.
It looks terrible.
Orange is the new black, right? Someone on Twitter said that.
Yo, this computer right here.
Ew, Ash, he's showing off his A-track or whatever that he, like the A-track.
Yes.
Remember, it's like $2,000 on this thing.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck
Is that
out.
a 30-inch monitor in the background, or is it just really far
think it is. I don't know.
I guess he finally got kicked out of his baby mama's house.
A perspective issue.
Keeps on saying something happened, it had to
Sagging,
restart.
though, aren't they? Like, oh my god.
They are, dude.
Holy fuck.
24-inch? They think it's a 24-inch screen?
Bet you the RAM. I mean, if it's RAM or storage. Well, right now.
Why is this music on?
So he's just like leaving it blaring for no reason. Like, you can't even hear him talk. Like, it's bad. And everybody in chat's like complaining, like, can you turn this shit off? We can't fucking hear you. And he's gonna say no.
Why? For real?
He'll explain.
Tartarian, Ralphie, for a pack it up! Give me RTU or give me death. No one's
Patrick
ever
Carp
said
says
that.
thoughts on Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean,
I like
it's
the first
okay.
one. I like the first one. It was okay. It was fun.
It's okay, bro. I wouldn't fucking go out of your way to see it, but if it happened to be on, you know, maybe.
I like what's his name? The main actor. Fucking.
I don't.
You don't like him? I like him.
Chris Pratt.
I liked him. I liked him from Parks and Rec. So I was sort of like, okay, I'll take it.
Well, I mean, it's all interchangeable in there. I don't feel like shutting the music off yet. I don't know why. What did I say about the Mac? I sold my minis, but I'm like, all right, I sold my minis to get the Air. And I was like, I better fucking do it now.
But why did he need 2 Mac Mini? It doesn't make any sense. And then he traded them for the Mac Air. Okay.
What the fuck? But why?
Man,
this is his big problem as to where all of his money went and how he blew it all.
Yeah.
Was buying all of these mini PCs. Like, he's bought dozens of mini PCs for no fucking reason. Like, just to do, like, either one video benchmarking it or just for his own personal hobby. Like, all of this audio equipment that he never fucking uses. Like, he buys so many microphones over the years, uses them, like, one time, and then it goes back in the fucking drawer. And, like, he's, like, obsessed with, like, the negligible difference between these different microphones or, like, owning, like, multiple different iPads. And
it's just another form of shopping addiction.
Multiple, like, it's just insane. It's like, bro,
it's shopping
you wonder,
addiction.
like, this guy made millions of dollars doing this, and it's all gone. He blew it all.
That's fucking stupid. And by the way, the PCs he buys too are.
I'm telling you guys, you know, y'all give me a lot of shit for my Pokemon slabs, but they have done nothing but go up over time. So I'm vindicated once again. You know, at least I'm not out here buying fucking, you know, iPads and mini PCs and microphones and fucking cassette players in order to pursue my, you know, rap beat career that's never gonna go anywhere. So I don't know, man. The slab maxing has been very, very beneficial to me over time.
Integrated graphics? Like, not even like buy one massive PC. Like, what the fuck is wrong with him?
You know what? I am gay for you.
He's gay!
Isn't that sus though, Ash? Having 10 PCs? Like,
yes.
It's a bit sus, right?
He has all these PCs just laying around that he tries to give to people after he installs spyware on them. It's wild.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, it's already 10. Okay. All right.
Whoa, it's 10 o'clock, guys.
I
Old man
don't
Richard
think-
needs to go to bed.
Yeah. Yeah, you're saying it's 4:30 a.m. right now. Like, your job, buddy.
Oh, I always say this. It's not for gaslighting.
What? You say it's not for gaslighting all the
Which
time?
song? Now I got...
What the hell's going on? Oh,
Okay, so now so Juicy Booch is still around, like the dent of all dents. And for $50 now, Rich takes his shirt off. It used to be $100, but he's so destitute and desperate, he takes it off for $50.
Nah, it's always been $50. It's always been $50 for that.
$50 now. Kachipoor.
That's fucking retarded, man.
Gotta get shirtless for Juicy Booch, man. Here's
Stop
my
dropping-
beat.
Are you kidding me?
Souls like gamer, you help me relax with my time. Thank you, man.
Ew.
Oh,
Ew,
man.
bro.
You bought the Apple Vision? Yeah, I sold it a while back.
What the fuck?
He looks bad, buddy.
I got $2,600 for it, so yeah, I got most of my money back for it.
I know what that's like because I have two
Okay. Dude.
who did it people for the same exact reason. So
Does he have his pants over
Dude,
his
his tits are hanging down almost to his belly button.
belly button? Did you see that?
I know what that's like because I have two different people for the same exact
Yeah, he does.
He
He's got
does.
his fucking
He's got
pants
them
over his
hiked
belly
up
buttons.
high.
reason. So
He's hiding his gunt.
Bro, why does he look like that?
Watch, I get,
his
like-
tits are like resting on a gut shelf. They're like sagging down to his fucking waist. Like,
go fucking weak bad on Twitch. Oh, Rich, your nipples are out, even though you're. But next week it'll be okay. See, it's that proxy begging I do. But there's sometimes
he
I do
admits that
these
he proxy bags
Why
and
is
try
there-
bags.
Why is there a cup in front of the camera?
It's just a disaster.
He's got a cup right in front of the camera. Imagine I had this fucking mug here. Hey, Ash, how you doing?
Hey man, how's your block slate? You know, like a good quarter of the screen is fucking gone.
Thank you, man. Seriously, I don't want. There are times when I do lofty goals and we don't hit them.
Yeah, like all the time.
Oh man! All right, see you, Mr. Joe Soda.
There are usually ones like this. It's like a 20 to 30%
It's an
chance.
artistic choice at this point. Look at his nose. He's drinking from his nose.
It's like, yeah, no,
Yeah, dude, my man tits are way more perky than that.
that's what it looks like. He's
Let me tell you.
just like snorting it like it's his dirty Coke straw or some shit.
Chance at best. See,
His
when I sit
nipples are
down,
below his elbows, bro. How does that even happen? There he goes. He's belted below the tits.
Oh, buddy.
Ice cream cone. When I
Unbelievable.
stand,
Says he's fucking built like an orangutan. He is seriously so fucking ugly, man. And he always has been.
Yeah, man.
And like, it's just this hairy, greasy, bald, fat Italian with like a thumb for a head.
Oof.
no, I actually don't look that bad. I mean, it's still.
Cope!
You know,
His left nipple, our left, like when we look at it, is literally hanging to the keyboard.
47 is 47. That's why I definitely have, because my medication for ADHD is out.
So
Lauren.
he's
So you will see
47
me there
years old.
tomorrow.
Oh, my ADHD medication. You're 40-something years old taking ADHD medication. Good lord, bro.
So now he's oversharing again, like he hasn't learned anything. He's telling us about his ADHD medication and that he left it at his baby mama's house. It's like, how do you do that? So he can't function properly because he's not on his meds. And now he's going to go into
he needs his fucking meth.
the detail about like what his meds are, like tell us the medication name. The truth is, it's none of our business. Like what medications you're on, what's going on with your family. And we don't need to know, Richard. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
it's
it's
like a
like-
really sad face. Do you see like his belly and his tits? It's like a frowning face.
It looks like
Yeah, ADHD meds absolutely fucking fry your brain. Like, it kills your ability to think without them. Especially if you're like, diagnosing, let's just say. You know, if you're using them in a unprescribed capacity, it absolutely fucking cooks your brain, man. Even if you are prescribed the pills, it absolutely fucks you up. It's one of those prescriptions that's not meant to fix a problem. They're literally designed to keep you dependent for life. That's the intention behind ADHD medication, just like antidepressants and other, you know, pharmaceuticals, I guess if you want to call them that. But they're more so placebo pills because they never actually fix the problem. They just make you dependent on them for life, so the drug companies get a guaranteed paycheck for as long as you live.
Oh, he's got like the hairy, like, ugh.
It makes me want to make music again because I can focus. That's why I got.
Oh, no way. We're back on the fucking music.
Rich, it's basically pacification for the goyim.
Remember when he said that he was going to become famous
El
off of being a
Capo?
rapper? Il Capo, his rap career in his mid-40s,
That's
he was
right.
going to blow up and support his family that way. And it was
He
all...
was gonna make it out of Cherry Street. Shit. Tim Marco with the 7. Why do lefties like Rich overshare personal stuff? It's a pattern I've noticed. Yeah, I mean, there's other lefties like Raymond who also do the same thing. I don't know, honestly. I don't understand it. Me, personally, I don't like to share anything with anyone, especially about my mental state or medical, whatever. Like, you know, I'm very much a believer in, like, keeping shit close to the chest. Especially as a man. Like, nobody wants to hear a dude talk about all of his fucking problems and shit like that. So, you know, there are some things you should just keep to yourself, especially on the fucking internet. I don't get it.
a fantasy. Like, he had to go back to reading.
Nah, most women are not on birth control. That's actually a pretty common misconception. There's a pretty large number that are, but most are not.
The tech news and the video game news. And he said that he'd rather die than do that. And he's doing it again. And, you know, surprise, surprise, there's still some people who wanted to see that, which is what we told him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just like milking. But the thing is, right, it's just a law of diminishing returns. Like, it's just slowly going down. It's not like he's actually growing. And he'll be like, well, I'm growing. Not compared to where you were, bro. It's people that, like, are remembering that you existed. But just as those people trickle in, people get bored and fucking move on. So, I don't know. He's just like treading water. Just on the bottom, you know, which is why we don't even bother talking about this bum, because there's just a handful of parasocial dents. And this is why Dickers talks about his medication, talks about his family, his kids, because he wants to build a parasocial bond with these weirdos. And
most white women prefer blacks and Arabs and Indians, especially Indians. That is right. They prefer the massive Indian cock measuring 3.5 inches. Very big. Pretty lady, come to New Delhi. I love you forever. Yeah, exactly. They just can't get enough of him, man.
Scored. So they never leave him. So they never leave the cult because he can't get new people to come in. So this is as good as it's ever going to get for him, and he needs you to be parasocial with him.
Yeah, what happened to his ASMR channel? What happened to that?
So he claimed that there would be a new ASMR video out yesterday. There was not, but he claims that it will come out at some point this week. but it's been abandoned since Christmas.
Yeah, what's the point?
And he claimed that it was going to be a 1 million subscriber channel in, what was it, 3 years? As of now, I think it doesn't even have 3,000 subscribers.
That's fucking wild.
That fucking review done. I'm not like making it like it's a big deal, but it kind of is. Because it wasn't fucking laziness, dude.
Griff, tell us about your medical history. I don't have one because I haven't been to the doctor in like 11 years. So I didn't have any health problems growing up. The only, I guess, abnormality I had was, I have like this weird thing where if I don't eat red meat for a while, I get like anemic or some shit. And apparently it's like a marker of having Mediterranean DNA or some shit, but yeah, I mean, that's literally the only thing I can think of that's like abnormal about me from a medical standard. You know, I never had any like issues growing up, so. But yeah, I haven't been to the doctor in like 11 years, so no clue. Maybe there is something wrong with me.
It was, though.
For those of you who have ADHD, and now that I finally...
Okay, look, I have ADHD, and I understand the struggle, but you have to sit down and realize what you have to do. Like, you have to actually focus.
The reason why, Rich, you weren't doing fucking work was because you were depressed and you were spiraling.
Exactly.
And you didn't want to show your face because you kept getting felted because you fucked over Jay. And then tried to ruin his life, and then started spiraling about us, and that's why. It's not that you were ADD. You know,
everyone, yeah, and Zyzern says every motherfucker on this planet has ADHD. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people have ADHD, obviously, but you have to like focus it and stop being lazy. You are lazy. He's lazy and depressed.
Accepted it at, you know, the young, tender age of...
Why do so many people have ADHD? Cell phones, TVs, video games, you know, constant stimulation from every single direction. You know, there's no quiet time anymore. There's no moments where you can just be alone with your thoughts. Like, you're constantly put in front of a screen, and even if you aren't, you have one in your pocket that's constantly buzzing, beeping, ringing, giving you notifications to re-engage you. So, people's attention spans are fried from a very young age nowadays.
600 when...
This guy puts me on edge, dude. I'm not even kidding.
I'm talking about this shirtless.
Oh my God. I do not miss that sound effect, bro.
Nobody does. Nobody does.
What am I on? I am on.
What do you want to help?
I am on.
Why are you telling? It's none of our business that you're on Vyvanse, man. Why are you telling us you're on Vyvanse? Fuck.
Is that ADHD medication?
Yeah, it's a stimulant. Like,
so you're taking that, but you're not. You're still lazy.
Nothing.
He's a meth head.
He's still lazy then. If you have medication then for it. I don't take medication for my ADHD, and I figure it out.
Vance, I don't know if you want to hear this while I'm shirtless. Vyvanse makes me well horny.
Okay, what the fuck is going on?
Like, listen, like, we don't need to know this. Like, this is weird, Richard. Buddy?
I do not want to hear that, man. Oh my God, that's gross.
Dude, don't worry, I'm not doing anything.
I don't look at your fucking body, dude.
So he's arguing, he has to tell us that he's not masturbating? Like, okay.
You believe him though?
Right.
Just in case you were curious, you know, he's not jacking off.
I don't.
Even though he has a picture of Phil jacking off on his arm.
Because I'm going to sound old again. Like, my generation, ADHD was like, you would just fuck, like, oh, what do you got, ADHD? What's wrong with you? It was like a joke. Like, you didn't take it seriously as a thing, right?
Oh
no, God. But you could put your head under my right breast and suffocate on it. How about that?
What the fuck? Ugh. This guy's mind is like, he's just lashing out, seething at trolls, people making fun of him. He crashed out at Shroom Dukem, I think his name is, multiple times. It's just like nothing has changed with him. It's like time is a flat circle. It's just always the same.
You know, I don't take ADHD medication because I know it will change my personality. And our show is like, is my personality, and I don't want to take it because it would fuck me up. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it would fuck me up.
You know you want to. You are obsessed with him. Okay. I didn't want to delete the message. I just want to block him.
He's banning people from chat.
Start lifting. The gym here is open by me. And
then just do it. Don't tell people you're going to do it. Just do it. But if he wants to get the dopamine hit without actually having to do anything, Rich has been talking about lifting and working out since he started on YouTube. And he's just always been a big fat fucking walrus.
It is a planet again. So that means that there's one by Lawrence too. So
he knows
by the way,
every
like,
gym
he's
is.
just like, but he's just like, the OPSEC is terrible. Like, it's saying what gym you're going to go to, you know, which location you're going to go to. Is it the one by Lauren's house? Is it the one by your house? By the way, you've doxed both of those addresses like a dumbass. Like,
yeah, like that's fucking stupid.
You go into the pizza planet.
Pizza Planet from Toy Story.
Might be something I do tomorrow.
Oh, Phil's next, Max Power.
We got Phil.
I'm a flabby old man. Lauren's like, oh, your boys broke their VR. Can they have this one? I'm like,
Give your sons the VR.
He's such a selfish bastard. He won't give them shit.
I bet you he doesn't even use the VR, dude. I bet you he doesn't. Sorry, my mic way, sorry.
Lauren, they're ape.
Oh my God, he uses.
He
his
said
VR
they're
for
apes.
porn.
No, he just called his children apes.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to give the VR because he uses it for VR porn.
100%.
And I said no. Wait, listen.
And I said no.
Yeah.
And I said no, clap.
Do I have the song here? Box seal was in there. Thank you.
Okay. What is this, 2023?
It's Becky Boop, buddy.
Are you
She's
kidding
back.
me?
Fuck. I was completely naked, Adam, with a cucumber shoved up my ass, raw. I was even tuning into Hassan Piker and his
So funny, man.
incredible
I'm not
shoulders.
surprised.
Pretty
You
decent.
may as well have admitted to watching.
Tuning into his
He's hitting on his son.
Hassan Piker and his incredible shoulders. Pretty decent looking man. Yeah, I may have some jiggly breasts, but I am still sexy.
No, you're not, you fucking retard. You've never been.
This is fucking wild, man. I'm actually like...
I am a hot piece of ass. If
It's like nothing has changed with this guy.
No.
We have new topics, new jokers, we've changed
Good
things, we're
Lord,
sort of
bro.
new intros. He is still the same. Completely.
my dick was big enough, I would fuck my own ass.
Okay.
Stream and talk about washing
What a statement.
my ass.
What a-
Oh, listen, he would have to eat him. He would have to eat the lice that were crawling between my ass cheeks too.
Okay, I can't.
What a grotesque visual.
Stop, dude.
How do you even
Holy
come up with
fuck,
something like
man.
that? Lice crawling in your ass
No,
cheeks?
stop, that's
like
fucking
there's
gross, man. I've seen a few.
insects that are nesting in your ass hair, Dickers. No wonder you got the fucking paddle. Holy.
Are you done?
That's a wild.
I took my
Listen,
headset
he
off.
started it in the fucking crabs in his ass hair, buddy. Oh, no.
Stop. Oh.
To make sure he gets the full aroma.
Full aroma. It's tantalizing.
vile, dude.
Imagine the
Actually
smell
vile.
of Dicker's ass slice, buddy.
Oh, God. That's actually fucking gross, man. I hate Dickers. Fuck you. I hate Dickers so much.
Now we're gonna suck Tucker Carlson's nuts even more.
Oh my God.
There's the ring it up, seething about politics. Put it on the fucking bingo board there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
See, when I have to burp or if I have to rip ass, I just mute my mic out of courtesy. I don't subject everyone to hearing that type of shit. But Rich just loves to fucking rub it in everybody's face, probably because his audience has a fetish for it.
Here from 2 Egg White, the 178 viewers. Thank you so much. What's going on, buddy? Thank you so much. An eggy
Clapping
raid.
soundboard.
Don't worry, we're moving on from this fucking vile pig here in a fucking second. Hey, no, I can't.
He just kept burping into the mic. Every time he burps into the mic, we lose.
You rip ass on stream? Yeah, but I mute the mic so nobody can hear it.
Lose 100 viewers. I'm not even kidding. It's like clockwork.
It's absolutely fucking Something goes non-tent. Yeah, like it's like...
It is. People, you asked for this. Now what happened? Where's the support? Nobody's supporting this segment. What happened?
Do you? Oh, dude. I would, yeah. Or
It wouldn't be a dead air Dicker segment without him just completely spacing out high out of his mind with the weed seltzer in hand,
Or listen. I'm gonna be. Oh my God. Anyway.
He's high! He couldn't finish his thought! His train of thought didn't even leave the station! Alright, it's time for Phil. It's time for Phil.
Okay.
Poor Dickers, man. So at any random time you could be farting and I wouldn't even know? How nasty, Griffin. Don't suffocate your dog with that fart scent. Well, if anything, my dog has suffocated me with the fart scent over the years more than I've done it to him, so... Yeah, there's hardly anything that smells worse than a dog fart, bro. Dogs have especially stinky farts, and they will clear a room pretty quickly. I've had to get up many times over the years to crack the window because it's so bad. Like, it's brutal, man. Like, I don't know. It's pretty rough. Those things will clear a fucking room, man. We need you to step on the scale and show us. Why? So you can see my feet? Freak. No toe picks. It's like that, or what? Not a video. The picture of the guy who's like taking a picture of his weight, and in the reflection of the glass on the scale, you can see his like fucking micro penis. Do you guys remember that shit? It was on Twitter a while back. The dude standing on the scale, he takes a picture of it, and in the reflection, it's like showing his little fucking micro peen. And, like, below the tweet, he goes, "How do you delete a tweet?" Obviously, I can't pull it up, but, yeah, it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Dude, inadvertently posted meat. Brutal, dude. What is this? Okay, that's not...
I can't afford this shit!
Alright, never mind. I don't have anything to pull up. Shit. I thought I did, but I guess not. Tim Marco the 7, never forget that RTUS Keffel's farts on his soundboard. That he does. Not to mention the fact that he has literally probably masturbated to that Keffel's fart fetish porn video. So, yeah. He has probably masturbated to it, too. A truly traumatizing thought. What? So apparently somebody like on the internet found a video that Keffels made of fart fetish porn, where he like literally recorded himself like farting on a camera or something. It was like some literal fetish shit. So Keffels made some fucking fart porn, basically. And Rich not only watched this fart porn, he then proceeded to clip the fart porn and put it on his soundboard. So he literally has a dedicated button on his soundboard to Keffels ripping ass. Yeah. Subhuman behavior. Yeah, it's pretty bad, man. It is definitely pretty bad. Let's see, Vendetta with the 2, bring us those strong, scruffy footsies. Bruh. Jeez, I don't know about that. I'm a little shy, guys. My feet have never been on camera before.
I can't afford this shit!
Would I buy trans farts? Oh yeah, dude. Definitely. It's one of my favorite things to buy, actually. I have quite the collection. Yep, I remember when Rich was threatening to shoot ICE agents with the shotgun. Indeed. Fedtez got disappointed. Was he simping for fucking Sophie Rain again? Yeah, dude, you're a goyim if you don't simp for the OnlyFans whore. Nick Fuentes is done with Sophie Rain after she was exposed for dating a black guy. Uh-oh.
Don't lie about wanting to move to Miami for the boys. We know the real reason is to be closer to Sophie.
But remember, guys, Nick says that if you don't simp for her, you're a goyim.
Rain.
Oh, yeah, very
Part of the
good.
Wolf sent $100.
No, she really turned me off with the black guy, man. Like I said, I could deal with her being an OF girl. I could,
of course he could.
I could get past that. I could get past that.
Dude, he looks so weird now. Like, Nick is one of those cases when someone goes through extreme weight loss that they just look really creepy. Like, you can really see all of his weird mannerisms and, like, awkward mouth movements and everything. Like, the gaydar is going off even fucking more with this guy now.
That doesn't bother me as much, but like I said, the second that she went over to the other side with that black guy, no attraction. No attraction anymore. And she goes, "What? He's my friend. I can't hang out with the friend." It's like, sweetheart, you know what you're doing. Not like that. Not some black guy. Not absolutely not. What business does a pretty young girl have being friends with one of them? Absolutely not. So no, I don't think so. Very sad. Hate to see it. Hate to see it.
Fresh Boy sent $25.
Yeah, he hates to see a fellow Hispanic go over to the dark side. Poor Nick, dude. Will he ever find his Latina lover? I guess we'll never know. But yeah, he can deal with her being an OnlyFans girl, guys. That's perfectly respectable. It is pretty ironic that the only woman he's ever actually shown any semblance of interest in has been an OnlyFans whore. Oh, man. You know. I don't know, dude. I genuinely do not understand why anyone likes fucking Nick Fedtez, personally. Nick likes men, so he doesn't have to act like he cares. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. My gaydar has always gone off with him. Since the very first time I ever saw Nick when he debated Medicare. Like, the gaydar has just always registered. I don't think he's 5'3", but he's probably not tall. I have no clue. I'm sure you could check that mugshot thing when he got arrested for how tall he is. Did you guys see what happened to fucking Owen Shroyer today? Like, he posted some video and he looks like some like wannabe 80s porn star with a fucking bleach blonde hair color now. Like, it's actually brutal. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Like, it's actually pretty rough. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. Like, it's crazy. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so we have before and after. Dude, that's crazy. So before, right? After. That shit's wild, bro. And no, it's not even like an edit. He literally is like,
We see the new MAGA coalition, which consists of Conservative Inc., Neo...
Did TDS, like, make him troon out?
Cons and foreign loyalists, complaining that socialists and foreigners are winning elections in the United States of America. Well, guys, you have no one to blame but yourselves. This is literally all your fault. All you had to do was stop prioritizing foreign and special interests, but you couldn't do it. All you had to do was keep us out of another war in the Middle East. But you...
Like, bro, what the fuck is this look? This is crazy, man. How do you go from that to that? That's, like, insane, bro. That's, like, actually insane. Yeah, he's like some wannabe Kyle Kalinske. That's true. That is true. Bro, that's brutal. Jesus. That's actually, like, crazy, man. I don't know if drugs are involved or not. I assume his hair started thinning and he coped by dyeing it. Yeah, exactly. And maybe got the color wrong. I don't know. Who fucking knows, man? Yeah, we did the new knockout tours last night. They're pretty good, actually. I really like the one that ends with the Bowser's Castle. That's a really good one. It's one of the few instances, I think, in Mario Kart World where I can safely say, like, graphically speaking, it does actually look better than Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Because Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I think, overall has a more graphically impressive, like, art style to it. But that one Bowser's Castle level, I think it's the drill circuit, if I'm not mistaken. It looks really good. Who's excited for Marathon? I don't think anybody was. Dickers didn't get kicked out of his baby mamas after all and did a stream tonight. Okay. So we can check real quick. Strip teasing is so cringe, my dude. You have children, for fuck's sake. Ugh.
Lauren, you... Yeah, I'm gonna be distracted now with... Oh my god!
Wait, let's check his glasses reflection, dude.
Oh my god!
Alright, you can't see it. I was about to say, like, fuck. That'd be brutal. I saw something flash, but it was like his green monitor or something.
I know, she's waiting. I know, just do it. She was naked off camera. Oh wait, you may want... It's 20-minute break. Make it more like 2 minutes. Oh, come on.
Ugh. Yeah. Cringe. No thanks. No, thank you. I get what I fucking deserve? What the hell does that mean? What, 10 million bucks in the bank? Thanks. When can I expect the check? Bud Sunny with the 2, this should... If it's just this, him reacting to the Moist Shitticle video, we already watched the Moist Shitticle video, so there's no need to watch Asmon Goy react to the Moist Shitticle video that we already watched. No more physical media? That's right. It's dead and buried. Hopefully, at least. Jay, just enjoy the 2. Great. Just what I love, animation. It's age restricted. I feel like we've seen this before. This looks familiar. Griffin wants to kill physical media? That's right. I don't really care about physical media, to be completely honest. Like, yeah, it's nice to have the option, but personally, I don't really care one way or the other. I've been mainly digital for the past, like, 6 to 10 years, so it doesn't really matter to me.
Today we'll be talking about multiple animated videos. And I know I said I would end this animated channel saga at like video number 4, but you guys kept requesting to make videos on it, and I didn't realize how many channels were exactly the same in terms of how shitty the animation is and how fake the stories are. But before we begin, sometime this week, possibly tomorrow, I will be live streaming. What I'm going to do is have you guys send me requests in the live chat about what type of story I should send in to Dear Diary. Now, my live stream funniest ones, the ones that best connect to the story I'm creating. But if you guys donate me like $1 million, then I will for sure include your idea in the story. But anyways, back to the shitty videos. Today we'll be talking about a YouTube channel called My Story. No, not My Story Animated, just My Story. And then we'll talk about 2 videos from 2 different channels. Why don't we go ahead and start with I got pregnant at 13. Wow, they just keep getting younger.
Hi, my name is Cindy. I'm 14. I'd like to share the story of a pretty controversial experience.
Why don't you first share the story about how you got polio? I have no idea why the animators decided to animate her legs like that. It looks like she has a f***ing turtle head coming out of her asshole.
The thing is, I was dumb enough to accidentally get myself pregnant in my school bathroom. Flashback to a year ago.
Alright, not only am I going to roast her for clearly being handicapped, but I also need to talk about that voice.
My room was cold, but I felt really cozy snuggled up in my blanket.
This bitch sounds like a female Stephen Hawking. Not only does she have the personality of a robot, but she also sounds like a robot. I was freezing my balls off until I put a blanket over my body.
Actually happened.
The wish I was going to make on New Year's Eve was a little unusual to meet my perfect boyfriend in real life.
I don't know how that's unusual. Many people want to get their dick sucked in the new year. It's a pretty common resolution. That and being at the gym for 2 weeks and then quitting. As a Chad, I find it very...
Yeah, when I was in 4th grade, there was 2 5th graders that hooked up in the bathroom. So, shit happens.
Anxious to see these virgins take up the workout equipment, even though they're not going to be here next week.
Hi, I'm new to this school, so that's why we haven't met before.
Check out these ratchet dance moves called the robot.
Does this turn you on?
It's my first day, and I'm trying to get to know everyone. Do you want to be friends?
Yeah, this story definitely isn't fake. This is how normal people talk. And now I'm starting to think this guy wasn't just doing the robot in order to impress this girl. He actually is a robot, disguised as a human. Makes more sense than this George Lucas dialogue.
I finally snapped out of my day, swallowed
his cock.
After class, we didn't want to say goodbye. We felt like we'd known each other for years, like we couldn't get enough.
R2D2, where are you?
Later that night, he invited me to see a play in the local theater. Of course I agreed. How could I refuse an opportunity to spend time with him?
I got it. This chick sounds like someone from Minnesota.
Did you gals hear about Allie Gallagher? She let Alan Ackerman smack her in the back with his tallywhacker behind the snack shack.
I told my parents I was going to see a new animated film with one of my girlfriends, and I was off to the theater. We held hands for the entire play. He whispered sweet nothings into my ear, making my heart flutter in my chest. Every touch raised a storm of emotion in me.
I'm gonna fucking doggy punch you, bitch, and you're too weak to stop me. Oh, yes, more.
He was the guy of my dreams, and he drove me crazy. I didn't want to spend a moment apart. When I was home, I went to bed without even touching my homework.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he touched something else instead.
Alright, so I left the class and headed for the bathroom. When I opened the door, I saw my sweetheart standing inside.
What the hell? Your boyfriend is in the girl's bathroom, and your reaction is to slam dunk his hot dog in the stall? Dude, where were these girls in middle school? I just kept getting touched by the f***ing gym teacher.
It all happened so fast I didn't even have the chance to protest.
Why can't we see the lunch lady's right hand?
Several different articles pointed at pregnancy, provided there's no digestive system disease. So, my wonderful date in the bathroom actually had consequences.
You mean having sex has consequences? Wow, holy shit.
In the end, I became a mother to a baby boy that I love dearly.
Why are people clapping in the background? This is a middle schooler having a baby. This is horrifying. This isn't worth celebrating over.
Raising a baby is very difficult. I never get enough sleep, and I spend so much time washing and ironing his things.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I kind of feel bad for her. I mean, just think about it. All day she's washing and ironing his clothes.
It's so exhausting. If I could turn back time, I would prevent all of this, but I can't. So I'm just trying to enjoy what I have.
Yeah, she's dead inside. Okay, during the recording of this, I found the infamous Cream video straight from Alabama. Now, of course we're gonna go into this like this kid goes into his mom, but bear in mind, this might be the most disgusting one yet, so your discretion is advised.
Hi, I'm Shane.
Yeah, this is just,
I
I
know
don't
you're probably
know,
thinking
man.
the title is just clickbait. Nope.
I really am a fucking weirdo.
My mom really does love my cream.
In case you haven't noticed, I'm weird.
What a great video. Yeah,
I don't fit
exactly.
in, and I don't want to fit in. Have you ever seen me without the stupid hat on? That's weird.
One Christmas, when I was about 12, my parents bought me a chemistry set with actual glass test tubes, spatulas, droppers, bottles of food coloring, and packets of different chemicals to test. Best present ever.
I was trying to figure out if this guy was Asian or not, but seeing how he's happy about getting a science gift for Christmas, I think that pretty much confirms it. Why don't we give a round of applause for white people for finally not being the butt of an incest joke.
I'd raid the family trash bin.
This is just the type of dog shit that Indians used to crank out
Hey, guess
before
what?
AI.
The story. So why is it in the video? It's not like we're trying to reach for 10 minutes, so what's the point of prolonging this video? Everyone knows what Coke and Mentos does. We're not retarded like this kid.
Yep, it really needed the
Sometimes
analysis,
my experimental
bro.
research got sidetracked, and I'd end up watching a different kind of video online. What do you expect? A boy's gotta do what a boy's gotta do. Pregnant dwarf porn, oh yeah! It was on one of those particular occasions when I heard Mum yelling my name as she came up the stairs, but I was too far gone to stop.
Okay, the fact that your boner didn't immediately go inside your body after your mom called your name says a lot. Besides your grandma, I think the least arousing thing to a boy is his own mother. Now Dad's on the other hand.
Let's just say I gave the jar some fresh contents, screwed the lid on, and managed to make it look like I was busy doing my homework.
Gee, I wonder if this is the cream he's talking about and not his jizz. Maybe I'm just an idiot for thinking it was about his jizz, seeing how the thumbnail is obviously trying to tell a different story. Why don't we go ahead and skip over a couple of seconds into the video and see if my hypothesis is correct.
Mum started raving about some new cream. I tuned out until I heard my name. By the way, Xavier, I told you not to take my cosmetic containers until they were empty. I paid a ridiculous amount for that new anti-aging serum I found in your room.
Let's see here. YouTube doesn't allow spam, scams, or other deceptive practices that take advantage of the YouTube community. Excuse me for a second. Bullshit. YouTube, you're telling me this thumbnail right here shows that they're talking about skincare, and they're not trying to clickbait weirdo 12-year-olds obviously trying to jerk off to a fantasy or some shit because mommy blocked Pornhub because she wasn't getting enough cream from her son? Absolute crap. You know exactly what they're trying to do here. And what's worse is that the mom apparently puts the jizz on her face thinking it's moisturizer, and apparently it works.
She said it smelled weird, but the smell was worth it because it was really working for her, and offered to let them try a sample of hers. I'm smart, but I can be pretty dumb sometimes. I remembered the moisturizer jar I had left on my desk, and what was in it.
Okay, as someone who jizzes on his face every week, there is no way that shit softens up your skin. It will dry it if anything. This is fake as hell.
What would you do if you were me?
Shoot myself. Okay, our last video will be, I am Billie Eilish and I am a bad guy. Yeah, I'm not assuming this is fake. The reason I say this automatically is because not only is the woman's voice in the video
this
nothing
is
like
just
Billie's,
boring
but
as
her name is
fuck,
spelled
man.
wrong in the goddamn description. That's not a typo, that's a flat-out retard moment.
Hi, my name is Billie.
Liar.
I would like to tell you the
This is
story
just Indian slop.
of how one song turned my whole life upside down overnight and what has finally become of that.
Look, she actually flipped upside down. That is so funny and creative. Oh my god.
My name is Billie Eilish Pirate Baird O'Connell, and I am pretty sure you have heard about me.
That's true, I have heard about Billie, but not the bitch narrating this video.
We grew up in a prosperous area of Los Angeles, never in need of anything that we wanted. I even went in taking horseback riding lessons. Life seemed beautiful.
Oh, another reason why this isn't Billie Eilish. She doesn't have to go every time she says a sentence.
Phineas and I had nothing else to do but to become part of it. I always thought of it as something that was a part of us. When we were little, my dad would make us mix tapes with songs by artists like the Beatles and Avril Lavigne, so we learned a lot from those.
Okay, if this was just a simple animated video about Billie Eilish's life, that would be completely fine. But you know damn well actually happened is tricking people from the thumbnail entitled that Billie Eilish is the one narrating her life, which is, again, bullshit.
My hardest years were when I was 11, 12, and 13. And people are like, oh, that's just being a little kid. But it's like, dude, that's when you figure out things. And that's when you start feeling horrible things.
I mean, even the narration sounds like this is supposed to be coming from Billie's perspective. And the narrator clearly isn't Billie. Like, did Billie give you a fucking phone call or shoot you an email and said, yeah, you can tell my story from my perspective, but use it from your voice? For some reason, I highly doubt that. You know, if I had to create another theory, I would think this is just another shameless attempt at getting views. And for the fetuses and embryos doubting me, the narrator constantly uses the words I, me, and mine. Not saying this is what Billie feels, this is what Billie owns, or anything like that. It's like the narrator's trying to be Billie. And it comes off as really cringy. I'm not even a Billie fan, but this is just fucking stupid.
My mom really does.
Alright, well, that whole video was kind of stupid. Let's see. All Night Yahtzee with the 5. Can we watch? Why? If it's not boring, I mean, I really don't fucking care about Persona in the slightest. So, if it's not boring, fine, but if it's literally just an analysis video, I genuinely don't care. So, we'll see. Bud Sunny with the 2. This sounds very familiar. Yeah, we've already seen this. We have seen that before. Alright, we can see how it goes, but if this is just a 20-minute analysis video, then I've got nothing to add because I don't play Persona.
The Persona series is known for having one of the best and most fun building systems amongst RPG games. And personally, one of my favorite parts of these games is spending hours on end doing fusions, planning which skills to inherit, and getting skill cards to create the most disgustingly strong personas I can come up with. However, not all personas are built equal. Some of them are just so disgustingly broken to the point where no other personas can even come close to competing with them. This may be due to their exclusive skills, insane resistances, or amongst other things. But it doesn't change the fact that they are so powerful that the moment you unlock them, the rest of your roster becomes almost irrelevant or outclassed. So today, I want to show you all what I consider to be the most broken personas in modern games, and also what I think makes them so incredibly strong. Anyways, let's get into it.
By the myriad truths.
Persona 5 is the first game that introduced DLC personas into the franchise. All of them are known for having an exclusive move and also an exclusive trait in the Royal version of the game. And to no one's surprise, most of them are contenders who we consider the most broken personas in the series. However, there are 3 personas who particularly stand out to me in Royal, as they fundamentally change how you approach the combat system. And I think none of them need an introduction. So, let's start with the obvious.
Alchemy! By the myriad truths!
What did you expect? Izanagi no Okami is the broken persona. It has transcended its origin from Persona 4, and it's now known as the universal symbol of broken between Persona fans. Although, something that isn't talked about enough is the fact that Country Maker is what makes or breaks him, not myriad truths. Basically, why it works and why it's broken is the fact that the more personas you fuse, the stronger he passively becomes, reaching all up to 2x damage done and 50% damage taken. Don't get me wrong, myriad truths is way too strong, but even some moves like Hasotobi, Masquerade, and Akasha Arts have a higher base power. But sometimes, enough is enough. There's really no difference between killing an enemy 6 times over versus 4 times over. Besides, Izanagi no Okami's other greatest strength is the fact that you can summon him from the first palace with both myriad truths and victory cry. You will never have to worry about running out of SP, and will still be able to one-shot almost everything even without building him. So yeah, there are just too many factors that make this little dude way too broken.
Leave it to me!
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Orpheus F is the ultimate buffer persona in this game, and that's crazy to say considering it's a level 11 persona. Its broken skill is New Cadenza, allowing you to fully buff the party for 3 turns while also healing 50% of their max HP. All this for the measly cost of 24 SP, or 12 with Spellmaster. You can also combine them with the Wealth of Lotus trait during late game, extending your party's buffs for 2 extra turns. Honestly, super personas tend to get overlooked when it comes to talking about broken moves, but New Cadenza is just too good to pass up and not mention, so yeah. Izanagi is the most underrated persona of all time. While most builds focus on giving Joker an insane amount of damage, Izanagi focuses on truly bringing the power of friendship to the spotlight. His defining feature is the Godmaker trait, allowing your teammates' traits to be prompt more often. Notoriously, this is most comboed with Ryuji. This is because Ryuji can give the entire team a face buff of 40% or 80% during the third semester. Also, take this with a grain of
No, I haven't. I have nothing to add to this. I don't play Persona at all. I've played like 5 hours of 5 and have never touched any of the other games. So.
But according to information I found online, Godmaker makes teammates'
This
traits
is like literally just like somebody talking Chinese for 18 minutes.
activated twice as often, but I wouldn't quote me on that. Anyways, I digress. In average, with Izanagi you will be dealing a lot more damage than you would just funneling all damage into Joker, but even if you wanted to, you can still use him to make Joker your main damage dealer, and you would still outperform almost every other persona in the game. He's just broken. So yeah, Izanagi is my favorite persona to use in Royal. It makes the whole team feel more interactive instead of just supercharging Joker to do big damage. And finally, before moving on to the next game, there's a secret 4 persona I also want to talk about. He also doesn't need an introduction. And of course, we're talking about the one and only... Oh boy, this is a very tricky persona to talk about. Yoshitsune is a funny case because he's both the highest damage persona in both Persona 4 and 5. By the way, in a vacuum, Hasotobi is actually stronger in Persona 4, and he also learns it earlier. However, since Persona 5 Royal introduced persona traits, it's actually a little bit stronger in 5. But personally, when I think of Yoshitsune, the first game that comes to my mind is P4. This is the first game that introduced him into the Persona series, and also, thanks to him, most of the community agrees that Persona 4 is super skewed in favor of physical, even though, through the mid-game, magic is also pretty good. But man, when you start trying different late-game personas, there's no denying it. Yoshitsune is king, and there is a massive gap. The second strongest move to Hasotobi in this game is Primal Force, and it's literally only half as strong. Although, it does have a very good crit rate, 25% at base, at 50% without pupil. It makes all of attacks and shuffle times very easy to get. But with all that being said, it is kind of funny to think about just how weak every other move looks in comparison. They really didn't give Narukami a lot of options. Regardless, I think so from like a gameplay perspective, but I don't know. I think people like the story is better in Persona. 4 made up for it by introducing such an iconic demon into the series, and it's very cool.
I just don't give a shit about Persona because of the school life stuff. Like, I'm not like, you know, I guess failure to launch status, so it's like the whole reliving high school over and over thing for Persona has zero appeal to me.
To know that regardless of which game, he is still the GOAT. Trumpeter is another persona that definitely deserves a mention. While he doesn't have anything special in the damage department, he is the first persona to give us debilitate naturally. It's a great skill against single target bosses. To top it all off, he has one of the best innate resistances in the entire game. So yeah, if you want to do a late game support persona, this is 100% your guy. I think that Persona 4, while definitely on the simpler side when it comes to gameplay, it still succeeds at being fun while becoming as overpowered as you can. Now, hear me out. I know Revival isn't out yet. However, with the current information we have, I want to make an educated guess based on the fact that Persona traits are making...
Plus, I really don't like the music in Persona either. Like, hearing the same battle theme for, you know, multiple hours with shitty lyrics in the background is very grating.
Return, and Primetime being able to bypass resistances. I think we have a fair shot at some of the newly announced DLC personas being able to surpass Yoshitsune in this game. I'd keep my eye on especially the ones with fist moves, so maybe Psyche, Athena, or maybe even Loki, but only time will tell. Persona 3 FES is a game I've been looking forward to talk about. It has the most unique mechanics between all modern Persona games, and unlike the rest, it doesn't have a clear-cut strongest Persona, since there aren't any overly egregious moves that just completely outshine everything else. Despite all of that, the game is still filled with some amazing build potential thanks to some very neat mechanics like fusion spells and weapon fusions. I will be focusing on fusion spells for the most part, since weapon fusions are a little tricky because of the master passives and not directly using a Persona. But anyways, fusion spells can range from silly novelties to completely game-changing, and they are all tied to a specific pair of Personas that no one else can recreate.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I don't understand the glazing over the music in Persona. Like, it's incredibly bland. I don't know.
So naturally,
I don't like it at all. Like, they reuse the same 3 songs the entire game. And it's like, bro, come on.
Personas that wield the best fusion spells are bound to have the edge over every other one. So to no one's surprise, the first in this
Like,
list
it's just so, like, repetitive.
is...
That was one of my biggest gripes with that Metaphor game, other than the story completely falling apart after the first 10 hours. You know, a shitty story, you know, the woke elements, but dude, the music was so obnoxious. Like, they literally just reused the same 3 songs the entire game, and it's like, holy fuck, bro. This shit is so boring to listen to. Like, it just drives you insane after a while, hearing the same battle music over and over and over and over again, constantly.
Good job!
Shiva and Parvati give us the Ordinary Fusion spell. In terms of raw numbers, this is the strongest elemental attack in the game by a big margin. Not only that, but it's an AoE attack, which is surprising considering most of the strongest magic attacks in this game are single target. For this spell in particular, I built Parvati, but Shiva would work as well. Anyhow, in case you didn't know, passive skills increase fusion spell damage, so having both fire boosters greatly affects your total output. Also, the other reason I consider Ordinary to be one of the strongest moves in this game is the fact that Elizabeth can take a lot of damage from this attack during her ice turns, making her fight way easier. But overall, it's just so strong because of its raw damage.
That's a problem with a lot of games. Not Final Fantasy.
Thor, or as I like to...
Like, it's the most generic, like, wannabe... Like, I don't know, what's a good way to describe Persona music? Like, wannabe jazz, hip-hop, and R&B, like, merged into one. But instead of a black woman singing it, it's a Japanese woman trying to sound like a black woman while using English. So it's, like, just super annoying.
Call him Better Odin is in my opinion the best magic Persona, and hear me out here. Thunder Rain is insanely broken in Persona 3. Having a 100% shock rate and enabling your team to land guaranteed crits is genuinely insane. If we also consider the fact that in FES, knocking an enemy down makes them lose a full turn, you can start permanently stun locking every enemy that isn't immune to ailments. And I mean any. Just look at this. So yeah, shock goes crazy, but I know some people are already thinking that Thunder Rain doesn't make Thor special, since a lot of personas can use that mode. However, we have to take Thundercall into consideration. It's the AoE version of Rain, and it's exclusive to Thor and Take Mikasuchi. But the reason why I also specify Thor over Take is the fact that you can fuse him back directly from Odin after learning Thunder Rain, and also learning High Counter naturally. But what can I say? Thor just makes every Tartarus Guardian look like a joke. He's just a goat.
Good job!
Last but not least, let's talk about Siegfried and the absolute monstrosity that is Vorpal Blade. Now, Vorpal Blade in this game is an exclusive skill. Only Siegfried, Susanoo, and Chiyu can learn it, and honestly, it might be the single most unique skill in the series thanks to a very cool mechanic it has. Basically, this skill becomes twice as strong when your condition is great, turning it into the single strongest skill in the game, even surpassing Ordinary in base power. Not only that, but the reason why I chose Siegfried in particular is that in FES he has an amazing learn set, but the Glaze doesn't stop there. Because aside of being one of, if not the best damage dealer in this game, he's also insane in another game. Siegfried, similar to Yoshitsune, is a beast in both games. However, this time around, he's a lot stronger in one game than the other. While he was already arguably the strongest person in FES, with integration of carriages, Peace Boosters, and Critical Amp, he's on a whole different level. His natural learn set is also incredible, being the first persona to give us access to Break Blade, Speed Rate Amp, and Flash Amp naturally. Despite all of this, there's still a persona that literally steals it back. They do the same, but infinitely better. Yep, DLC personas strike again. So, everything I said about Siegfried pretty much applies to Cinderella as well. Even though she's a level 36 persona, she can stack all the Peace Boosters to deal insane damage. But on top of that, she gets an exclusive skill named Slash Driver, boosting all slash damage by 75%. This is a lethal combo with...
Should you play Final Fantasy X? I mean, yeah, it's a good Final Fantasy. It's just very dated in some aspects, and, you know, it's not a bad game or anything. But, yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know if it's the best place to start Final Fantasy-wise if you've never played the franchise before, but It's not too complicated, so it's probably not a bad place to start.
Scarlet Havoc. This TRG is so incredibly strong that it can literally one-shot every enemy in the game except Elizabeth. In a way, I kind of like the idea of her being so strong because she just does too much damage for anything else to matter. But this might be one of, if not, the biggest offender of a broken DLC persona. Now, our final persona in this top 10 list is Milady. Much like Sandrelon, she gets an inclusive physical pass, Pierce Driver.
The only way I would play 10-2 is if you can mod it and just make yourself like God mode, personally.
Also boosting all pierce damage by 75%.
Yeah, 10-2 is not very good.
But aside from that, in episode Aegis, we got a set of new TRGs that somewhat shifted the meta from being slash to being more pierce-oriented. Particularly, we got the Justice TRG being an AoE early game attack with an insanely good crit rate. You will be using this for...
Like, maybe you could say that you could play it for the story, but... Yeah, I mean, it's not very good.
90% of your playtime in DLC, but it does its job really well. Also, we have another TRG, Shadowhound. A TRG even stronger than Scarlet Havoc in raw damage, but for the trade-off of it being only single target. Now, if I am honest with you all, I personally still prefer...
10-2 is like regarded as one of the worst Final Fantasy games for a reason.
Scarlet Havoc. While Shadowhound has a higher base power, the damage difference is negligible. And then we also have the fact that Scarlet Havoc just completely wipes every enemy on the screen. So, but I digress. Milady, it's just episode Aegis' version of Sandrelon. So no surprises that she's the other persona from this game that absolutely gaps everything else. There are a lot of personas that could have made it.
Yeah, it's pretty much only for the character designs. That's pretty much it.
This list. So before fully ranking them from 1 to 10, I want to make some honorable mentions of personas that almost made it. And trust me, they are still insanely good in their own regard. Some of them just miss being in the top 10 by a hair, so I think a little mention is only fair. Anyhow, let's do it. In FPS, I want to mention Certain Cybo. As I mentioned earlier, persona weapons are actually...
Final Fantasy X-2 does have a gun in it.
Pretty good in this game, to the point where they're actually...
2, actually.
Stronger than heavy spells. They're also amazing to put on your party members to deal a whole lot of damage. I didn't talk about Portable, but in this version of the game, Messiah has an exclusive skill, Magic Skill Up, boosting all magic spells by 25%, making him the strongest magic persona in this version of the game. In Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal, Kaguya is worth mentioning. She used to be the queen back in the OG version of the game, but with the introduction of persona traits, she starts falling a bit behind, but she's still insanely good. In Persona 3 Reload, I want to mention Goemon and Arsene, giving us the strongest magic TRGs in this game. And while magic is on the weaker side in this entry, they still deal an insane amount of damage. Now, it's finally time to rank them. Making this video has been really fun to do, but at the same time, holy crap, I am new at scripting videos and it shows. So if you have enjoyed it so far, I would appreciate if you subscribe and drop a comment to help me be liked by the YouTube algorithm. Let's begin. These are my personal rankings from Personas, number 6 through 10. Honestly, these ones can be interchanged with each other. It's very hard to weight Personas from different games, because if I put them in a vacuum, only Personas from Reload and Royal would be here. Now, entering our top 5, I'll give it to Siegfried. Originally, I was thinking of putting Milady over him. However, he's just too good in 2 separate games, being a fundamental step in making the protagonist very broken. Coming in at number 4 is a Nagi from Persona 5 Royal. What can I say? I didn't properly showcase it earlier, but the damage potential of this persona is genuinely crazy. The only reason it's not higher is because, unlike some of the personas above, you can just instantly make him broken up rip. Finally entering the top 3, we have Sandrelon. In a vacuum, she has the potential to actually be number 1 in this list. And honestly, the only thing that held me back from placing her higher is the fact that unlike number 2 and 1, you need to get her slash and crit passives for her to truly shine. Yoshitsune takes the number 2 spot. The name Haso Tobi has become a staple in this series for a good reason. He's used for every super boss in every Persona game he's in.
Is 13 good? It's not one of the better entries, but I like it still. It's a little convoluted when it comes to the combat system, and it's very rock, paper, scissory, but I don't know, it's not bad. It's not, again, it's not really a starting point to the franchise I would recommend if you've never played Final Fantasy, but yeah, 13's not bad. I like all 3 of them, but not my favorites by any stretch.
Honestly, the damage is just too good and he's pretty straightforward to use. Now, number 1. I guess everyone saw it coming from a mile away. Izanagi no Okami is a clear winner. While Yoshitsune and Sandrelon have a better damage potential than him, he's just so easy to use and break the game with. The game-changing factors are just the combination of him having the best Persona trait ever, as well as being able to be pulled from the compendium at any given moment without any cost. With all this being done and dusted, Persona still has one of the best building systems that gives us creative ways to build ourselves. Sometimes, some Personas end up being unintentionally way stronger than intended, and sometimes, they put a $5 paywall for us to feel unlimited power. But at the end of the day, I enjoy both sides of the coin. Just building, making strategies, itemizing, and just seeing how far they can go.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 13, it is hard to unlock the best stuff. It's also very hard to grind levels in that game, too. And they don't really make that big of a difference, either. Should you New Game Plus Crisis Core before moving on to Ream? I mean, only if you really want to be honest. Once you've played through Crisis Core the first time, then it flows directly into Remake. Like, literally, the final cutscene of Crisis Core Reunion is the intro to Final Fantasy VII Remake, so... You're not missing anything story-wise if you don't do it, but if you want to, you can. New Game Plus is just how you experience like all the side content and stuff. What is the Final Fantasy where you fight the giant turtle? There's multiple, but that's Final Fantasy 15 that you're probably thinking of. The Adamantoys. The one that's like the size of the mountain. Yeah, that's 15.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
This thing's gonna crash. There we go. Bud Sunny with the 2. Let's see.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
I'm guessing. Yeah, okay. Let me see.
So you see, I don't.
Put it at normal speed. VTubing enthusiast with the 7. Watch. You can see what it is. It's like a music video or some shit. Grammie, right? Okay. Cryonicle with the 36 months. Appreciate it, man. Reached 1K playtime hours in Space Marine, too. You leaving the game running? A lot of people do that on Steam. Which, you know, I can't really say is a bad thing. But is that, like, actual playtime? Or just like, oh, I left the game open, you know, overnight. Oops. Guess that counts, too. I've done that with Mario Kart a little bit. I forget to turn off the Switch some nights. And it stays on. Let's see. Peach with the 5. What's this?
Thank you for holding.
Oops. Wrong tab.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Thank you for holding this here.
Alrighty.
Don't think of it as a disability. I think of it as a different ability.
Whoa, dude.
Oh, go.
Not good. That neighbor has 2 kids and a dog. That apartment's way too small for all of them.
They have a frog?
No, I said dog. Great, now we have to deal with barking, too.
Who's parking?
Never mind. This doesn't affect you. You don't hear anything anyway.
Karen from World City Bank. I have someone here who's trying to cash a fraudulent check. Can you
George Floyd. No.
transfer me to the owner, please? Thanks.
He had a fake 20, not a fraudulent check, but the spirit is the same. I think Floyd Mayweather actually got arrested for that recently. A fraudulent check.
You see?
He made like almost $1 billion. And he's now broke. What a shock.
We're not just telling stories, we're changing lives. Dude, you're even more cringe in person. You guys aren't changing any lives.
No wonder so many reaction channels clown these fools.
Mikey compares the final exam to all the questions on the website. And sure enough, they're all the same. He happily answers all the questions.
The next day.
0%? This is an F.
He's a retard.
I don't get it.
Well, as I was saying,
You make it as a YouTuber. Well, I just realized
I was great at grooming minors in Minecraft. With an E, of course.
being shy is a superpower.
What? Drugs. Right here in your classroom. Just keep an eye out for anyone who looks suspicious.
Oh, I will, all right.
The black one.
I'll make sure.
And don't forget, tomorrow
How
is
did
your
I know?
final report on the DHAR Man.
How did I know? Let's see. Vendetta with the 2, cigar, and Midori is delicious. Nice, man. At some point, I will try a cigar, but I've never had one personally. Alright, let's see what this is.
Let us get to the next video donation. This is by 15.5 inches of pure imagination. And 15.5 inches of pure imagination hooked it up with 10 beers, dude. And he said, I found the female version of Grumpy G-San. Now, if you don't know who this guy is, this was some old codger that used to put out YouTube videos back in like 08, 07, in which he would give his, I guess, critique and review of anime in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. But apparently, according to 15.5 inches of pure imagination, they found the female version of this. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. Oh, no. Are you fucking kidding? Some old hag? Some old hag?
Hello, everyone. Today, I want to talk about my favorite
Steins Gate sucks.
visual novel
Oh, my God,
of
dude.
all time. Well,
Oh
I
my
can't
God.
say that.
By the way, notice how she's alone, ladies and gentlemen. I just want you to know that if you obsess over shit like this, no one's going to want to be around you. No, I mean, who the fuck is going to want to decor their fucking house with this garbage? Seriously.
Honestly, because I haven't played every visual novel there is out there. There are still a few important ones.
Yeah, dude, Steins Gate. Like, I remember one of my friends told me to watch Steins Gate. And as soon as I saw the Troon, I was pissed off. I was like, dude, I used to be way more, like, fucking homophobic and shit back in the day. Like, the mere sight of, like, cross-dressing, or a gay character, or a trans character, like, I would get fucking pissed. And I would just drop a show immediately.
In my backlog, but so far, I haven't come across one that has impressed me more, affected me more, that I...
You know, overall, I'm kind of desensitized to it now, because, like, I get, like, that's just a Japanese media trope, and they don't really push the same messaging to the same extent, I guess, but, yeah, I always fucking hated that type of shit.
I think about more than Steins Gate.
Oh my God, dude.
So
Are
I
you
just
fucking
want to
kidding me
introduce you
here?
to, a few items I have for Steins
I'm
Gate.
surprised Winston
Tell you
Fujimori
quickly
ain't in
about the
here.
history
Heel
of the
kicking,
game.
you know, because this old
And
bitch
then-
is...
I remember, that shit popped up in the show, that, you know, I called my friend, and I basically just called him a...
Skip it about the fucking loser faggot.
But yeah, good times, man.
I
Talking about fucking
want to
weed
do
stuff.
something a bit relaxing, simply enjoyable. I want to show you the prologue of Steins Gate, and
Didn't High School DxD have like a Troon vampire in it or something, if I'm not mistaken?
I will commentate it a little bit to show you a few things that, to me, are important. So first of all, Steins Gate, the game. This is the limited edition, which...
Oh wow,
people
limited
bought for
edition.
the
There you
rest.
go. She's
I think
rolling now.
you
She's
could say
hardcore
it was
weeb
a
now.
breakthrough for visual novels. The people soon realized that they had something special on their hands here.
Something special. Man,
As
lady,
you can
you know,
see, I'm also
whatever happened to bridge clubs and like fucking, you know, stitch, you know, groups and, you know, craft and all, whatever happened to that shit?
wearing
The
a
fuck?
Steins Gate t-shirt, and that will become clear in a moment when I talk about the characters. The character on this t-shirt is this figurine called Makise Kurisu. The original Western edition also
She's
came
speaking
with a
in fucking
t-shirt
tuna
back
fish
then.
language over here.
And I can't remember whether I bought it separately or it came with the limited edition. I don't know. It's
Of
quite
course,
a while ago
your
now.
memory's bad. We get it. You know, it's onset of dementia. First signs of dementia here.
And this t-shirt is very well...
Oh, wait a minute. Winston
I've worn it for
Fujimori
all
is here. He's
sorts
like, look at
of
this. The
outdoors
Grammie white.
activities.
Excuse me,
It's
Grammie
incredibly
right.
tough and sturdy material.
The Grammie.
So
All right,
this is
dude.
the
Give
Vita
me a
game,
fucking
obviously.
break, man.
Griffin likes Orimo? Yeah, because I have good taste.
And it came out in the West at the same time.
Give
for
me
the
a fucking break,
PS3.
man. Grammie right.
Because Steins Gate...
Dude, Orimo actively mocks, you know, homosexuals on many different occasions. And it also makes fun of femcells who are into fucking homo shit.
had quite a
All
prolonged
right, you know what?
publishing
While this
history.
old
It
hag,
first
because
came out in Japan
15 and a half
in
inches of pure
2009
imagination hooked this up and dropped 10
for
beers.
the Xbox
So we have to
360.
unfortunately hear this old bag describe
It then
Steins
came out
Gate
on other platforms,
for a good
mainly
moment.
the
So while this
PlayStation
bitch
in
is running her
Japan,
gator,
again,
I'm going to
only in
clean the
Japan,
screen on my pipe so I can
in
smoke
the
some
years after
tobacco in
2009.
with a better
And it
draw
wasn't
capacity, all right?
until
So please excuse me
2014
here.
that an edition came
You
to
guys think I should get this anime figure right here, dude?
the West, and that was because JAST published
Oh my
a
god!
PC
Hold on, where's my?
version
I'm cleaning my pipe while this broad is talking about how she finger bangs to anime and shit.
And after that, PQ
All right, give
released
me a
both
goddamn
the
shit. I gotta
Vita and
take this screen
PlayStation
out of
3
here.
versions in North America and Europe in 2015.
What the fuck is this bitch talking about?
There was
dude?
also an iOS version that came out in 2016.
And look, this bitch has
I'm
got
not familiar with
155,000 subs.
So as you can see,
236,000
it's 6
people have
years
watched
ago
this
now,
shit.
And I would have
Jesus
played
Christ.
it.
You know what,
pretty
man?
soon after
I
received
hate
it, because
YouTubers, man. I swear to God,
pre-ordered
man.
the limited edition.
I swear
Has
to
it
God.
ever come out?
I mean,
on any
look at me.
other
I'm fucking working my
console
ass off here,
platform
okay?
subsequently?
On top of my own life, you
Not
know,
that
my
I'm
fucking businesses
aware
that I
of.
operate,
It
my
is,
real
however,
life.
available
You know, I got
for
a bunch of
PC
shit I got to do.
2016
I'm up
as well.
here. I'm fucking
There are
doing fucking
several
9,
other
10-hour
Steins
shows
Gate
and shit.
games
I'm fucking
that you can
putting all my
find
blood,
on
sweat, and tears
other
into these
console
fucking live
platforms,
shows. And
but not
this
the
bitch, all she's got to
original
do is stand in
itself.
front of some fucking camera
I
and
recorded
jump
my
cut
footage
and
for
just babble about some
Steins
stupid
Gate
fucking
on my
anime.
PS3. So I will show you
I'm done,
that
dude.
in
I'm
a
fucking done.
moment.
Just
I
listen to
want
this old hag.
Play the prologue for you.
Just go ahead and
If
listen to
you're
her. I don't give a
concerned
shit.
about spoilers,
Jesus
because
Christ.
a lot of people have actually not
shit.
played Steins Gate. People are really
There's a lot of
heavily into
resin in
visual
here, so I
novels,
gotta-
are usually
I gotta
familiar
dump
with
it
it,
out.
but otherwise, I don't think so.
Jesus Christ,
So
there's a lot
I'm
of resin up
assuming
in this son of a
that
bitch.
most of the viewers for this video
Oh my
may
God.
not be familiar with the story. So all I can say is that if you are interested in Steins Gate and
dude,
would like to
just
find
get
out
to the
a
point,
little
you
bit
dumb,
more,
stupid, limey
but
broad.
not any heavy spoilers,
Jesus Christ.
then I think you should be fine
Oh,
with the
man,
prologue.
just shut up, all right?
It just introduces you
Just
to
shut
the
your fucking hole.
background and the setting to the story that then...
Dude, Steins Gate is incredibly fucking boring, too. Like, you know, it's another one of those shows where you see where it's going from the very fucking beginning, and it's just like, yeah, okay. Wow, what a surprise.
Later,
Dude, if she was married, she literally killed her husband by
want
talking to death.
absolutely zero,
She,
no
you know,
spoilers at
and
all,
by the
then
way,
obviously
even if her husband
you
isn't
don't
dead,
want to
he's
watch
probably
that
not dead.
particular
He's hiding from her. I mean, just
The limited
imagine
edition
being
came
with
with a
this
really
at night
good
next to you in the
art
bed,
book,
talking about
small,
Steins Gate
absolutely
in this very boring,
with the
drab, very,
gorgeous
you know,
art that makes Steins
boring
Gate
personality,
such a treat
you know?
to play and to watch.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Here you see the main cast for Steins
Oh,
Gate.
the main cast, by the
And
way.
straight away,
The main
it should become
cast.
apparent that the art style is incredibly
The
unique.
art style, this
Here
sounds
we
like
have
a
one of the
brony
female
here.
protagonists.
I like the
Makise
artwork.
Kurisu.
I love the artwork. Oh my god, this bitch.
And that's, of course,
oh my god.
her, the figure. This
Oh
is
my
a
God,
figure
dude.
I'm really
Now we
proud
got
to
boomers
own.
into this
I
shit.
think it's absolutely beautiful. It captures
You see what you
her
weebs have
clothes,
done?
her elegance, her
You see what you
striking
weebs have
character,
done,
her
dude?
willpower really well.
Yeah,
And it shows
sooner or
her
later,
on
we're gonna
that
have old
fateful
pieces
flight
of wrinkled
steps,
shit in nursing
the
homes
scene you will
with all
see
this fucking
later
anime
on
shit
in the
decorating their
prologue.
fucking room and yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. She would be a great political leader. She's literally modeling anime toys on a fake fucking runway, you idiot. What are you talking about?
Tiny metal.
I mean, all we're missing from this bitch is Shantae.
What's a metal
Shantae,
Upa,
you better
ask?
work
You
it,
will find out
girl,
in the prologue.
work it,
It's
girl.
incredibly important.
Move your
But that's
thing
one of the things I'm
on
going to be
the
focusing on
runway,
in my
work.
commentary.
Now
The
move it to the
detail.
left,
As
work.
it says
Now
in
move it
the
to the right,
introduction to
work.
Steins Gate,
Shantae,
is
Shantae.
everything.
You know, give me a fucking
The
break.
smallest detail will count
Jesus
somewhere,
Christ,
sometime along.
You know what this bitch should be doing? She should be baking
Here's the
cookies and
character
cupcakes,
of
and
Mayuri.
you know, this is a waste of time. You know, you're at your elderly
And you
years,
see
and
Yeah, get back in the kitchen, bitch.
this is how you're wasting whatever remaining time you have left on this planet.
People say
This
to
is what
me,
you're doing. This is
"Oh, I've
you're-
tried
oh
Steins
my
Gate,
God.
but the first
Oh my
half
God.
is so slow."
Jesus Christ.
Well, I can see what they mean. I would
What are you
say
talking about,
it
you
isn't
dumb
really
old
slow
hag?
at all. You're probably
Whatever
not really
happened when
paying
fucking old
attention
people used to watch
because
old episodes
an
of like
awful lot
Matlock and the Golden
happens,
Girls,
even
and
that first
you know, whatever
half,
happened to that
which
shit?
takes you through
You know?
a hot, humid Tokyo summer, and you can almost feel
Oh, look, she's
that
like she's
muddy,
a
oppressive
Japanese expert. All these
atmosphere.
weebs
And
have an
of course
obsession with these fucking
everybody's feeling
weirdo Japs, dude.
But there's heaps of stuff
Fucking weirdo
happening.
Japs,
Some
you
of
know it and I know
really
it. They're fucking
very
irradiated mutants.
surprising.
No offense to anybody who's from Japan, but I'm just saying, you know.
The first half is all
Yeah,
about
that's why y'all are a little
building
fucking
up
weird.
the
You know,
detail.
you're
And there's a
irradiating
lot of
mutants,
detail.
and I hope you know
it really
this.
helps if you try and keep.
And by the way, don't blame
track of
Hiroshima and
detail.
Nagasaki,
Never
dude.
skip over
Remember,
something and think,
Fukushima.
"Oh, well,
all right,
yeah, it
nuke
doesn't matter.
probably all of your
Everything
food.
does
That's you know within your
That's the great
fisheries. I'm
thing
just,
about Steins
I'm just
Gate.
saying.
You
I'm
will
just
go
saying.
into the second half, and suddenly all these details will slot together at different times.
Oh my God! How long have we been
different
watching
ways,
this? All right, we've been
and
watching
you will
this for
suddenly
about
think back
for
and
about
say,
9 minutes.
Wasn't
Okay.
there something about?
I'm gonna let this go for another few
vegetables back
minutes, and we're moving on because
you
how
suddenly
many? Hold on,
realise
how many? It was 10 beers. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh shit! I'm gonna go ahead and let this go for another couple of minutes, and we're moving on because I don't even hear what this bitch says.
Apparently trivial remark.
Chaos theory butterfly effect.
In the
Are you
second
fucking
half,
kidding me?
the
Is this
action-
bitch actually analyzing the butterfly effect in relation to what she watched on the cartoon? I mean, she might as well fucking. You know what? Just fuck
really,
off, dude.
really
Just fuck
takes
off.
off, and it accelerates. The pacing in Steins Gate.
I mean, the
in
fact
my
that this
mind,
old
is
boomer has this
perfect.
much
You
obsession
go
over
on a
anime
roller
is like the
coaster ride,
Mandela
you really
effect,
do,
you know?
both from the point of view of the plot unfolding as well as emotionally.
Well, instead of the Mandela
So
effect, it
here
should
we
be like
have Mayuri, or as she
I don't
likes
know, the
to call
Mr.
herself
Miyagi effect
by
or some
nickname
Japanese
She
name effect or something.
in what I call her stargazer pose.
Here she is, like, you
And she
better
was an
work it,
inexpensive
girl,
little
move your
figurine
thing
artist
on the runway,
Mayuri
work,
comes across as
work
a
it,
character
move it to the
who,
left,
during
work,
the
move
first
it to the
half
right, now
of the game, you
Shantae,
might
Shantae!
easily dismiss as a bit of a childish, slightly ditzy female who's into cosplay. Well, all I can say is stick around, because what happened to me was I had a complete reversal of how I saw Mayuri later on. And
Oh,
it
wow, how
really,
deep?
really hits
How
you
fucking
in
deep?
the solar plexus. Obviously,
Yeah, you realize that he has a penis.
because I don't want to reveal anything significant, any kind of spoilers about the story. I can only talk in very general terms. I hope you understand that. I played Steins Gate for the first
He has a massive cock.
time on my Vita.
Oops, I
and
spoiled it.
I think it's just perfect for the handheld. It has that
Oh my
immediate.
God,
and
dude,
very
shut the
intimate
fuck up, you
experience
broad, all
that
right?
you get
Start
when you play
crocheting or
Pokemon.
some shit.
And of course, on the
I mean, do something
Vita
productive,
OLED
man.
screen, the artwork.
I mean, go to a
looks
local church and do
wonderful
some
as
shit.
well.
Do something. I mean,
But
this
I
is
would
a
say
waste
it
of
would be
life.
good to play
Lady, you could die
on
tomorrow.
whichever platform you
And
want to
as
play.
you're fading out
I
into the
really wish,
netherworld, you're
they
going to think
were
about
able
all this
to bring
stupid,
it to
dumb,
the
fucking
Switch
idiot
and
waste
thus
of
open it
time
up to a
of
wider
obsessing over
audience.
some
I think
fucking
it would really
Japanese
find,
cartoons.
second
You know,
use
give me a
of
fucking
life.
break.
So Steins
Japanese. Brutal, man.
Gate spawned a few follow-on games. There was an early
There are definitely some examples of some Japanese cartoons.
spin-off called Steins Gate My Darling's Embrace, which is digital only and came out roughly a year after the game itself released.
All right, I think we're
and
done
I've
with
only
this.
recently
I think we're
got it
done.
actually
All
on
right, I'm gonna let this go
PlayStation.
13
And I
minutes.
just want to briefly mention that
And
Steins Gate
that's it.
did
15 and a half
have
inches of pure
sequel, much
imagination. Good
requested
God,
from
is all I got to
fans.
say
They
to
wanted
this.
to know, did the story continue? What happened to the characters? And 5PB did eventually give us a sequel, and it came to the West
I
in
almost thought it
2016.
said Viva Pinata at the top. I swear to God, I almost thought it said Viva Pinata.
And it's called Steins Gate Zero. I won't be covering that today, that would be far too much. To me, the original Steins Gate visual novel is the crucial game.
All right, I
The
think we
one
get it,
that
the old hag.
puts everything else
I
into
think
the
we get
shade.
it. All right, 13
Steins
minutes.
Gate, by the way, also
All right,
came out.
that's enough. All right, Jesus Christ. You know,
I'd buy that for
Walmart Bill Cooper bought me a beer. Hey, by the way, good to see you there, Walmart Bill Cooper. Cheers to you. All right, there it is. Cheers, dude. All right, I appreciate the beer, by the way. Let's move on because we got a whole bunch more we have to do. These
hearing. And thank you to all of the witnesses for taking the time to be here. We certainly really appreciate it. Dr. Harper, I've got a couple questions for you. Just starting out, do you believe that ageism is a form of bigotry? Yes. You do? Yeah, I thought so because you wrote an article saying that ageism in media discourse about Biden's re-election is an issue. Do you still believe that ageism was an issue in the past election cycle?
I believe that ageism in any form and in any context is a problem.
Do you believe that Americans who were concerned about Joe Biden's age were bigoted?
I did not say that in my article, nor do I claim that now.
You said that ageism is a form of bigotry.
Ageism is a form of bigotry, but I did not say that in my article. You cannot misrepresent my idea.
Okay, well, why don't you provide your explanation for that? Ageism is a form of bigotry. People who were concerned about Joe Biden's age were ageist. How do you square that?
I'm less concerned about Joe Biden's age. I am more concerned about young people and older Americans being systematically denied opportunities and access because of their age.
Do you think that Joe Biden's age had a relation to his cognitive decline?
That is outside of my area of expertise.
Do you need to be an expert to determine whether an 82-year-old man who is clearly visibly declining mentally on camera, if that has anything to do with his age?
I'm not a cognitive scientist.
You're not? Okay. Of course you're not. Do you think those Americans were right to be concerned about Joe Biden's age?
Again, you're missing the point. The point is about the ageism itself. Okay. It isn't about Joe Biden.
We're going to move on. Do you believe that America should be a colorblind society? For instance, should people be treated differently based on their race? It's just a yes or no question.
He, of course, thinks that you should be treated differently because he wants you to give him that shit for free.
It's not a yes or no question.
It's a yes or no question.
It is a, as I said in the
give me this shit for free.
Beginning of my testimony, America
yes or
has
no
not done right by indigenous peoples, by black people, by Asian American and Pacific Islander people.
Should people be treated differently based on their race? Yes or no?
People should receive the services and the support and the remedies that are owed to them.
That they should be treated.
Give me them reparations and shit, man.
Differently based on their race.
They should receive the remedies that are owed to them because of the systemic.
Give me $2 million.
Racism
do you
and
believe
injustice.
Do you believe that race should be considered?
Dude, if they ever do start to pass reparations, the 3 companies you want to invest in, Mercedes-Benz, Gucci, and fucking Rolex, bro. Because that's the only place that money's going.
And employer hiring practices?
I do not believe that white people are the only qualified people for jobs.
I didn't say that. Nobody said that. I asked you if race should be considered in employer hiring practices. And you're not going to intimidate me by slandering me as a racist.
You're also, I did not call you a racist.
No,
you're not going to intimidate me by insisting that I called you a racist.
Straightforward question. It's a yes or no question. Should race be considered in employer hiring practices? Yes or no?
I believe that diversity ought to be considered as companies and other organizations attempt to reflect their customers, our country.
I'll take that as a yes. Which race do you think should be preferred?
I do not think that a single race should be preferred.
Well, you just said that you believe that race should be considered in employer hiring practices.
I don't know. There's going to be a transcript of this hearing. I didn't say that in that way.
Okay, why don't you explain what you believe?
What I said and what I believe is that the demographic composition of workplaces, our nation's military, and so on, our Congress ought to reflect the diversity of the United States of America.
Racial demographic composition. Racial demographic, is that what you're saying?
Racial, gender.
Okay, so race should be a factor in employer hiring practices. Yeah, that's what you're saying, is it not?
Organizations ought to attempt to match the diversity of their...
You're hopping around the question.
No, I am answering quite straightforwardly, as a matter of fact.
Who gets to determine which races are preferred?
I already told you I don't have a single racial group.
You just told me that you believe that the racial demographic makeup should be taken into account in hiring practices.
And it should be reflected in all levels of companies and other organizations.
Okay, let's talk about college admissions. If 2 different children are applying for college, let's say one is white and one is black, and there's one slot available, should they be evaluated based on the same objective criteria? Test scores, for instance.
Are you familiar with holistic admissions?
Should they be held to the same standards regarding test scores?
I am a proponent of holistic admissions.
It's just a yes or no question.
Yeah, no, I can't answer that question for you as a proponent of holistic admissions.
Got it. I'll take that as a no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Steins Gate is discounted to $8. Buy it, dude. I think they're doing a remaster at some point in the near future, I believe. I already know how it ends. Like, there's no surprise there, so I already know it's basically a Troon story. Stein's gash. Or axe wound. Yeah, dude, literally all we've done tonight prior to like the past 3 videos is watch shit on the PS5 stuff, so we watched like I think 4 hours of that. I don't know, is there anything else we should watch? I don't think so. I mean, we've been watching videos for like 6 hours, so... That's more than PK deserves, to be honest. Do you guys really want to see Raymond dancing to AI Troonslop? 9. Not at all, man. No Untermensch shit. Some guy gave Raymond good advice on X and he flipped shit. Oh yeah, dude. You give him any sort of advice and he freaks out. Code Geass also has top tier anime bitches. Like the guy who did the artwork for that show was very horned up. That's for sure. It's one of like the most subtly fan servicey shows out there. Like lots of TNA, jiggle physics, bodysuits. You know, it basically perfectly meshes the fan service with the story without, you know, breaking the flow of the series. So it's actually pretty good on that front. Yeah, CC is peak. That's one of my personal favorite anime bitches. Thanks for watching the Persona. No worries, man. Yeah, I know nothing about Persona, so it's like speaking Chinese to me. Griffin makes fun of blue hairs but likes green hair. Dude, Anime bitches having colored hair is not the same thing as real women having colored hair. First and foremost. That's not even remotely the same thing. In real life, the neon hair is a red flag. Like a poison dart frog. Let's see, user with the 18 months. What is this? I made this for someone I'll never.
I can't afford this shit!
The fuck? Is this like some Doomer video? Alright, hold on. Vendetta with the 2, Code Geass has canon art of Lelouch and Mom Love. Yup, it does. It does, in fact. Alright, let's see what this is.
I want you to sit with me for a bit and enjoy this one-sided
So quiet, hold on.
conversation that you are about to have. The idea for this video, and perhaps the push to start this channel, came to me when I traveled to Mumbai for a tech
Oh my god.
convention. Traveling through local trains gave me a chance to look at other people's Instagram feed, which I had never done before. I felt this uncanny feeling of familiarity, yet something felt very wrong. We have seen numbers, thousands and millions, so many times, yet we lose the sense of what it even means. The one-sidedness of technology.
The one-sidedness of technology?
This guy watching a clip of I Show Speed and him coming from a poor part of Mumbai made me question his understanding of what was being watched. What part of human
Indeed,
nature
sir.
made him watch that without any context or understanding? How is it that you're watching parts of the world that don't even know you exist? How is it that you know someone from a different part of the world, yet they are completely oblivious to your existence? It made me question the perspective of reality I was viewing the online world with. Who is on the other side? Who is watching this video? Does it
Very European coded, sir.
even matter if I'm getting my numbers on the screen? I think it does. Algorithms have become complex. They don't give a fuck what you want.
Shit?
Only what will keep your subconscious hooked. But YouTube is different. You had a choice to click or to scroll. You might not be a broke CS student from a third world country like me, yet here you are. What was so relatable, so curious about listening to someone you'll never meet? I think the algorithm is working perfectly. You are here because you share something deeper than superficial variables. You are here as a witness to this video. This video exists because of you. But did you even choose to click? Coincidence did not make you click. A carefully calculated firing of neurons did not make you click. What did? We may be completely different in beliefs, ideas, and experiences, yet here we are, poetically ending the video together. Pause the video without telling me your name, where you're from, or what you do. Tell me who you are. I'm a human. I like cats and deep conversations. I want to get rich someday.
I want to move to Dubai and become a crypto billionaire.
My goal with this channel is to connect with you not based on experiences or status or some niche that I create content for, but soul. You watching thus far tells me everything I need. You may have already subscribed midway through the video. I hope to see you in the comments.
Oh my god. Wowie zowie, man. How does one even find said video? But yeah, if you need a reason to watch Code Geass, here you go. This is official art, by the way. Like, this is official art from the fucking series. Just to give you an idea. That's what you're dealing with when it comes to the artist.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Nah, I can't find the other one. Oh, well. You pulled that up awfully fast after that PK. Well, I was looking for it while the PK video was playing.
I can't afford this shit!
Just clicked episode 1 and they're playing chess. Yeah, that's just like a common theme of the show. So it's like a recurring theme. But it makes sense in the context of the story. Dude, India has a massive incel problem. I forget exactly what the stats are. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, it's 52% male, 48% female. So there's like a pretty large portion of the population, and the younger you get, the more men there are compared to women. So there's like a very large population of of incels looking for their foids, bruh. So it's like the opposite of a lot of places that have a bunch of femcells. Like I think, what's that country, Latvia? I don't remember. That has like the femcel problem. You know, India has the incel problem. Same with China. JD Vance stole their women. That's right. One-shotted by the BWC. Brutal. Let's see. Resident Evil Zombify with the 5. Saw Bleach, new 3 episodes in theaters. Orihime chest is so damn big now. And Yoruichi is where a lot of the budget... Yeah, we were... Hold on. I pulled that up earlier. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah. This... God of Thunder, dude. Hell yeah. Everybody was surprised they actually animated the panel. Everybody was actually surprised that, you know, they actually did. Hold on, let's see. I think this is the other one. Yeah. And then there's the lightning bikini part, too. This is from the new Bleach arc. So, it's from, like, the most recent episodes of Bleach. Let's see. So, Constructs Workshop with the 2. Can we watch Stupid Optimus? Like, is there a particular video? Let's see. I guess this.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back.
Recent video? Okay. I gotta speed it up.
Back to another video here on the channel, and today we are going to be talking about the announcement, the news from PlayStation. They just announced today that starting in January 2028, they will no longer be manufacturing any physical copies for any video game under the PlayStation brand. So basically, if you're playing video games on PlayStation, starting in January 2028, you will be forcefully, whether you like it or not, or already have or haven't, be making the full transition to digital gaming. So this news was announced just this morning by PlayStation, and also at the same time, industry rumors are suggesting that the next Xbox also will not have a disc drive, and that Xbox will be making that transition as well. But for now, only PlayStation has been confirmed, so that's what we're going to be discussing in this video. So we're also going to go ahead and take a look at the press release here and just see what was said. As consumer preferences and the broader entertainment industry,
I forget this dude even exists most of the time.
Continue to shift away from physical discs to Family 20 disc, and there will be no more, going to your local game store, buying a physical jewel case of the game, popping out the disc, and putting it into your console. So essentially, the video gaming experience that we all know and love, that we all grew up with, in just honestly now about a year and a half, will be permanently dead. Now keep in mind, because all these big companies, they put billions into research, they know what realistically each other are kind of doing. If PlayStation is making this move, then you can bet your last dollar that at the exact same time, you will be seeing this move being made by probably both Xbox and Nintendo respectively. Like I said earlier in this video, it is already being rumored that the new gen Xbox console is going to be digital only completely, and that this essentially will be the...
Yeah, I mean, this is a no-brainer, so... It's where the industry's been heading for the last 10 years anyway.
Same move made by them. We now know that the PlayStation 6, based on this announcement...
It's going to be in his 40s talking about TikTok drama and microtransactions. Brutal, man.
Here will be digital.
A fate worse than death.
Only from Sony themselves. And, you know, just beyond the, like, nostalgia of taking a disc out of the game copy or whatever, right? Just beyond that, this is not really a good thing for gaming consumers. Now, in this release here, they say that changing consumer...
Yeah, I remember at one point, this dude thought he was, like, literally the most popular motherfucker on the internet. Like, he was trying to make a video game. He thought he was going to make comic books, write a novel, create a fucking, you know... like an application and a news site, like all this crazy shit, bro. It's like, dog, put the fucking slop tent in the bag. I don't understand why YouTubers think they are like these genius business people.
Trends and just the general preference of digital only are the reasons why they are making this.
Yeah, this is the guy who made the video crashing out about the woman that texted him.
Decision. And admittedly, it is true, right? The digital gaming explosion has already happened. Most people at this point in time are buying video games digitally. So on one hand, you know, it's like, oh, we have this reason, you know, the consumer wants this. But you also look at the same time at like the music industry and you realize that vinyl sales for fans in music have exploded in recent years and has become one of the most popular ways to consume music again.
No, it has not. Vinyl is not one of the most popular ways to consume music. That is such a cope.
And so the idea that physical media is just completely dead and by the wayside is honestly...
That is such a fucking cope, bro. Just because Taylor Swift fans buy 15 versions of her newest album on vinyl because there's like exclusive variants of individual songs does not mean people are using fucking record players en masse.
Bullshit. There always has been and there always will be a dedicated consuming community of people who only want to buy their media physically. And sure, it might be a smaller portion than the digital only, but any wise company would continue to sell their product in the ways that their consumers want them to sell the products. And it's not like PlayStation or anyone else is losing money by selling video games physically. They are still profiting every time they sell these games. So it's not like they're selling them at a loss and taking a big loss or a big hit on this shit. They still make money.
Well, no, they are losing money because if a physical game gets bought and sold 5 times, that's 5 sales that they would otherwise make money on. So it's not just the initial sale you have to look at. It's the sales that follow suit. You know, if 10 people buy a physical game, 10 of them sell it, then that's 10 more people who buy it. Sony and the publisher get nothing of the secondhand sales. Then if those 10 people sell it again, and again, and again, and again, and it just keeps snowballing to the point where, you know, they potentially missed out on 100 sales, let's say, for every 10 copies they sold physically. So that actually does equate in a financial loss in the grand scheme of things. Like, not initially, it doesn't lose the money on producing the disc, but opportunity cost is the thing that they're considering.
From physical media, they still sell copies. What it really comes down to is this is a way for PlayStation to now usurp entire control over the process of you buying and selling your video games. So 20 years ago on the PlayStation 2 or whatever at the time, because I don't think the 3 was out.
That's what they don't want. This is what publishers and platforms have been trying to get rid of forever, is the used game market.
20 years ago yet, but you could go to, say, a yard sale in your neighborhood or over to your buddy's house or to a GameStop or a local game store, and you could buy a used copy of any video game from like $5 to $15 because the used game market was plentiful. You, once again, could just go buy the physical copy. You bought the disc, you went and put it home in your console, you had the game. This is no longer going to be a thing. There will never be a secondhand used games market where you can buy video games cheaper than usual. You will never be able to have your buddy buy a video game, play it for a couple weeks, tell you if it's good or not, and then you buy it off him and play it. This entire element of gaming essentially is just completely gone now, and it's realistically being done so that things like that can no longer happen, because obviously in the modern gaming world, if you can force everybody to buy the game digitally, you can basically then force them into a perpetual license forever for the game. And what this means is the player never actually owns the video game. So when you go buy NBA 2K27 on your PS5 digitally, yeah, you'll be able to load that software for a year and a half or so. But whenever 2K releases the new 2K game and decides that, hey, your video game no longer works online, you essentially now have a paperweight that you paid $70 for on your PlayStation taking up hard drive space. When that new experimental shooter comes out and it sucks at release, but you really wanted to play it, you know, you really wanted to play that game when it came out. When the developers shut the servers down in 8 months because the game was a fucking failure and they're not making enough money to keep the servers on, you essentially bought some bullshit that is no longer usable. If you bought
yeah, but you wouldn't be able to sell it at that point either, so in either case you kind of wasted your money, but I get what he's saying.
Call of Duty, let's say, okay? And
being able to sell your shit is nice, and that is the main appeal of physical media. So I get it. But yeah, I mean, If you're shutting down the servers for a game, the game becomes worthless anyway.
Then you trash talk too hard on it or something like that. PlayStation now has the right to revoke your license for that game at any given time. And what can you really do about it? Well, nothing, because you agree to the terms of service where PlayStation is essentially allowed to just strip you of any video game that you've ever purchased. And in fact, this literally just happened with PlayStation a couple of days ago. Just a few days ago, PlayStation announced that over 150 movies that were purchasable.
Here we go again with the movies thing. Not the same thing. False equivalency. Let's move on.
Through the PlayStation Store during prior times in years past were now going to be unavailable for all users who purchased these movies no matter what. So if you bought one of these 150 movies...
This has never happened with video games. It's only happened with movies, and it's not only happened with PlayStation. This has happened with Amazon. It's happened with PlayStation. It's happened with Apple and a few others. Microsoft as well. They had a similar issue. Yeah, movies and TV shows are not regulated the same way as gaming. Like, the movie studios and TV studios got a fucking, you know, insane loophole for legal licensing and shit, so...
your PlayStation account 10 years ago, and it's one of your favorite movies of all time, well, that sucks for you because PlayStation delisted the product, and as a result, they now have stripped it out of your library, meaning that the thing you bought and purchased with your own money, regardless of how long ago you made that decision, you made that legal decision to buy a video game or a movie, well, it's okay because now PlayStation has taken that from you, and well, what can you do about it? Nothing. And this is the future that we're going to see with video games. A game is going to come out here in a couple years. It's going to be one of these, you know, marathons or something like that where it gets hated on or it doesn't get played a whole ton. The servers are going to shut down in 3 weeks or whatever, and everyone who bought the game is just going to be fuck out of luck, and there's nothing they can do about it because they didn't actually purchase a video game. They bought the perpetual license to access the servers of the video game. So to dumb this down as much as I can, okay? Now on PlayStation, as a PlayStation gamer, okay, you will only have one way to purchase video games. That is going to be digitally. So that will cut out an entire market of the video game industry and video game sales and things like that, right? It will completely remove that from polite society or whatever. So you will just have to now...
Polite society?
really trust PlayStation and Sony to not just be bastards and fuck you over. And also at the same time, the quote purchases you make are not actually purchases. It is essentially license rental agreements. So what this does for me as someone who bought every PlayStation from 2 through the 5, including handhelds, this makes sure that I will never buy another PlayStation ever again. There is literally zero reason whatsoever for me to ever own another PlayStation at this point in time. Because if I'm going to be locked into making digital only purchases, if you're going to lock me into this digital only ecosystem, why would I do it on a machine that does less than my computer, has less functionality than my computer, runs video games poorer than my computer?
Because it's significantly cheaper than your computer.
Does, worse than my computer. The online multiplayer costs more money than it does playing it on my computer, and by buying video games digitally through my computer, I can buy them through any storefront that I choose. So to play the PS6, okay, just off the top here, you're gonna have to pay, what, $1,000 probably for the fucking hardware after tax, and also to unlock your PlayStation membership, and to have the accessories or whatever you need to even play the fucking thing in the first place, right? So I'm just gonna assume, right, yeah, out the gate for PS6, $1,000, when you combine all the costs and everything involved. Meanwhile, you can literally also spend about $1,000 on a PC, get similar, if
no, you're not. You're not spending $1,000 on a PC and getting similar performance to a PS6. That is a complete fantasy nowadays.
Not better performance.
You might be able to outperform a Steam machine, which is weaker than the PS5, but yeah, you're not spending $1,000 on a PC and getting something better than the PS6 in today's market.
Outright on that machine. You don't have to pay for PlayStation Plus on a monthly basis to play the fucking games online. And guess what? On the PC, right? So on the PlayStation, you can really now only buy your games through the PlayStation Store. That's the idea. Well, on PC, if Steam decides to get a hair up their ass and they become shit, right? I can just go buy my games from Epic Games.
Dude, a 2 terabyte hard drive or SSD, like an M2 drive, is almost like $400 now. Like, just your fucking SSD is already almost half the price of the future PS6. You know, just think about that for a minute. You know, a motherboard, $200. CPU, another $200 to $300 minimum. You should probably go ahead and spend about $400 though. Your GPU, at least $600. And then your RAM. Oh, the RAM. About what, 400, maybe $500 minimum. So, yeah. And that's best case scenario. And that's not the power supply. That's not even the case. You know, peripherals, because you don't get a controller with a PC. You have to buy all that shit separate. So, I don't know, man.
I can go buy my games from GOG.com, who, by the way, sells every...
That's wishful thinking, in my opinion.
video game DRM free.
You know, sure, if you can find a bunch of parts that fell off the back of a truck, then maybe, but not likely for most people.
Literally are the best outlet you can potentially buy video games from if you care about digital media and media preservation and DRM and all that. I can go buy video games on G2A.com for a discount, right? So on PC, I'm not paying for online gameplay. I can buy video games basically never at full price because Steam is always having a sale, or G2A's price is always cheaper than MSRP, right? So I can buy games cheaper. I can buy games through multiple storefronts, so no one single company ever has a monopoly over my purchasing decisions. The games will run and play better on my machine. Free online multiplayer, all the other uses of a PC combined into one machine. What exactly is the purpose in someone like me buying a PlayStation ever again? Sony as a company essentially told me, at this point,
There is no, again, if you already have a capable PC, there's not really a reason, unless you, for whatever reason, care about PlayStation games, which I don't know why you would at this point, but yeah, really the only thing that the PS6 in theory will have over PC is price. It will be significantly cheaper than a PC, especially in today's market.
Core PlayStation fan since the day I was like 2 years old. They essentially told me, you never have to buy one of our products ever again. There's literally no reason for you to. You know, I would almost say for people to not buy PlayStation products ever again, but hey, I know that's useless because most gamers are just fucking complete consumers. They don't care about voting with their wallet. Realistically, that is why we are where we are in the gaming industry today. You know, a lot of people love to like only shit on companies, right? And I agree, like Sony should be shit on for this decision. Xbox should be shit on for their decisions. But at the end of the day, the only reason they're even getting away with this in the first place is because the average person buying video games couldn't give a fuck less. Like most people buying games,
yeah. Most people already buy digital anyway.
Don't give a fuck if they're being raped by the corporation out of their purchasing rights. They don't care.
Raped?
If they're being nickel and dimed at every corner. They don't care if their favorite hobby is being completely destroyed.
I'm being raped.
And devalued by corporate greed. They don't give a fuck about any of these things as long as they can get the deluxe edition of Call of Duty or NBA 2K every single year. They couldn't give a fuck less. And so as a result, these companies are emboldened to make these decisions.
Well, some people don't take gaming seriously, and those people would be correct.
And now the rest of us, right, who are like, okay, well, maybe I want to think about my purchase before I make it. Maybe I want to, you know, utilize second level thinking to consider the consequences of what will happen if I do this. We now all are in the boat that's on fire and sinking into the ocean too because of this. And we're all fucked now too because of this. And that's pretty much how every bad thing happening in gaming really got its start. People just stopped giving a fuck.
No, women.
People stopped voting with their wallets. Like in reality, if this PS6 released around this time and it was digital only and it sold 500,000 units in the first month alone and it had the worst PlayStation sales since like PS2, this shit would be reversed overnight if that was what the research showed. If they're like, oh fuck, we took a 70% sales hit because people don't want to buy a digital only console. They would have disk drives back in PlayStation within a week. They would be probably at that point selling games half price physically just to get people to buy them, right? But instead, everyone's just going to go buy the digital only PS6 and they're going to pay twice what they were paying for PS Plus 3 years ago to play video games online. And then they're going to buy their digital only license of perpetuity for their favorite video game so that they have a 3-year access period to their game, right? It's a pathetic decision. It's a shitty decision, but one that does not surprise me. I mean, we've been seeing the writing on the wall for however long now, and no one has even attempted remotely to change their purchasing or consuming habits. So here we are. I mean, gaming is truthfully just never going to be the same. You know, our hobby that we all grew up with, that we all grew up, you know, loving and admiring, it will never be the same. It will never be as great as it used to be. You will own nothing, and you'll probably be happy with that decision because, hey, at least the plastic...
Oh my god, dude. Every single one of these Goyim YouTubers use the exact same fucking term, bro. Every single one of these fucking Zogbot retards has the exact same vocabulary and cannot comprehend what "you will own nothing and be happy" is actually referring to. You fucking mongoloid. When they say you will own nothing and be happy, they're talking about you owning nothing but video games and Funko Pops. Holy shit, man.
Box that I'm getting fucked on has the logo that I really, really wanted it to have compared to the other logo. The other logo is bad guy logo. Just, I don't know, man. We are where we are.
Like, do these fuckers really think that Klaus Schwab is, like, maniacally rubbing his hands together going, ah, yes, we will prevent them from having video games? Like, yeah, dude, that's their fucking master plan is, oh, yeah, don't give money to the multi-billion-dollar corporations that we're all fucking heavily invested into. That's the worst scenario we can think of. Oh, what will we do? What will we do if they decide not to buy video games and instead purchase monetary assets that go up in value? It's just insanity, man. Like, it's so fucking retarded. Klaus Schwab wants you to buy more video games, you fucking mongoloid.
with all this, and like I said, does not surprise me, but here we are anyway. So anyway, with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you did enjoy, make sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're brand new around here on the channel, follow me over on Twitter and Twitch at @SubTheOptimus. Make sure to check out Shoptimus down below. Thinking about Watch Optimus subscribers, your support helps the channel tremendously. And until my next video, guys, this is Optimus. Well, disappointed but not surprised, and signing.
Good lord, dude. Goyim fatigue. I have Goyim fatigue, bro. Yahweh help me. Nah, DDoS protection's pretty good nowadays, so it's not really that big of a problem anymore. Yeah, you gotta wait until he encounters Colin, or Kaylin, however you say her name. Then you'll get the bodysuit and the jiggle. I better stock up on physical copies. Well, I will definitely be buying heavily again for Final Fantasy Revelation, so I will in fact be purchasing that heavily again. Because after 2028, they'll no longer be printing the disc, I guess. You all already own nothing. Only difference is you're not happy. Well, I do own a lot of stuff, technically, that is valuable. But yeah, I can't really say I'm necessarily happy. How the FBI finds your deleted files. Oh my god. It's over for me, guys. Uh-oh. If they find those files, I'm done. Yikes. If they get those files, I'm fucked. All the Ormo stuff, that's right. And the Aerith stuff. Yeah, it's over, dude. Or that, the Saber card that I bought. You know, if they find that, too, they're gonna kick in my door and come take it from me. Tifa mouth wide open. Hold on. Since I have this computer back, let's see if I can find it. Did I not title it? Maybe it's in here. No. I thought I had it on here. Is it now lost media? What did I do with it? I thought I put it in my videos folder, but I don't see it. Maybe it didn't transfer over. Brutal,
either
man.
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
It might be lost, guys. What a shame. RIP to the Tifa video. Dude, I could have swore I transferred it over. Maybe I didn't. Oh, let's just see. Oh no, it is there. Hold on. It's somewhere. Open file location. So it's in video download. Okay. I do have it. Let's see. Yep, there it is. There it is in all of its glory, guys. It's not lost after all. I just forgot where I put it. Jesus Christ, bro. That shit's so creepy. I don't know how people are like, oh my god, bro, I'm gonna fucking jerk off to that shit. Like, come on, man. Have you no shame? Like, that thing is fucking creepy looking. I don't know. I don't know, dude. That's a little too much for my vanilla soul. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 7 months. Getting my appendix removed. Oh, that sucks, bro. That sucks. Is that the cause of, like, your problems? Because I know, like, once the appendix, like, ruptures or whatever, that shit's pretty nasty. It's kind of weird. It's one of those things in the body that's completely useless. And they have no idea why it's even there. But it only causes problems, potentially. Oh, it's on top chat again. Fuck. Yup. It secretly protects you from 5G waves and brainwashing. That's right, man. Once they take it out, you become a true golem. And you start, you know, professing your loyalty to our greatest ally. My mom had a ruptured appendix and we didn't know until she died. Most useless and dangerous part of the body. Yeah, it is. It's a worthless part of the body. So it's like a genetic holdover. And nobody knows why it's actually there. And it can only cause problems. But yeah, it's one of those evolutionary fuck-ups. Like how a ram's horn can grow into its skull. You know, we have an appendix that can kill us. Well, hopefully that is the cause of your problem and it fixes whatever issue you have, so. Sucks you have to go through it, but hopefully, you know, it's the root cause and all can be well again. Here, let's look it up. See if there's a short. The real Dr. Berg.
Hey guys, in this video we're going to talk about the real
Sounds
function of your
trustworthy.
appendix. We've been taught that we don't need the appendix. It's an extra thing that we can remove without any problem. But it actually has a critical function. The appendix is a 2 to 4 inch little tube that extends off the large intestine. So we have the small intestine right here, and then it meets the large intestine. So at the very start of the large intestine is where the appendix is located. You have the ileocecal valve right through here. So the purpose of this little sac, which is basically lymphatic tissue, so it does produce antibodies and white blood cells, and it helps you with infection, etc. But the real big purpose is this. It acts like a reservoir for good bacteria in case you need to repopulate the colon after diarrhea, after antibiotics. And the reason why I think people sometimes get infected where they have to remove it is because their diet is poor. They're eating a lot of sugar. So if you're following my recommendations,
You've been eating too much goy slop, bro.
Probably not going to get appendicitis. And there's one more point about the appendix, and this is just a little extra little tip. If you had
too much goy slop, brutal.
The appendix removed, okay? A lot of times you'll develop scar tissue in the right lower abdomen area. And I found in practice, working with a lot of people, that scar tissue can somehow obstruct the nerves that go down into the right leg, into the knee. So there's a connection between appendix removal, scar tissue, and right knee pain. So if you have right knee pain and you had your appendix out, try this experiment, okay? Just massage the right lower abdomen, stretch it out, stretch the scar tissue out, and see if your right knee pain goes away. In many cases, it will. So put your comments down and let me know if it worked for you. Thanks for watching. Hey, if you're interested in finding out the...
So basically, it's like one of those fucking, probiotic, I guess, capsules within your own body. So yeah, it still doesn't do anything. Yeah, just take 2 sips of beer and calm down. "11 habits of..." Oh, this? Here, we'll see. This is literal slop, but we'll
You know what's interesting about people with extremely high IQs? They rarely look the way we expect them to. Most people picture someone with a very high IQ as obviously impressive, constantly confident, solving problems out loud, making sure the room is aware of their intelligence.
But instead, they're a chud like me.
But psychology research consistently tells a very different story. Many of the behavioral patterns most commonly found in people with extremely high IQs don't look like intelligence at all, and some of them actually look like the opposite. What cognitive psychologists have found after decades of studying highly intelligent individuals is that a very high IQ doesn't just make a person smarter. It changes the entire way a person processes the world. And that difference shows up in very specific, very recognizable ways. Here are 11 psychological traits that research consistently finds in people with extremely high IQs. Sign 1, they spend a lot of time alone. The first trait
Dude, am I smart?
is a strong preference for solitude. Highly intelligent people often spend significant amounts of time alone, not because they dislike other people, but because their brains are constantly processing.
Fuck.
The prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for complex...
Well, what if it's both? What if it's both? You know, what if my brain is processing the fact that I really don't fucking like other people?
Reasoning, planning, and deep
reflection. It can be a combination of the two, right?
Tends to function most effectively in quiet environments without external distraction. For a high IQ brain, solitude isn't loneliness, it's fuel. Research published by the London School of Economics found something that seems counterintuitive at first. Highly intelligent individuals reported significantly lower life satisfaction from frequent social interaction compared to people with average IQs.
Yeah.
Their brains, in other words, don't always recharge the way most people's do. They recharge from stillness. This doesn't mean high IQ people are antisocial or difficult to be around. It means their cognitive systems work at a depth that requires quiet time to function at full capacity. Social interaction is engaging, but it's also cognitively expensive for a brain that's always analyzing every layer of what's happening in a room. Sign 2. Their minds never fully switch off. The second
That's definitely me.
trait is a mind that never truly quiets down. People with very high IQs frequently report that their thinking doesn't stop. Not during rest, not late at night, not during activities that most people find relaxing. There's always
that is literally me for real, for real.
A background process running, turning over a problem, revisiting a conversation, building a theory, running mental simulations for things that haven't happened yet. Psychologist Kazimierz Dabrowski studied this extensively in gifted individuals and described it through his theory of overexcitabilities. He found that highly intelligent people experience what he called psychomotor overexcitability, a restless, internal energy that expresses itself mentally rather than physically. A drive to think that doesn't have a natural off switch. Neuroscientist Rex Young's research at the University of New Mexico found that higher intelligence is associated with richer connectivity between distant regions of the brain, not just faster processing in isolated areas. The highly intelligent brain doesn't just think more quickly. It makes connections across a much larger network of ideas simultaneously, all the time. That constant connectivity is what makes rest difficult. The brain isn't malfunctioning. It's doing exactly what it was built to do. Sign 3, they feel things more deeply than they show. The third trait is one that surprises people the most when they encounter it in the research. There's a widespread assumption that high intelligence comes with emotional detachment. The cold,
they're a Sigma,
rational thinker who lives entirely in the mind.
Dude.
But psychology research directly contradicts this picture. People with significantly elevated IQs actually tend to feel things with greater intensity than average, not less. Dabrowski identified this as emotional overexcitability, a heightened responsiveness to emotional stimuli that makes high IQ individuals acutely sensitive to beauty, music, injustice, and the suffering of others. A study published in the journal Intelligence
because, dude, he's got to. It's by any means necessary, after all.
Found that higher measured IQ correlated with significantly greater emotional reactivity and emotional depth, particularly in response to art, moral questions, and human behavior. The reason this trait is so often invisible is that highly intelligent people also tend to be very good at regs longer than necessary. Sign 4. They're comfortable, saying, I don't know. The fourth trait is intellectual humility. This one surprises people because we tend to assume high intelligence produces high confidence. But psychology research consistently shows the opposite pattern. People with very high IQs are far more likely to acknowledge the limits of their knowledge than people with average IQs, and they do it genuinely, not as a social performance. This connects directly to the Dunning-Kruger effect, the well-documented finding that lower competence often produces overconfidence because the person doesn't know enough to see the complexity that exists in a domain. Highly intelligent people, by contrast, understand that complexity intimately. They've thought deeply enough and encountered enough exceptions to see how much remains genuinely uncertain. So when a high IQ person says, I don't know, it's not hesitation, it's precision. And it's one of the most reliable markers of genuine intelligence that psychology has identified. The person who holds every opinion with absolute certainty, regardless of evidence, is almost never the most intelligent person in the room. Sign 5, they struggle to find people who think at their level. The fifth trait is one that highly intelligent people rarely talk about openly, but that
sports cattle.
Research shows is nearly universal among them. They find it genuinely difficult to find people they can fully connect with intellectually, not because they believe they're superior to others, but because
yeah,
conversations that don't go deep enough, or people who aren't interested in the same kinds of questions, leave them feeling a very specific kind of unstimulated.
Hey, did you catch the game last night?
Psychologist Leda Hollingworth, who spent decades studying highly gifted adults, identified what
Did you guys catch the game last night? That shit was crazy, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, me and the wife are gonna go check out that new Marvel movie this weekend. I sure am excited to see what happens to Batman, dude.
Called the problem of stimulus poverty, the experience of a mind that can't find sufficient challenge or depth in its immediate environment. What she observed wasn't arrogance.
Yeah, bro, I hit this sick fucking parlay on the fucking World Cup, bro. It was crazy.
It was a quiet longing for real conversation. For someone who could follow them all the way to the bottom of an idea without needing to turn back. The result is that highly intelligent people sometimes appear aloof or distant, not because they lack social ability, but because they've learned from experience that most conversations aren't built to hold the depth they require. So they hold back, they calibrate themselves down, and a lot of who they actually are never enters the room at all. Sign 6. They change their minds. When the evidence changes. The sixth trait is cognitive flexibility.
This is I definitely fall into this category.
Highly intelligent people tend to treat beliefs as working theories rather than fixed identities. When new information appears, information that directly contradicts what they previously believed, their brain updates the model. They don't experience changing their mind as a threat to who they are. They experience it as accuracy. In psychology, this is called cognitive flexibility, and it's one of the most consistent markers of advanced problem-solving ability. The brain of a highly intelligent person isn't attached to being right about any specific thing. It's interested in having the most accurate possible picture of reality, even when that means discarding something.
That's the thing. I would rather be proven wrong and actually know what's actually true or not. I don't like being lied to.
Thing it previously held with confidence. From the outside, this can look like inconsistency. A person who shifts positions can appear unreliable. But what's actually happening is the opposite of uncertainty. It's a mind running a continuous, honest update process. The people who never change their minds, regardless of new evidence, are almost never the most intelligent people in the room. Sign 7. They observe far more than they say. The 7th trait is a preference for observation over expression. In conversations and group settings, highly intelligent people often default to watching before speaking. They listen to what isn't being said as much as to what is. They pick up on the patterns in social dynamics, who defers to whom, where the real tension is, what the conversation is actually about beneath the surface level, before they contribute anything. Research on social intelligence and general cognitive ability consistently shows that higher IQ correlates with greater accuracy in reading social cues and emotional signals. But it also means high IQ individuals often need more time to process what they're observing before they respond. They're not slower thinkers. They're gathering more data first. This creates a frustrating and common misread. The quiet, observing person is frequently assumed to have the least to contribute. In reality, they're often the one with the most complete picture of what's actually happening. Sign 8, they procrastinate hardest on the work that matters most. The 8th trait is one that highly intelligent people often find deeply confusing about themselves. The projects with the most personal meaning, the work with the greatest potential, are frequently the hardest to begin. Smaller,
that's kind of relatable.
Lower stakes tasks get done with ease. The work that could genuinely represent their full capability seems to live permanently at the edge of starting. Researchers studying high cognitive ability individuals found that this pattern isn't laziness. It's
analysis paralysis.
Form of what they called complexity awareness. Before beginning a significant piece of work, a high IQ brain comprehends the full scope of what excellent would require. Every flaw the finished product might contain, every way it could fall short of the standard the mind can already clearly see. Psychologist Carol Dweck's research identified this as particularly common in gifted individuals. A fear not of failure exactly, but of the gap.
Griffin just standing behind random people listening on their conversations to jump in. Hell no.
Between internal vision and external output. The procrastination isn't an absence of care. It's the presence of too much of it. The work that never starts is almost always the work that matters the most. Sign 9. They get bored. Faster than almost anyone around them. The 9th
Yeah, I get bored pretty easy.
Trait is a low...
I don't know, guys. I might be heckin' smart, dude.
Tolerance for repetition and a constant need for novelty. Highly intelligent people tend to habituate quickly, meaning they need more novel input to maintain the same level of engagement that most people get from familiar routines.
I get so fucking bored.
Not just in obvious situations.
I don't know if that's a direct correlation or not, to be honest. I think most people get bored.
Like slow meetings or repetitive tasks. At a neurological level, the stimulus that satisfied yesterday doesn't satisfy at the same level today. Neuroscientific research has linked higher cognitive ability to higher baseline dopamine activity in the prefrontal cortex, the brain's reward system for new information and intellectual challenge. When that challenge disappears, the signal drops sharply.
Admit I'm depressed? What do I have to be depressed over?
The restlessness isn't a mood. It's a physiological response to insufficient stimulation. This is why highly intelligent people often pursue multiple interests simultaneously, change careers more than once, or find themselves strangely dissatisfied in situations that seem, from the outside, perfectly comfortable. The brain isn't being ungrateful. It's running a search for what it was built to find. Sign 10, they question themselves more than anyone would expect. The 10th trait is persistent self-doubt, and this one is directly connected to intelligence, not opposed to it. People with very high IQs often experience a degree of internal uncertainty that the people around them would find hard to believe, not performative humility. Genuine recurring doubt about whether their thinking is as reliable as others seem to assume. Not because they're fragile, because they understand complexity too well to feel entirely certain about anything. This connects again to the Dunning-Kruger effect.
That I'll never be with Aerith? No.
But at the high end, the deeper your understanding of a subject, the more clearly you can see how much remains uncertain. The more you know, the more accurately you can see everything you don't know. Intelligence doesn't produce certainty. It produces a more precise map of how much territory remains unexplored. Psychologist Albert Ellis observed that highly intelligent individuals were frequently the most prone to holding their own output to a standard not applied to anyone else, and treating any gap between performance and potential as evidence of fundamental inadequacy. The doubt isn't a sign of lesser intelligence. It's often the most reliable signature of a greater one. Sign 11. They carry a quiet sense of not quite belonging. And the 11th trait is the one that ties all the others together. Highly intelligent people frequently
Literally me, for real, dude. I don't belong amongst the rabble.
report a quiet but persistent sense of not quite fitting. In their social groups, their professions, sometimes in the world at large. Not a dramatic alienation, a subtle, ongoing awareness of being slightly out of sync with the immediate environment around them. This isn't a personality disorder.
A patrician among plebeians.
Or a social deficiency. It's the predictable result of experiencing the world at a different level of resolution than most of the people around you. When your brain processes more, connects more, feels more intensely, and requires more depth than the environment consistently offers, a mild sense of displacement is almost inevitable. Not because something went wrong, but because something works differently. Psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, whose decades of research on creativity and exceptional minds remain among the most important in cognitive psychology, found that individuals with the greatest intellectual capacity almost universally described their inner lives as the most complex, the most difficult to explain, and the hardest to share. Not because they were uniquely suffering, but because they were experiencing life at a level of detail that most people around them weren't. And living at that resolution changes what you notice, what you need, and what
what you notice.
Ordinary life is capable of giving you. What's interesting about all
pattern recognition,
all 12 of these traits is how consistently they're misread. The person who needs solitude looks antisocial. The one whose mind never stops looks anxious. The one who feels deeply looks unexpectedly sensitive. The one who doubts themselves looks uncertain. The one who doesn't quite fit anywhere looks like they're difficult. But sometimes what looks like a collection of quiet difficulties is actually something very specific. A mind that was built to process more, connect more, and go further than most of the environments it moves through every day. At its core, a very high...
Yeah, dude, I am a genius in disguise. Who would have guessed? You know, technically... Why did it fucking do that? There we go. Technically, the genius DNA runs in my family, so you never know.
IQ isn't just about knowing more or thinking faster. It's about experiencing the full complexity of the world with
I've never done an IQ test, so I have no idea what my IQ even is.
Very little filter between you and it. And that, more than any test or number, is what makes it both the most powerful and the most demanding thing a person can carry. If this video described you today, leave a comment with the trait that felt most accurate. I read every single one. And if it gave language to something you've been carrying quietly for a long time, share it with someone who might need to hear it. I'm Turnwiser. Don't forget to subscribe so you won't miss the next video. Goodbye, and see you next time.
That was a great cope video. I feel smarter already, dude. I don't even know what would be like considered a good IQ, like 120, I guess. I can't afford this shit. I don't know what the distribution is. Bud Sunny with the 2. I guess we can watch that. There we go.
Video game convention season is about to kick off. It is the
guy who proudly proclaims how he doesn't sell anything.
Summer, and this is the time that people go out and travel to find rare and expensive video.
90 is average? Not for white people, it's not. I think 105 is like average for whites. I'm not sure. Let's see. Average IQ for white people. Let's see. So for white Americans, okay, it's 100 for white people and 105 for East Asians. All right, yeah, I got those two mixed up. All right, there you go.
video games. Tons of my friends and tons of you always send me lists of games they want me to be on the lookout for. And guess what console has the most games on that list? The PS3. The people who grew up with the PS3 being their console of choice when they were kids, well, they've got jobs now, they got money, and they're trying to track down the games they had when they were a kid. And then the next step is they try to track down the games that they couldn't have when they were kids. Then the step after that, well, that's to find the rare hidden gems that they never knew about when they were kids. And I think we're in that phase right now. I've seen this cycle again and again and again. Every 20 years after the console comes out, and yes, the PlayStation 3 is 20 years old. I know, I'm upset about it too, but it has never failed. 20 years after the console comes out, the previous generation of people decide to start buying for it. When that happens, well, those prices, they start going through the roof. Hey guys, I'm RNG Gamer. I play all my games randomly, and here are some PS3 games you need to buy while you still can. The first game is one of the must
Folklore.
Have games on the system, and it has all.
I have no idea what he's gonna say, but that's one that everyone should go buy before it gets super expensive.
Always been considered to have been one of the hidden gems, even right when it came out. For a decade, everybody talked about it as being the next game that's going to blow up, but here recently, people have forgotten that it existed, and it's fallen back into obscurity and having a second resurgence, a second coming, and it's 3D Dot Game Heroes. I thought everybody knew about this game. I mean, I thought it was on the list of like the top 10 must-have PS3 games, but it just, I don't know what happened. During COVID, this game got up to like over $100, but then like everybody kind of forgot that it existed. I guess it's just because the kids that grew up on the PS3, they didn't know this game existed. Only the collectors back then knew about this game, and they already had it, so I guess people just sort of stopped talking about it. I'll have you know, it's not $100 anymore. It's a lot more affordable, which is a good thing because it is a must play. This is a voxel graphic version of basically A Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. Not A Legend of Zelda, a legend. One of a many legends of Zelda. No, The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. You make a character, you run around, explore just like you would in any, over-the-head Zelda game. But what makes this one really interesting is when you beat the enemies, they explode into all these little voxels. And if you don't know what a voxel is, it's a three-dimensional pixel, otherwise known as a cube. And in this one, when your health is full, your sword is so powered up that it essentially fills the entire screen. Now, there's an ongoing joke on this channel that I've never finished A Link to the Past. I've tried it like 3 times, and I've given up every time because I just got like bored. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do. I gave up on it, okay? I'm a big quitter when it comes to Zelda. But this game, I never quit. I played all the way from the beginning to the end. No problems, had a fantastic time with it. This is the game that makes me feel like maybe I actually will like A Link to the Past, not the other way around. That's how good it is. This game is so much better than people give it credit for, and almost everybody universally loves it. The presentation's insane with these like tilt-shifted style graphics that make everything look like a miniature, and I just love that. The challenge is just right. It's got a fantastic soundtrack. It really is the complete package. And it's a PlayStation 3 exclusive. It has never been re-released on any other console. This is the only way to play it. Everybody, and I mean everybody that collects for the PlayStation 3 will need to have this game in their collection. Those people that are aging up into collecting now, they don't know about it yet. They're too busy buying games like Resistance and Uncharted. After they get all those games like this are what comes up next. YouTube has changed their algorithm. Instead of serving you the videos of the people you've like subscribed to, instead they fill the homepage full of shorts, which I don't do. So if you want to see my videos, if you like my content, do that for me. Subscribe to the channel, click that bell notification so you know when the new videos go out. Thank you.
Yeah, that shit's like a $60 game. I just looked it up.
So much. And this next section is brought to you by channel member JT Scout. Thank you so much for all your support. There is a PlayStation exclusive racing series that's one of my favorite of all time. It came out with a bang. Everybody bought the first one, and then fewer people bought the second one, and then fewer people bought the third one. But every one of them is better than the last. The first is MotorStorm, the second one is MotorStorm Pacific Rift, and the third one is MotorStorm Apocalypse. When I really started collecting heavily for the PlayStation 3, finding the first MotorStorm was no problem. You could go into like any pawn shop, anywhere, any used game store, find it for a few bucks. It was great. When the second game came out, I didn't pick it up right away, and I never saw it in a store, ever. Not once. No GameStops, no secondhand stores, nowhere. It wasn't until like a decade later that I was out game hunting with a friend and I finally found it in a store. I had to pay like almost $20 for it. The price is on the game right here, $19. I was excited to get it, to say the least. $19, not too bad for a game you've been looking for like 10 years. You know what's crazy? When I bought that copy of the game is when I found out that there was a third game in the series. It released to so little fanfare, I didn't even know it came out. And I was actively collecting for the PS3 this whole time. A console exclusive, PlayStation only racing game that had tons of fanfare, I never even heard of it? Yeah, nobody bought it. What makes the MotorStorm games so interesting is that you drive...
That was the game they marketed that shitty 3D TV they made for the PS3 with. I remember seeing that shit everywhere.
On a variety of different surfaces. You drive on the pavement, you drive on the grass, you drive in the mud, you drive through the water, and you get to select the different types of vehicles you want to use. You can use a car, you can use a dirt bike or a four-wheeler, you can use a monster truck or a semi-truck, whatever you want to use. But be aware that a dirt bike not going to do super great on the pavement compared to a street bike. Street bike's not going to do so great in the mud. Yeah, it's going to be harder to get knocked off the road if you're a monster truck, but it's not like you're going to be cruising at 70 miles an hour down the highway either. I just love that this series has such a wide, expansive variety of different vehicles and different, tracks you can ride on. It's so fun and it is so hectic. It's also so hard. These are not super easy racing games. They will put you through your paces, but they are absolutely incredible, and you need all three of them in your collection. The first one, not going to have any problem with. The second one, that's a little bit tougher. The third one, I wish you the best of luck. However, I don't think any of them are very expensive. So if you track one down, and I hope you can, because you should definitely play it, you should definitely get it. This next segment is brought to you by channel member Joseph Smith. Thank you so much, Jim, Holy Grail, if you want to call them that, games. The games everybody has to have, but nobody bought when they came out. We just talked about one of them, 3D Dot Game Heroes. The other, we talked about in the previous video, The Puppeteer. But my favorite out of all three is the one we're going to talk about right now, and it's the hardest to find out of all of them. It's folklore. You can choose to play as either a male or a female reporter. Are they reporters? I can't remember. One of them's a reporter.
Like
you get called back to an Irish village, I believe, and there are strange spirits afoot.
I've already got 5 copies of this game, so bye.
Going on in the village, you got to figure out what's going on, and it turns out you have magical abilities, and you're able to harness the powers of these spirits. It reminds me kind of like Pokemon or Shin Megami Tensei, except instead of it being a turn-based RPG, it's a freaking hack-and-slash action game. You assign the little spirits or whatever to different buttons on your controller, and you attack with them, like, single buttons. It's crazy. And your loadout is really important because the enemies have strengths and weaknesses, and you need the right attacks to be able to take them down. Now, I have not played this since it came out freaking 20 years ago, which has been a while. It's been a while. That's been a whole lifetime. There are people watching this video right now that were like not even alive till this game was already considered to be kind of old. Gag. That's all I can say about that. But I remember the graphics being absolutely beautiful, and there's whole sense of like wet leaves and autumn and just a chill in the air. Every time the weather starts getting cool, I want to play some sort of game that reminds me of that time of year, like Halloween. And this is the game. This is the best one of all of them that will pull you into that mindset. They captured that feeling perfectly. The game plays great. It looks great. It sounds great. It's an interesting story. But the aesthetic of it is just so unique. It's just so unique. No, it's not a Halloween-based
I've never actually played this game, but I do own it.
Game, but it might as well be, right? These little critters that you've enslaved, they might as well be, kids in costumes you've enslaved, That didn't come across right. But you know what I'm getting at, right? I hope you do.
Come on, man.
Normally games, if you catch them all, they're pretty slow paced, but not this one. This is a fast-paced action game, and it has no barriers to it. There's not really any grinding or anything like that. You just button mash your way through the incredible environments and have a good time looking at all the, cute girls and funny critters in it. It really is a fantastic game, and it has been hard to find since the day it came out. I can't imagine a world that exists where this game doesn't end up being something like, Silent Hill, where you're talking hundreds of dollars for a copy. This video probably won't help with that, and I'm sorry. But hopefully by watching this video, you get a leg up on it. Speaking of games you just have to have, well, I have a favorite place where I get all my games. And it's today's sponsor, Goodies. Goodies is my favorite online marketplace for buying, selling, and trading games. If you have a whole stack of stuff you're not playing and you're tired of looking at it, and one of these games looks good to you, well, you might as well trade it into Goodies. If you decide to send them over $200 worth of stuff, you get to ship it to them for free. You just scan the game in using the cover art scanner or the barcode scanner. You select the condition of the game, and if you want cash or trade. It's just the way it came together. Let's talk about the most interesting racing game that probably I've ever played in my entire life. And it's Driver San Francisco. Yeah, I know, right? This isn't what you think it is. I want you to picture in your mind what you think Driver San Francisco is. Just like you're doing street races in the hills of San Francisco, and you get new cars and you upgrade them, and then you gotta beat the local rival gangs in these street races to get better cars, right? Oh, I did it. Let's get back on topic. What were you thinking? What were you visualizing in your mind right then when I talked about this game? Because whatever you were thinking it's not that. See, in this game, you know who you play as? A ghost. That's right. You're a ghost, man, and you've got a insatiable thirst for going fast and wrecking cars. See, what you do in this game is you possess the driver of a car, and then you try to make, progress. And then when you crash and die, or the person you possessed is dying, you leave the body. As their spirit is leaving their body, you also leave their body, and you possess a different driver, and you continue along your merry way, wreaking havoc behind you. In the wake of you are more and more spirits. That's what you're harvesting spirits. That's what it is. You're a recruiter for the afterlife, essentially. And this game is awesome. This game is awesome. It's also never been under $30 as far as I know. It's one of the most unique racing games I've ever seen. You don't have to take my word for it. If you look up any review of Driver San Francisco, everybody will talk about how this was they were surprised, to say the least. It has always been hard to find. It has always
I never liked the driver games. I played a few of those back in the day. Not really my thing, personally.
And it's only going to become more so. As I recall, there's a bunch of licensed music in this that I think they lost the rights to. So unless they redo the game and change all the music, we're never going to see it again. So if this looks good to you, I don't know how it would not look good to you because it's hilarious and awesome. You got to grab it. Vanillaware is a legendary game developer that is more known for their incredible artwork than anything else. If you've never seen a Vanillaware game before, it'll blow your mind. And I want to tell you about the best one they ever made. It's Dragon's Crown. And yes, I know that it got released on the freaking PS4, okay? But that doesn't mean that you can't play it on the PS3, all right? And it doesn't mean it's not going to be sought after on the PS3. Dragon's Crown is a cooperative side-scrolling hack-and-slash freaking RPG. And this game is the game I put the most time into online on the PlayStation 3. Of all the games, I like leveled up all the freaking characters. I beat it with every character. I was going to get everybody like max level all this before I brought
yeah,
that.
this is that one with that massive titty, what, sorceress or whatever?
Hours in it or something like that. It's still a fantastic game. You pick one of the different characters, they have different skills and abilities.
Massive milkers, bro.
And you upgrade new stuff, and you go to different areas, and you try to complete objectives, like kill the wyvern, or, you know, harvest 17 turnips, or whatever you're supposed to do. It's much like fetch quest territory, but not always. And if you're playing offline, you can recruit NPCs to help you out, which is extremely beneficial. Although I played through most of the game just solo by myself offline, and I didn't really have any problems with it. It's a beautiful game. No one's going to deny that. Every Vanillaware game looks like this. They're all gorgeous. But they are also very flipping grindy. Vanillaware games are known to be grind fests, and this one's no exception. However, this is the one that never felt tedious. I never really got super bored replaying the levels. I never really felt like I was wasting my time. I was always making progress, and I was always getting something for everything I did. There's nothing worse than spending an hour on a run and then failing at the end, and you don't get anything for it. That does not happen in this game. You're always being rewarded. They've been making games since the freaking Sega Saturn, and it took them until they got to the PS3 to like really crack the code on making a game where they didn't waste your time. I know, shots fired, right? I really do think this is the best Vanillaware game. It was so good and so hard to find that they re-released it on the PS4. I know. But just like when they released Zelda Twilight Princess on the GameCube and the Wii, yeah, the Wii version's better, it's easier to find, but the GameCube version is the one that's more sought after. It's the one that's harder to find. It is the one that is more valuable. And you know what? It's the one that plays better too.
There you guys go. Massive milkers, dude. Absolutely massive.
Because the game's not flipped backwards, in case you didn't know. You should check that out. The Dragon's Crown on the PS3, I think, plays better than it does on the PS4. It's going to be the more sought-after version, the rarer version, and the one that's going to be harder to find. The PlayStation 3 was really the first console that I played that had these, like, artsy, cutesy, not cutesy, man, why would you even say, what was I saying? Cozy, that's the word. Artsy, cozy, lay back and smell the flowers. How do you lay down and smell a flower? Lay back and have someone pour flowers on your face so you can smell them. It's the only way you can do that. These take your time, no stress kind of games. There were two of them that blew my mind. Flower and Journey. Journey won Game of the Year. And guess what? Both of those games were made by the same company. And they both
suck.
Came out on a compilation. And it's the Journey Collector's Edition. And it also has Flow. That's this game here. I never played it.
Dude, I remember I bought this after hearing how glazed Journey was. I had this exact version. And, dude, I remember being so fucking disappointed with that dog shit Journey game. It is the definition of a fucking walking simulator waste of time.
And yes, my copy's sealed because I already had these two digitally. Flower is the only game I have ever bought digitally twice. I bought it on the PS3 and I bought it again on the freaking PlayStation 4. That's how good this game is. You essentially play as the wind. You just tip the controller around to blow the wind, and you try to like blow it over flowers to make the flowers bloom, and you make the grass sway, and that's all you just kind of do. And you move from these beautiful rolling hills and these scenic vistas into these terrifying industrial areas, and you're trying to bring, I don't know, color and calm to the world. It is very artsy. It is very low on gameplay, but it is an amazing experience. And I let some people play this that had never really played it.
It's very low on gameplay. That's putting it lightly.
Any video games before, and half of them were like, wow, this is what video games are like, and the other half were like, this is what video games are like. But it's an absolutely magical experience. It is really only one-upped by the game Journey. I've talked about Journey before in my best games I've ever played. This did win Game of the Year. It is an amazing...
Best games I've ever played. Zero gameplay.
Experience where you just play as an unnamed character, exploring these environments, and your goal is to get to the top of the mountain. You don't know what's up there, you think it's paradise, but you have to go through so many trials and tribulations to get there. Along the way,
you don't. It takes 30 minutes to get through this game.
Meet other people, but they're people in the real world that are also...
This is like a 45-minute game. At best, it is nothing.
Playing the game. You can't talk, all you can do is kind of chirp, and you use each other, either synergistically or almost like in a parasitic sort of relationship, depending on how you want to treat the game, and you try to get to the top. When I played this game, I met with a guy in the first area, and we went through the whole game together, and sadly, he died at the last section of the game, right before we reached the apex of the mountain. And I've never forgotten that. He was my friend. As I was playing this game, he felt like my only friend in the whole world. We helped each other through this incredible journey. And then I lost him right at the end, right before I busted through and experienced the paradise at the top. It was a bittersweet memory for me. It was a bittersweet experience. It's something I've never forgotten. It's in my top 10 best gaming experiences of all time. And the fact that these two games are on a compilation together, two of the best games from that generation, it's a must-have.
Two of the best games from that generation. Holy fuck, man.
When this came out, it was $20. I have no idea what it is now, but I'm not lying to you. If this game was $300, I would pay that in a heartbeat to have it in my collection. If you made it this far, I really appreciate it. Let me know about leaving.
Holy fuck, man. It's no shock that gaming ended up the way that it did. Yeah, Folklore is a good game to buy. I don't know, I haven't played it, but I think that game will do very well. It's extremely, like, it has all the hallmarks of a niche banger. So, I have faith. I think I got my copies for like 45-ish to $50 is what I paid. But I've got them in a box somewhere. What time is it? It's like 6. I don't know. I'm live for what, 7.5 hours? No, there's not really anything else I want to watch is the problem. And I don't really feel like gaming, so. Huge gaming stream today, that's right. Played so many games. Well, all the people who are constantly bitching for me to watch videos, you know. Hopefully you got your fill. Oh, I think that was called Lair. Wasn't it? I think that's what it... Yeah, this. I had this. It's pretty bad. Which is a shame, because the aesthetic's awesome.
And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lair when I lay my vengeance upon thee. Hey everybody, it's Greg Miller from the IGN PlayStation team here to talk to you about Lair.
I hate Greg Miller.
Sony's newest release for September 4th. Lair features an interesting story full of death, deceit, dragons, and other D-words that will blow your mind. The story revolves around a once peaceful land that worshipped one deity. A volcano exploded, lava divided the place, and now we have two countries, Acilia and Mokai. You'll take the reins of your dragon as Roan, a sky guard for Acilia, and when a battle breaks out with Mokai, you'll be the one who has to solve everything and set it right.
Rise! Mount up, Roan! We have to get to the battle! The Mokai are torching the city! I can't believe the range their catapults have! Who said the Mokai were primitive?
The movies look awesome. There's real facial features, there's real emotion in the eyes as these people walk around and Roan interacts with other sky guards, generals, and the diviner. At times, the gameplay can knock your socks off too, whether it's your dragon crisscrossing a bridge or just coming in low over the ocean. It has the possibility to
Yeah, it was really bad.
From a pure entertainment standpoint, you can't forget the sound. This game features an awesome soundtrack full of sweeping scores and some really great voiceover that brings the whole package together and gets you interested in these characters and the story.
Ice dragons! Coming head on! Let's light these savages on fire! Yeah! God help us! Let's smoke these Mokai!
Although I have to give Lair props for being one of the first PlayStation 3 games to make you use the 6-axis, the control scheme just doesn't work. The fact of the matter is, rotating your wrist left and right, up and down, in all these other crazy directions just doesn't give you the precision you need to effectively play Lair. I'll set the scene for you. I'm on a bridge. It's the Acilia versus the Mokai. There's guys everywhere. All of a sudden, these Tauros, these bull-type creatures get dropped off, and there's rhinos running around, there's dragons in the air. There's hundreds of things going on, and I need to get these Tauros off the bridge and get them to stop killing my men. I try to swoop in and get them, but I can't lock onto them. See, Lair uses an interesting lock-on system. You hold down on the D-pad and the screen goes black and white and enemies appear up in red. This lets you pull your adversaries out of the crowd, but the problem is you still have to lock on to those individual ones. So you'll be coming in, see the Toro you need to get off there so he'll stop killing your men, and as you hit the lock on button, the game isn't looking at him, it's looking at a turret in the upper right corner. So, you miss the Toro, swing up to this turret, and your men get killed. The screen is too full of objectives similar to this that just make the whole mission cluttered. Oftentimes you'll be flying around a level and things will start popping in the distance, or things will start getting choppy and blocky. Another IGN editor who was watching me play said, motion is what gets this game. It would look great if it would just be still. Sadly, video games aren't still, so there's something wrong with how this game looks in motion, and that's a sad, sad fate. So even when you can lock onto something, maybe another dragon, the fighting mechanics just aren't all that great. There are two main ways dragons fight. One has them face-to-face falling towards the ground, punching and kicking each other and blowing fire breath or ice breath. It sounds really cool, but from your perspective, all it comes down to is mashing face buttons and hoping you win. The other method involves your dragon flying up alongside another dragon, so now you're staring at both their asses, and you have to wave your 6-axis controller left and right, hoping that you'll be the first one to swing out to the side, swing back, and hit the other dragon, and knock him off. It comes down to the controls just not being responsive. You're waving your arms like an idiot, and the dragon isn't moving, and when he finally does, all he does is lamely bump into another dragon who then drifts off and dies. In the end, it's sad. The story's good, the game can look pretty, and someone's finally using the 6-axis, but the control scheme is full of frustrations and sluggish turns, and it drains any fun out of this medieval romp. For the full written review, check out IGN.com, and feel free to flame me on the comment section.
It is a shame, because the premise was actually pretty cool, but yeah, terrible execution. Terrible execution. Which was kind of a commonality between a lot of, you know, Sony exclusive titles on the PS3 early on. Like, whatever that shit's called. The Halo Killer. What was that fucking game called? With the yellow helmet. Why can I never remember the fucking name? But you know probably what I'm talking about. Yeah, Haze. That's how forgettable it is. Yeah, I wonder how much Drakengard 3's worth nowadays. $90. If you have the collector's edition, it's worth $700. God damn, bro. Jeez. Yeah, I have like, I think, somewhere between 10 or 20 copies of Drakengard 3. I've got a bunch. I don't know the exact number, but there was that, like, a time period where VGP, the website, would restock Drakengard every once in a while for $20 each. So I just bought a shit ton of them whenever they popped up. So I think I have close to 20 of them. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. I always try to buy rare games. So. I already made like almost 4x on them. After fees. If they're worth like 90 to $100 each, then technically I 5x'd my money, but after I pay eBay fees and such, it's about, what, a 4x? It's not bad. Not bad at all. For video games especially, because video games, the appreciation's usually pretty slow. Yeah, I may go ahead and hop off, guys. Probably go hop in the shower. Feeling kind of gross right now anyway. And then maybe I'll take my dog out before it gets too hot, since I think it's supposed to be like 105 today. Where I am, at least. Let's see. Just 100. Not 105. But yeah. 100. Oh, on Friday it's supposed to be 105. Okay. So yeah, there we go. But yeah, it's supposed to be 100 degrees out today, dude. So anyway, I will talk to everyone, I guess, later tonight. Have a wonderful Thursday, everybody. And yeah, I'll, I guess, see you all later. Peace out, everyone.